No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political money in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political, you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, that road, B road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political. You're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, these riot situation when it comes to countries. Because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa love the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Today having to be Tuesday, the 6th day of the month of January. And then we have the folks there from Children's Voices. So in a month from now, we cross over to bring them on. Let me see what I can put. For those of you who are watching, welcome. Let's see what we can bring the folks on from Children's Voices. So let me see what I can bring them on. So guys, welcome. Are you guys hearing me? Are you hearing me? Okay, how you doing? Okay, so welcome to the closing argument show. Not hearing me? So you can just welcome the headphone a little bit so others can hear. So if you can just adjust it to put it down a little bit so everyone can hear it. So just put it on the floor a little bit. Put it on the floor. Okay, I think you guys can hear me. Are you guys hearing me? Okay, thank you. So please unmute them from the screen there. Please unmute them. So guys, whatever you... Okay. So you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you can just introduce yourself. Yeah, let's go across the board. Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, just introduce yourself across the board.
Okay, my name is Samuel Q. Brown. I serve as Vice President for Children's Voices.
My name is Paris Times, and I'm the current speaker of Children's Voices.
My name is Jofidia Evque. I'm the current president of Children's Voices.
And I'm Daniel Isaac Jr. I'm on the leadership board of the Children's Voices.
I am the Diverting Always member of the Voice of the Voiceless.
Okay, thank you. So do you care to tell us the organization or the group you guys belongs from? A group. I'm saying, are you guys hearing me? You hear me now?
Yes, 5.
Okay, yeah, I'm asking the organization you guys from to tell our listening audience who are we interviewing.
Okay, so we are from Voice of the Voiceless, Children's Voices. So Voice of the Voiceless, we are the advocate part of Voice of the Voiceless, and we are called Children's Voices. And we advocate for children's rights, and we also talk about children protection, and that's it.
Okay, that's good. So we have like 5 persons who are here tonight, basically to discuss about. First person, who's the head of?
Okay, so like I said first, I'm currently the president of Children's Voices.
A bit about Children's Voices, when children information.
All right, so
Like the Vice President rightly stated, we are under Voice of the Voiceless for Advocacy and Development, which is the overhead organization that was funded 2019. But because you know that Voice of the Voiceless has four pillars: advocacy, health, agriculture, and on the advocacy aspect, where we go at ECOWAS Radio every Saturday from 12 to 1 p.m. to discuss issues affecting young people like child trafficking, drugs abuse, teenage pregnancy, robbery in schools, and you can name the rest. So, Children Voices was recently funded 2023. That's when the effectiveness of Children Voices began. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we have other members who are also there. You can, the president. When did you join Children?
I can say I joined Children Voices 2023 when I just entered the Cathedral Catholic School during my 10th grade year.
So let's cross over to other. Join Children Voice. How well you know about Children Voice?
Okay, so for me, I joined the same week because me, Jophelia, and a few other people, we form part of the inner team. So we call ourselves the inner team. So we started the program. I can say basically the program started with us. So Children Voices, that's how I joined Children Voices.
Yeah, let's talk about the next question.
Okay, so I was actually part of from the beginning of the day, Voices ended up joining Children Voices in 2024 because I really didn't know the essence of Children Voices at that time. So let's just say I wasn't really interested. So I joined early in 2024.
Okay, so we have.
Okay, so I joined the Voice of the Voiceless Children Voices 2024.
So we have.
Yeah, and I too joined 2024 after its most recent Voice of the Voiceless or Children Voices training.
Okay.
So let's. Man, yeah. What encouraged you to join Voices? Are you hearing me? I'm encouraged you to join Children Voices.
Well, most of the messages that Children Voices channel are issues that I think are really close to my heart, especially the parts that surrounds advocacies, SGBVs, harmful traditional practices and issues that youth in Liberia are affected with. So seeing that as an issue in urge to join such a program that is meant to speak against those harmful issues that people in Liberia are faced with. My why and motivation for joining Children's Voices.
Okay, that's good. So, Tomalin, a member of Children's Voices, over. You said you joined. Okay, from 2022 up to current, what are some of the you have?
Okay, so firstly, was not really the type of person to I can talk
Notice
normally.
about
I
Children's
can
Voices
speak,
that have changed
but then
in
I
your
was
life.
not the type of person to be talking for others. I just used to talk for myself. So since I joined Children Voices 2023, because I was encouraged by Virgil, who encouraged me, who told me about the program, and then we formed the program because we were the inner team. So throughout the years, Children Voices, I can say, mold me or still molding me into the person that I want to be in the future. So because of Children Voices, I've been places, I've had opportunities, and I can clearly speak to people, and I can talk to anyone without being a fool. So that's my own point of view.
So we have Jophelia. You did mention about some of the schools you guys are working with. Do you tell us apart like
Okay, so basically, it's not compulsory, but we usually give out forms that people filling if you want to be part of Children Voices or Voice of the Voiceless. But we have activities that we run in the various schools, like debates, mentorship programs, trainings, just basic skills to keep your hands at work for you to do things for yourself to gain money. Like we have training that we run at Crest Peking Catholic School where we do, tailoring, soap making, dance, technology aspect and everything just to get people involved, not to exclude them but get them involved because we all matter and everything you do, you have, reason for it. So for us to not keep people at home, we decided to have these things that would, get them involved. So we work with over 40 schools within Montserrat or Monrovia as a whole that we run. We have people within different clubs to give out information and things that are happening within their school. So for example, like we did talk about how we go on ECOWAS radio to talk about issues affecting young people. So we don't just go on the radio, but we place them within schools. Like we have students that organize themselves in the groups, and then like every month at the end of the month you will relate to us some of the things that are happening within your community or some of the things that are happening within the premises of your campus. So you relate to us and then we can find ways to find solution to the problems, maybe on the bribery issues, like the abuse aspect, and then we can find means to help in the process. So it's not about talking all of the time, but how best we can put our words into action.
That's where enough.
Like I said, we work with over 40 schools, mostly because of our debate, and then also we try our possible best to get the students aware and involved. So by doing such, we have clubs within the schools that students relate to us about the things that are occurring within the school. So yeah.
Okay, so we have to hear from one of the endurance. So endurance, children voices can be able to post out there with because you are a member of children voices.
Okay, thank you so much. So I feel like that there are a lot of things that we as members of Children Voices can post about, but one specifically that people really recognize is our outspokenness. The ability to like speak to people boldly without anything like fear or shiver and give out the clear message that you want people to hear. Another thing that we can boast about children voices is the fact that we don't just speak for children, but we give children the platform to speak for themselves. And I feel like that's really important because if we are just talking on speaking for children, then I guess adults will do the work. Adults will come on the radio and talk for children, but we don't want that. We want children to start speaking for themselves before they can even speak for others. So I feel like that's the two major things that we as children voices can boast about out there. Thank you.
Okay, so like I said, that's
Children out there who like of children voice.
Okay, so here's the thing where like I stated first, but I would say we have forms that we give out to students or anybody to be a part of the organization. If you cannot get a form, we also organize workshops or training like we did few days or weeks ago at the Orange Digital Center where we run training on media skills, sexual gender-based violence, and then get the students involved. So when end the training, we certificate you, and then if you want to be part of Churchill Voices or Voice of the Voiceless as a whole, you can come to us and then we talk. Then you can be a member. So we have two of our here with us in studio that successfully completed their training at ODC, and then they are here with us. And we give out funds or through our workshop and training process.
So how many guys come with?
Okay, so for this one training, we train up to like 39 students or 50 plus, but we had 39 graduates. So after some weeks, we will give you tests, and then if you are opportune to pass, you can be a graduate. So yeah, we started with 50 students, but then at the end we had 39 because maybe some dropped out and then some did not reach the passing mark to graduate. So yeah.
Okay, so let's put on and welcome one of our panelists, Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, Myean. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Pewee, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm hearing you
Okay,
loud.
yeah, so
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you, Myean. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so we have the children from Children Voices, the ECOWAS Parliament. So we brought them on just for 30 to 1 hour. And then before we bring you on, the second segment guest.
Okay, that's fair enough. I think it's before I can leave you quickly to do anything. We'll get on that segment. That's fair enough. At least to engage with because this is the season of the child broadcaster. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's wonderful. So we'd love to listen to them. But I'll be following in the back so that will not interrupt their activities. So you can go ahead with them.
Okay, thank you.
So at 10 o'clock we will the second segment guest. So that's one of our. So yeah, so let's go around again to find out what's exactly had or successful graduation to graduation and what some of the students benefited from.
Okay, so the graduation was the whole training was hosted at Orange Digital Center, and it was talking about sexual gender-based violence. And then we also brought teachers, experts to teach the children to teach us about technology. We learned, and then we had 50 plus students, like the president said, but then only 39 were opportune to graduate because only 39% were able to pass the examination. So the graduation was a success. We gave certificates, we gave out stash, and we also had a ceremony for the students. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I think Peabody and Daniel would be the best person to emphasize on that since they were the students. So I think we can start with Peabody.
Okay, so
Okay, so I'm a member of the Voice of the Voiceless. Our graduation was a great success. During the training, we got an opportunity to meet so many people. We learned so many stuff. We learned about technology, LGBT. We learned how to use your internet in very good ways. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so just to share a little about my perspective and how I view both the graduation and the training itself, I would say I feel like the graduation and the training was a success because we were able to tackle and reach all of our goals that for me, I reached all of my goals that I set. So before going into the entire training session, I had a preconceived notion that I was going to learn about civic engagements, building my capacity as a responsible citizen of Liberia, and help amplify myself in ways that I think I can better give back to my society, and learn about sexual gender-based violence and everything. And those were all things that with the help of the training that I got from Children Voices Liberia. Those were things that I think I accomplished. And to top it all off, I received a certificate as a national, ambassador, as all of the other graduates did. So I feel like the entire training and graduation was a success.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. So somewhere in the comment section, you guys are involving kids from other parts.
Yeah, so our work is not basically just limited to Montserrat County, but this is where we have been working so far. So for some reason, we have gone out of the country, out of the county, I meant, like Nimba County, we went to Nimba, we went to other county, and currently we are extending our branch in Sierra Leone. So I feel like we are all over Liberia. It just depends on the interest of the person.
Okay, yes, because we have a lot of people who
Okay, yeah, because one Kelly.
Okay, so we have our office so the old road gate town behind the Catholic Church to the youth office there. So our first office was to Sigara Cathedral where we have the Catholic Educational Secretariat. That was our previous office, but we no longer use that space anymore. So our current office right now, if you're trying to reach out to us, is Old Road Cape Town behind the Catholic Church.
Okay, yeah. So someone would like to know the age range you recruit students.
Okay, so since we are advocating for children and this organization is children based, the age range is mostly from 13 to 18 years of age. So if you're above 18, you cannot basically be a member of children, but you can join Voice of the Voiceless because Voice of the Voiceless is the entire organization. Children Voices is just a branch of Voice of the Voiceless. So you can either come as a mentor in Voice of the Voiceless and then still collaborate with Children Voices.
Okay, so we have.
We'll have our next segment here. It's also in the back, so maybe probably we can just ask one or two questions quickly, and then get.
We have the other segment guest.
The other segment guest is also in the back. So let's see how best we can know one or two information from Children Voices because people like to know when Children Voices will be opening for the next cycle. This is like
it just open up.
From the beginning of school year all the way to the end.
Okay, so it's not basically open up from the beginning to the end because we actually, have some breakthrough. So plan it and then before we can move forward with the process. So like this one time we had a talk, we discussed and then well planned the training session, how best we can go about it and then getting in new members. So we actually did that to educate the students about the media skills and sexual gender-based violence. And some of the like public speaking, peace building, and many more. So it's not basically about just opening up, but like we had this one training and then we already have new people, so we cannot recruit members again unless we have trained those that we have now. And then maybe some of them would like to be member of Children Voices or Voice of the Voices. So we have to train them about the studio at ECOWAS where we go about speaking about issues affecting young people. So if they know about it, then they are going through the process, they are smooth with everything, then we can, get how best we, have new people. So yeah. But if you want to be part of the Voice of the Voiceless, I think it is open up because they have different segments. Like they have the health aspect, the education and agriculture. So if you want to be part of any of such, you can just, contact the head person or go on Voice of the Voiceless page and get the necessary information you need.
Okay, come again. I'm not getting
I'm
you.
asking about the work you guys will be doing up next because children who are coming on board, the new ones, what are some of the work?
Okay, so we're planning to host our mentorship program this year, which is something we do every year. It's just that last year we were not able to do it. And we also planning to do our summit.
Okay,
So
the
yeah.
summit. How long is going to last for?
Okay, so
1 or 2
I think
months.
basically that information is on Jovidia's site since she's the president, so she
Yeah.
can elaborate more on that.
Okay,
Okay, so
yeah,
thank
so
you
we
very
have
much.
limited.
So, like she rightfully stated, we are coming up with next plan on things that we need to do, like for the mentorship program where we have students involved. We have young people coming up to mentor them about the things they need to know, their well-being, and then get them informed about their rights and responsibilities. Because nowadays we found out that they are being, taking advantage of. So if you know your rights and responsibility, I think you will know the do's and don'ts of everything. And then we talk about having our summit where we'll invite stakeholders, partners, sponsors, and young people as a whole to come up and then bring on the challenges that we are facing, like come up with gender-based violence, all these problems that are happening within our surroundings, and then come to one conclusion on how we can find, solutions to the things that are happening, because if we cannot speak for ourselves, if we cannot express the things that are happening within our communities, how will others know about it? So it's about time that we discuss on the necessary things that people need to know. Because if they are aware of such, I think that all these things that we continue to speak about will be limited. So we are having the summit. The summit will help. We can even have a peer-to-peer discussion because recently you will understand that some of the children do not like to discuss their things with adults. They're better related to their peers. So if we can also have that peer-to-peer relationship and then have that discussion with kids, I think they'll be able to relate to us more. So we want to have this summit that will be inclusive. It's not just about us. It's about having the change we wish to see in the world. So if we can be the change, I think the future will be very bright. So yeah, that's it. The mentorship program and the summit that we talk about, and then I think it will be a success if we have sponsors and partners. That's the reason we are here, to plead to the audience so that they can give us that platform to share our ideas because we have brilliant ideas and then we are very, very, very intelligent. So when it comes to things that people need to know, when it comes to the problems that are being faced within our surroundings, I think it's about time that you bring us on board because we have the necessary information, we have the capability. So we are being able to give out. I think you should be able to give us as well because it's about working together. So,
Okay,
Mhm.
I'll wrap up from this. Maybe we can wrap up from this fellow, and then we can go across the board because we have limited time. I've been receiving back uh, coming up. So he's an international guest. So anyway, that's the reason. But wrap it around so you can just conclude shortly and then read out your number to the public. Sponsor, so you can just wrap up. Go across the board.
What was the question?
My
Can you please go
left
again?
there. You can just wrap. Let us as we take leave.
Okay. So we just want to say thank you for giving us the chance to say what we came here to say, and we'll always be here to advocate for others, advocate for our age mates, and give them the chance to. Thank you.
And I too would like to say a very big thank you to you, and all those that made this particular meeting here a success. These are things that we at Children Voices Liberia are strongly into, grassroots, academic and intellectual exchanges and engagements. So for the fact that you guys are having us here to have these conversations are something that we solely do value. So in conclusion, I would like to say a very big thank you to you all for having and hosting us here. We hope to have more of these engagements with you guys and to channel the messages of sustainability, peace, sexual gender-based violence, and all of these issues that young people, with emphasis on females and child, are faced with in our beloved country, Mama Liberia. So thank you once more.
Okay, so once again, I'm Indian Times, the current speaker of Children's Voices, and it's really an honor to be here today for the second time and educating or explaining to the audience our message, our work, and what we stand for. It's really a pleasure to be here. And my message to Liberia today is that we hope we can build a Liberia where each and every child feels safe to express themselves without the fear of being mocked or being stigmatized. And once more, we also want to let the audience know that there are a few things that we will need in terms of financial aid, mobility, just basically anything you can do to help us because we have like two big programs coming up in this 2025. So if you want your child or this 2026, pardon me, if you want your child or children or as a student, if you are interested, you can just contact us. The number will be read along with the email. So thank you. If you have anything to contribute or any partners out there, feel free to partnership with us. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so once again, I'm Samuel Brown, and I would like to say that as Liberian, most of the time we need to learn to support each other, and we, as children, we shouldn't be afraid to speak up. That's all.
Okay, so once again, my name is Chofidia F. Quay, and I would like to take this time to, tell everyone thank you for giving us this platform to speak out. And one thing I always say is we need to work together to make Liberia better, where we need to create a space where every child can be, free from fear and full of hope. So if you want to help us, we have the number 0775 68 I repeat 0775 68 or 0881 18 90 30. I repeat 0881 18 90 30. Or you can just, go on vovliberia@gmail.com. Thank you very much once again.
Okay, that's it. So you just listen to the folks from the Children Voices there, giving up some information on their program and some of the things they do at Children Voices. So it will be good for you guys to rejoin us because there are a lot of people who have interest sending text in my inbox in the live chat. I seen about this program. How can they be able to bring on their children and all stuff? So after the live, you can check up in the comment section. You see that a lot of people who are also in the comment section. I see about how you can get other children on board to see how best you can train them and go in the counties, all part of the counties to bring them on board. Because this initiative is good for young people, most especially the young generation who are coming up now. Not many of them would like to speak among their peers, but with this program, I think it's necessary that they can be able to speak among their peers. But because of the second set and guests we have 45 minutes downside the hour, or 15 minutes up to 10 o'clock. That's the time we have currently. So I'm seeing Chief Tomalin George. He's in the back. See whether we can cross over to him to bring you the closing argument show. We have our guest from Liberia Marathon, who is also coming up next. So, George, if you are in the back, you can just come up. We have roughly about 15 minutes up to 10 o'clock. So I think he stay in the back there. But let me see whether I can contact him quick. Chief Tomalin George, if you are there, you can come on. Okay, so Chief, welcome.
You're welcome. Let me say this. I don't think you did this the young people fair, because first of all, if they were coming on to this, you have made a poster for them to be aware that they were coming on. Nobody knew but them. Just so I think you did it unfair. They should have a poster for them that will appear to on the closing argument to talk about the program. I think that's how you do it. You should make the children a poster, put the pictures on it, and let people be informed. But just brought them and nobody know. That's people asking me about where she was going. So I think next time, do the children justice, have a poster for them, and we'd love to see young people excel in the field of interest. So I think that's why you should do next time, because if they come, nobody knew, but that's not fair to them.
Okay, so we apologize to them. We apologize to them for that because of the time. But next time, we hope to do an official flyer and then do a publication. Because of the time, that's why we cannot continue with them. But I myself have been receiving a lot of text messages from people. But welcome.
Yes, it's good to be back on the closing argument this afternoon. We have a guest tonight coming on. He's Mr. Cyrus Gray. Mr. Gray is he's been in this field for the issue about the port issue that's now making the rounds. So we look forward to having an interactive engagement with him tonight, so that we can get what's going on. Liberian people can understand the issue about this port bill. As you can remember, this bill is presently before the president. The first time it came before him, he vetoed this bill with some amendments. He wrote the reason why he vetoed the bill. And so he wanted some clarifications. Apparently, the bill has gone before the president again, and is now becoming a hot button topic. So tonight we invited Mr. Cyrus Gray, L. Gray, International Maritime Consultant and Chief Operating Officer, Save Life Solutions. Save Life Solutions, among other things, provide technical consultant to Bawo Chico in the development of the new private iron ore export at the mouth of the Paul River in Bombing County. So look forward to having Mr. Cyrus Gray. He should be appearing in it moment for now, and we can get this program started to talk about this issue about this port. Why should the question is should we have a regulatory body to monitor the ports in the country? Should the MPA oversee all the ports in Liberia? So Mr. Gray will provide some perspective, and we'll go deep into it, and let's hear from him. So with all much ado, let me bring in Mr. Cyrus L. Gray. Mind me put the guest up. Mr. Gray, as I said earlier, he is an International Maritime Consultant and Chief Operating Officer of Save Life Solutions. Save Life Solutions, among other things, provide technical consultant to BioChico in their development of the new private iron ore export port at the mouth of the Paul River in Bombing. And so this program has been live on Truth FM and being monitored through some local stations and also Kia Radio on YouTube. Mine is the YouTube link posted, please. So I welcome Mr. Gray. Let me welcome you to the closing argument for the first time. Can you make your play a little light? Your area is low. Can you get a light to yourself?
That is best we can get.
Okay, no problem.
Can you hear me?
We hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah.
First of all, welcome to the closing argument, and it's a pleasure to have you on our show tonight.
Thank you, Chief George. I'm glad to be here.
Okay. Yes. First of all, just for the Liberian people who watching and listening across the country and other parts of the world, can you just tell us, first of all, about the present Port Authority, the bill, the law that was enacted, and why it should be amended, and what are the advantages for the Liberian people and the government of Liberia?
Okay, thank you. What I would normally like to do is to explain first why I can speak to this kind of matter. So
go ahead.
Go
ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
I'll just say a little bit of myself, right? So I'm a maritime guy, port guy. So basically, been working around activities that deal with the ocean, ports, maritime. And I've started out early. I was fortunate, 32 years old, to be appointed as Assistant Minister for Shipping at the Ministry of Transport. And then a leap from there. I've gone to maritime schools. I've worked across the world with ports, operating ports. I've worked with consultancies involved in developing port and aviation business. I've come back to Liberia a couple of times. I was hired as a consultant in 2009 when the government started to negotiate the privatization of the Port of Monrovia to APM terminals. I've been in out of Liberia quite recently. I've just told you that my company provides consultancy to the Chinese Abachico. It's an iron ore mining company that is building their own port just off the Po River close to Ross. On this issue about the autonomy of the port, for those who don't know, we have 4 seaports in Liberia. It's Monrovia, Buchanan, Greenville, and Harper. The current model that we have for our seaports, which has been the case since they were built in the Port Authority was established in 1948, is that you have one overarching port authority that oversees all the 4 ports. So technically, each port has a port manager that do the day-to-day operations, but all decisions are made by the National Port Authority, headed by our managing director, and supervised by our board of directors based in Monrovia. What we have coming out of the legislature that actually came out last year in the second quarter was that some people develop a new thinking that we probably are tying ourselves too tight and we are leaving untapped opportunities in the port business by allowing just one group sitting in Monrovia to make a decision for all the 4 ports around the country. And there was a logic for that, because since the war, most of the ports have become dormant, more or less. The port in Harper, the port in Greenville, the Buchanan port, dormant except for the part of the port that is under operation by ArcelorMittal. So they export their own iron ore out of there. But the commercial pier owned by the Port Authority is literally just a shell of itself. Before the war, they would handle logging. They had commercial traffic. They had a little bit of container. The flour mill in Buchanan used the port. Same for Greenville. Before the war, you had a massive logging operations going on there. The fiber port, Maryland, same thing. Today, most of those ports are dormant. So the argument has been that, look, maybe, and this is in consonance also with the government's transformative laws to decentralize governance. If you're aware, there is a Local Government Act in which most of the authorities that belong in the counties now are being pushed to the county leadership. So the act creates a county council, a county treasury. Then there is a subsequent law also called the revenue sharing law that allows the counties to retain a portion of the revenue that is collected in their county without that money coming back to Monrovia and reallocated to the county. So within that spirit, there's some who argue that, look, we can also decentralize ports. And in doing so, the idea is to make them autonomous. instead of being under the umbrella of an overarching national port authority, each port, the port that exists now, and whatever ports that may be built later on, will be their own port authority under the county arrangement. So the legislature debated that and they wrote that into a law. Now, there's an anomaly about port in Liberia. The port authority, even though it's operating port, it also regulates itself. So in normal circumstances, a business would operate under another organization that is a regulator that makes sure that the business is operating in keeping with the law. In the case of the MPA Act gave the MPA the ability to regulate itself. So the MPA can create a port, for example, Bauchico, a private port built to export their own iron ore. They have to enter into a contract with the MPA, so the MPA regulates them also. So assuming the MPA is doing iron ore business in the Freeport of Monrovia, that means they're also competing with another company that they are regulating. So the new law, the spirit of the law was that we separate the regulatory component from the operational component. So they submitted two bills to the president, one creating a regulatory agency, say a seaport and inland port regulatory agency with different authorities and functions, and then they sent a bill to create the new autonomous port, where each port, the four ports that exist now, will stand on their own with their own boards, and any future port will also stand on its own. So if you read a letter written by the president to the legislature in July, the president expressed concern about the regulatory component. And the president's key concern was that a good part of the authorities that were granted to that regulatory component in the new bill took away from authority already given to the Liberian Maritime Authority. So based on that and some other clerical issues that names were listed one way and then listed another way in the same document, the president asked that the legislature, that on the basis of that, he was going to veto the bill. He had no issue with the autonomous bill, but because the autonomous bill had to ride along with the regulatory bill, so he vetoed the both bills and asked the legislature to review the concerns that he has raised, and if they can cure them, they will send the bill back to him. So I think on January 2nd, the Senate sent two bills back to the president, supposedly having cured the concerns that the presidents have. So that is what we have on the table, and I'll be glad, using my own experience and knowledge of the industry, to look at what is the efficacy of the whole idea of making each port autonomous rather than operating solely under the umbrella of a national port authority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, but quickly, opponents of the bill are saying that there's they're saying that there's no country that follow this model, right, where the regulatory port body will have control the assets of the various ports. The argument is that the regulatory body wants to have control over the assets of the various ports that will be on the supervision, under the oversight, whatever the case. And this bill is not. This bill is saying that they should have that control, and they shouldn't be. That, for instance, they give an example. They say, well, like LTA, LPRS, all the institutions that have regulatory body, the body does not control the assets. So that's why they are opposing this bill, asking the president to veto it for the second time. What's your take on it?
So I have a copy of the bill. I have a copy of the concerns that were raised by the president and how they were cured. Okay. The regulatory body created in one of the bills has no authority over the property of the ports.
Okay.
So that would probably be misinformation, because think about it. The ports are going to be autonomous. By autonomy, mean that they have their own authority, they run their own facility, they enter into contracts. So there's no way that a regulatory agency will own the port. No, there's not in the bill.
Okay. So
I can share a copy of the bill with you if you like.
You share a copy. We can put it in our chat room and see. Yeah. So now, the president, this amended bill that the president sent after he vetoed it, he gave the reason why he vetoed the bill. Now, I know there was some claim that the justice minister concern is have still not been addressed in this bill they sent to the president again. But then it's conflicting there. I gave another information that's saying that the Minister of Justice has not issued any second legal opinion, but I don't know. Maybe you can help us clarify what they are talking about there.
So the bill was sent to it was signed by Mama Ability in the president's office on January 2nd. That will be on Friday.
Yeah.
So I have no knowledge of the Minister of Justice making any comment on this new bill. Obviously, just some bureaucratic framework. How if the bill got to the president's office in the afternoon of Friday, today is Tuesday. I don't think that there's time enough for the Attorney General to have reviewed that bill and statement. What I've been seeing is the earlier statement that the Attorney General made when the bill was first presented in the second quarter of last year.
Okay. So yeah, you wrote a piece. I came across your piece you wrote. Perhaps you want to double down, maybe explain better the argument you made in your post, because people are.
Yeah. So I come to this discussion purely from a professional standpoint. I don't have a stake. I don't work for the NPA, and neither do I for the legislature. But this is my area of profession, right? Ports are businesses. Their core function is to create an economy around the use of the ocean. So ships come in, they offload cargo, they take on cargo. That whole exercise, warehousing, attracting businesses that will use the port, investing in facilities to hold containers and all that. That's what the port is concerned about. And the port is in an ideal situation where it has an opportunity to be profitable. In Liberia, we have 300. I use in that article Togo, for example, because I've just left Togo 2 days ago, and I'm sitting in a hotel called Hotel Onomo, just hanging over the Port of Lome, and you see a queue of hundreds of vessels trying to enter the port. I had gone in the port the next day because I had some business to clear some stuff there, and the port is vibrant. It's purely commercial port, free of politics, business, expediting trade. Togo is only 35 miles on the coastline. Small country, 35-mile coastline, shorter than from Monrovia to Buchanan. But they are able to attract that kind of business. Some would argue, say, okay, they are back up with the landlocked countries, Burkina Faso, Mali, and all that. We are also back up with those same landlocked countries. And before the war, we were transshipping commodities from the Freeport of Monrovia by road to Bamako in Mali. So that potential is still there. The current model that we have, the port itself, the MPA technically is not an operating port because all the major port activities at the Port of Monrovia have been outsourced already. The main key, the 610-meter key, has been given to APM Terminal. They are the only company there that can handle containers, any break bulk, you bring in cars, equipment, all that they handle it. They even move beyond their mandate and they are handling some bulk cargo like clinkers, like cement. And then if you move alongside, you have China Union has taken over the Bomb Pier. They're handling their own iron ore. The LMC Pier was given to Western Cluster, Elenito. So they move badges with their own iron ore out of there whenever they ship. So the MPA is not at the waterfront doing any major port activities. Maybe they get some fees if you ship a cargo to some of the piers that are not already on a concession. So technically, the Port of Monrovia is already autonomous in terms of, if you look at APMT, they have the free hand to invest as they will. They handle all, they pay only royalties to the Port Authority. Now, the Port Authority sitting in Monrovia has not done much to rejuvenate the other three ports. I'll give you an example that I use. In the port of Buchanan, for example, ArcelorMittal is moving tens of vessels into the ocean every day to load 3 large ocean-going vessels every week with iron ore. That job required marine services. Basically, the tugboat come in and haul the boat out, bring it back in. It required port pilots and all that. That is in the domain of the Port Authority. But the Port of Buchanan is not even involved in it. They don't make any money from it. No investment have been done in marine services. They don't have no tugboats and nothing. Why? Because they don't have as much as they would like to do it, they don't have the ability to make that decision. That decision has to be made by the Port Authority in Monrovia. And my thinking is that the Port Authority already have low-hanging fruits. They're getting royalties from APM Terminal. They got all the land from Baba Motors all the way to the Beaumont Pier. They're collecting leases from house. So they are not anxious to be innovative. Same is happening in Greenville. The port is dormant. Same is happening in Harper. Harper brings a peculiar example. Harper is a few miles down from one of the basic ports in Ivory Coast, San Pedro. San Pedro is congested. They can't handle the load they have. I've had counterparts working in San Pedro who have been reaching out to see if they could enter into a partnership with the port of Harper to be able to ship some of the vessels to Harper. They have not been able to even get that kind of meeting going on because that decision has to be made with the National Port Authority. Sitting in Monrovia, they are not as close to the problem and the solution in Harper to prioritize that. So just looking at that, it speaks to if these ports were standing on their own and had the requisite qualified people and have the authority, they will leverage business opportunities in their individual area without having to wait for a small team sitting in Monrovia to make that decision. And that is one of the main reasons why I push for that. Now, if somebody argue that they don't have examples like that all over the world, then they are not watching.
Okay, but I mean, just come. But the argument I'm hearing is that President, one of the reasons why President Boaga vetoed the bill the first time was he said that they were taking the functions of maritime functions from the maritime and to take usurping the functions. So he wanted the clarity on that, and then also the opponents of this bill also further states that around the world, regulatory port authority do not do what you are asking to do in this bill, but instead they only deal with tariffs. So I don't know I mean, can you make some clarification there? You silent. You muted. You muted. Okay, yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
So 2 things you push right now. One, the president's concern was about the usurpation of the
maritime,
the function of maritime. So in and that is not in there are 2 bills now. You got a bill to make the ports autonomous, and then you got a bill to create a regulatory agency. Inside that first bill to create a regulatory agency, they obviously assume a lot of the rules for maritime. Now, what is maritime rule? Maritime rule is basically to be able to provide maritime safety and environmental management. So the job is to make sure that ships are safe, the coast is not polluted with waste from ship and stuff like that. So the conventions give them the authority to be able to enforce that. In that first bill, they overstep those rules. There are many places where they said that new regulatory authority was going to be responsible for the safety of ships, safety of passengers. So in the new bill, they killed that. They took those provisions out, line by line, in keeping with what the president suggested. Now, the president had no issue, if you read the president's letter, with the second bill, which is the autonomy bill. In fact, the first page of the president's letter, he said he supports that. It aligns with the decentralization strategy of the government. But since the 2 bills are working together hand in hand, he cannot veto one and don't veto the other. So he vetoed both bills. That's one side.
Yeah.
The other part of your question was there is no example around the world where a regulatory port.
Yeah.
where there's nothing called regulatory port. Similarly, the port is either an operating port, which means they themselves are involved in the movement of cargo, emptying ships, or they are a landlord. Landlord meaning they outsource that role to a private company. So if you go to most ports around the world, the model is that they are landlord. So the port, they have the port land. What the Freeport Monroe, or what the MPA has done in the Freeport is a hybrid of a landlord, because they've taken the container business, the break bulk business, and they've given it to APM terminals. In fact, the MPA staff and the officials cannot even enter the APM terminal fence without prior approval. That's how autonomous APM terminal is. So what this bill is asking for, and the proponents of this bill, is to give similar authority to those other bills because of the excessive dormancy that exists there, even in the face of opportunities, so that it will allow a port authority in Buchanan to say, okay, maybe I can look for a Dutch company called Gayman Shipping to come and help me, partner with me to handle marine services, so that they can take that money that we are losing from ArcelorMittal. Maybe they can say, okay, we got huge fisheries opportunities here. Maybe I will get a fishing port in Tema to come and build a fishing pier here in Buchanan, so that we can be able to make that money too. They can't do that now because all that decision has to be made by the National Port Authority. And the National Port Authority is not well positioned to do that, because as they sit in Monrovia, they're getting royalties and all that. They don't have to think too much. So if you had a port authority sitting in Buchanan that was managing the port of Buchanan, they have to find a means for that port to make resource or make money, and for them to survive. So they will be much closer to looking at opportunities than the current model that we have. And that is the key. Same will apply if you go further down the coast. Let me suffice to say that our forefathers were probably much smarter than us. Tell me, we had port in Balfour Bay in Sino. We had a port there. We had port on the Sesto River that the Germans were running. We had a port in Edina. We had a port in Rabosports. We have deep water facilities all over. Why are we not leveraging it to be able to create more economy, more money around the blue economy? We are stuck with the whole idea. A national port authority just sits in Monrovia and we just piggyback from whatever things happen around us without thinking outside the box. And I think if we create an autonomy, not only for the current 4 ports, but look at the possibility, look at the Chinese. You awarded a mining concession to one small company called Bachico in Bapolu. They look at the model, they say, guess what? The people cannot allow us to truck our iron ore to Monrovia because all the corridors have become populated in Douala and other places. So with source funding, we build a road from Bapolu to the Po River on the ocean, and we build our own port. In May, this year in May, the Chinese tell me that the port will be operational in May.
Wow.
So technically, they themselves, they enter into an agreement with the Port Authority, giving a 25-year lease to build that port. And that port was built because of the need that they had. So they took advantage of that opportunity. That's the thing that we apply for all the facilities around the country. If we make them autonomous and allow for them to be able to leverage what opportunities they have to be able to grow the port, will create more wealth, create more employment, other than the opposite. I heard somebody say, if you do this, there will be no employment. That's the opposite. We'll create more opportunities.
Okay, let me welcome one of the senior founders of the platform, Mr. Sylvester Pewee. He's on the platform. Mr. Pewee, we have Mr. Cyrus L. Gray Jr. He's here to he is the International Maritime Consultant and Chief Operating Officer, Civil Solutions. He also has a lot of experience in port and management, so maritime. So he's here tonight to help us make to understand why this bill before on the president's decks to be signed, not veto again. So welcome, Pewee.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, and let me say welcome to our guest. Thank you.
Yeah, so you've been following. You have a so you can ask him a question as he's here now.
No, basically, I just actually joined, but first and foremost, I just wanted you to, I will follow up in the next. I was just hitting on. I just wanted you to bring to speak on the intent of the guest visitation today. Because I was reading, I didn't get that on that. My phone just went off and I can't. Is it talking about port system? Or it's going to be an array of discussion we're going to have relative to the national port authority across the country.
Well, I think, as you're aware, there's a bill that was submitted to the president, I think last year, trying to make some amendments for the president of port authority oversight, whatever you may call it. And but the port authority is arguing. They're arguing that this bill should not be allowed to become law because it takes the authority from them and also usurp the function of Liberian Maritime. But the argument is that no, Mr. Great is saying no. It's the opposite. It will create jobs. It creates revenues for the various counties involved in the port. So he's been making the argument.
But thank you, George. We all been we have a very complicated situation in the country currently, and moving forward, sometime the bureaucrat, both the state and non-state actors will always, time to time, come in and complicate this furthermore. You have people coming with their own expertise, will say this and will say that. Yeah, my question to our guest is that Mr. Saros, yes, Saros, right? Yes, Mr. Gray, is that we've been hearing this thing about job creation, job opportunities, and all those things. But let's take, for instance, the port. Now, what is the connectivity of the port of Greenville, the port of Harper, and even the port of Buchanan, if you will? So I think during this and I'm one of those that stay with the mindset that by pushing to make all of these ports autonomous, you're going to push more burden on these individual ports, and they may not even be operational. They may not be operational. Why will you have the port of Harper? What's the real operational activities unfolding at the port of Harper? So, Mr. Gray, I want you to please tell us from where the jobs going to come from. How are we going to create jobs in these ports, for instance? And how are we going to make these ports very functional in terms of their operational activities?
Okay, so I over the last few months, I did some work for a Dutch consultancy called MTBS, and they had been hired by a Moroccan company, Massa Morocc, and an African fund called Africa 50 to do due diligence at the Freeport of Monrovia around a $250 million investment that the port was trying to get Massa Morocc to engage in. So it allowed me data about the port performance across the entire country, at least over the last few years. Your question is somewhat an anomaly, right? As such that the attempt to reform the port may be taking jobs from the port. It will be interesting for you to tell me what kind of job do we have in Maryland right now? What kind of job do we have in Greenville in the port? These ports are dormant. They are underutilized. Are there opportunities? There are opportunities. For example, GVL, the palm company, massive palm company, is based in Maryland and Sino. They export their palm. I've been out there. I see truckload of the palm, not even processed. They got net over the truck, and you know what they're doing? They're heading to Ivory Coast. So they're crossing the border through Peabody to go to Ivory Coast to go process them there, even though we have a seaport down the road. The reason is the seaport has not made herself usable for such an export at scale. Well, the same port those guys are going to in Ivory Coast, in San Pedro, has been sending signal that they are overwhelmed and they would like to enter into some operational partnership if the Port of Maryland was working well so that they can ship some of the vessels there. The guy I talked to from San Pedro months ago said they made many attempts to talk to the authorities and they can't even get a meeting. I can show you if the Port of Harper was autonomous, they probably would have gotten the meeting. It would have been easy to talk to the port authority there to leverage those opportunities that exist. At the end of the day, this thing is about, look, our coastline is one of our valuable resource, the entire coastline, because it is architecture that can be transformed into value. We have a situation now where the National Oil Company has awarded contract for exploration to 2 companies. So there possibly will be oil rigs operating off our shores closer to the southeastern region. Ask yourself, these oil rigs normally when they're operating, their operating cost is about $1 million to $1.5 million a day. Something as simple as water, because the drilling has to be done with fresh water. Fresh water is not in the ocean. So they will have to have service vessels going back on land, bringing fresh water, bringing food for the 600-700 persons working on the rig, or even the employment of the people on the rig. As NOCAL and the other petroleum agencies in the country discuss and award this contract, what is the role of the port? Wouldn't you be thinking that the port of Sino, the port of Greenville, in that peripheral, will be preparing themselves, will be having meetings with local businesses and exploring the opportunities that, look, you guys who are into water business, maybe you need to scale up. Okay, maybe somebody should invest in a service vessel that would go. The last time we had that opportunity, when an oil rig operated on our coast, they were taking all that supply and the employees from Torgbean in Ghana. We didn't see any, except for the signing fee and whatever they gave us to get the rights. Look, we need to look at our coastline and the opportunity for port development as a business and give them the free lane to develop so that we can be able to create value for our people. And that's what this kind of bill gets to do, because it takes away the bureaucracy from a small group of people who are sitting in Monrovia in a comfort zone. They're receiving royalties, so they don't have to think too much outside the box. And that is precisely my point. It is not as though there are no downside to it, but I mean, every reform and transformative move has its own risk. The government of Liberia right now is aggressively moving governance into the interior through the revitalization of the county service centers, setting up county governments where they have county legislature. It's called a county council. They are taking the money into the county to be managed by the county finance ministry, which is called the county treasury. There are risks. Some people will argue that, oh, you don't have qualified people in the interior. If we rest on that, then we'll not reform and we'll not grow. We have to learn to grow.
That is absolutely correct from that what you just said. Listen, on the issue about and the fiscal capacity of those counties. Listen, they recruited a lot of guys as assistant superintendent for fiscal affairs and all those things. They were recruited competence. Most of them are very competent accountants and all those things, chartered accountants and the rest of that. We understand that will have to unfold. Listen, expanding bureaucracy by putting into place a structural system is very, for me, I hate these kind of provisional plans. I would love a structural and very long-term engagement moving forward in these things. But one point again to you, Mr. Gray, is this: how do we have 4 ports, including the free port of Monrovia. We have 4. That's the Greenville port, the Harper port, and that of the Buchanan port. Most of those ports, infrastructurally, they are dead. Most of those 2 ports, they are infrastructurally dead. And now to do that and make those ports autonomous, do you also bear in mind, Mr. Gray, that it comes with enormous capital that we require to put into these areas? That's the port of Harper. The last time I visited the port of Harper, there's nothing basically unfolding there. You have to dredge them so that you meet the kind of a capacity you need for some of those vessels to come in. Are we putting into, and the country is constrained, we don't have money. How do we go about doing these things if we were to remove these things from underneath the free port of Monrovia, if you will?
Mr. Pewee, port business, ports are not philanthropies. Ports are businesses. And businesses,
I know this.
Because they are businesses, they have the peculiarity of producing profit. So funding is not an obstacle to such an entrepreneurship. I give you some real life example right now. There's a Dutch company called Gayman shipyard. They are the largest shipbuilder in the world. They've been coming to Monrovia for at least most of the last 1 year, trying to pitch a proposal to build a shipyard in Liberia. We have one of the longest coastline in Africa, and there are vessels transiting our territory. Under international law, we have responsibility to provide refuge for vessels in distress. Vessels that come in our port and have a default, mechanical, they are not supposed to leave that port unless that default is repaired. Most time now they have to leave because we do not have the ability to repair them. So foreign investors come and say, look, we see the opportunity here. You could make millions just servicing the vessels that come in the region. This is an investment we want to sit and talk to you about. You can take 10, 20% equity, we'll find the money, the investors to come, because this is viable. Nobody has even occasioned any discussion on those proposals that have been pitched forward. I could name 5, 6 others that are akin to ports that we are now leveraging. Again, I'm saying we're not doing that because the people who are making the decision, the solo port authority, I'm not faulting them. They are overwhelmed with whatever they are doing in Monrovia, and it probably satisfies them. The ports you are talking about out there that you said nothing there, no gears at the port, it needs to be dredged. That's money that will dredge them, and that money is incentivized by the proceeds that will come out of them. There's opportunity for business. If you have teams managing those ports who have the authority to make the decision, they will find business. I will give you an example in Buchanan. ArcelorMittal is moving tens of ships on in and out of the pier. We supposed to provide marine services and make that money. We are not doing that. ArcelorMittal is providing her own marine services. Now her fault, her ships have to go out. If we don't put ourselves in the position to provide the service, she will find the service from a private player. So there are lots of opportunities that we are not leveraging, all because we are thinking silos in a single port authority. We need to think outside the box. We need to create more ports and give the more ports. And the question about know-how, I'll tell you that Liberia is sitting on a reservoir of probably 100 well-trained maritime persons. Most of them were not even trained by Liberian dollar. They were trained by international organizations and countries that know that we have an opportunity here. We need trained people here. So you have people coming from the best maritime school, the World Maritime University. They're sitting here in Monrovia. They have no jobs. They're trained in port management. They're trained in those areas around maritime affairs. The institutions we have are so far and few that they can only absorb a few of them. So we need to open those opportunities so that this innovation can be able to explore and create value for our people in those areas where they are actually ports, but they are dormant ports.
But Mr. Gray, quickly, one would say we are a very small country, and one would say that, hey, why can't you capacitate the current Freeport, the National Port Authority? You capacitate, because you already have managers in these various ports. Capacitate them, get them all of the necessary tools, bring those investors. The investor will still do what they ought to do, dredge your area, give the necessary support in terms of, I know this is about business, about profiteering. They will pump money. If those ports get more viable, getting more profit out, they share the cost. What can we push and support the National Port Authority? And then that structure will go through the chain of command, that you support these port managers and move the system instead of making each of these things autonomous that will require a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of different change. Is not that feasible or possible?
The first thing is that the port authority does not need anybody's money. In fact, to the contrary, we are arguing that the port authority is not giving the government enough money. The port authority, the National Port, the Free Port of Monrovia, has almost nominal, limited port operating functions. All the port-related activities are done by private companies. So they sit there.
APM terminal and the rest. Okay.
And they draw fees, significant amount of fees, millions of dollars every month. So their problem is not money. No, the problem is not money. The problem is the system we have has a structural deficit. We're now running these public corporations as though we're running businesses. All we're saying is let's create a new model. It's not new to Liberia, but it's common. Togo is an autonomous port authority. See their productivity. See their productivity. If you go anywhere, I've worked at the Port of Houston. If you go into the a Bible Scout, every major shipping company has her own port. And they're leveraging opportunities, they're investing, and they're making money. They're still, they can't even get enough. How will we have ports sitting in those areas? First thing, we even deprive those communities, people in Greenville, because cities built around the port business. We are almost by implicitly allowing our people to be poor in Harper, in Greenville, and other places, because those agencies of growth that we should engineer for people to be able to get jobs, to create wealth, to export their commodity, to import their commodity, we just allow them to be dormant. The current port authority and the structure as it is, I'm not being personal about the people, but the institutional structure that we have right now is not scalable. It's not scalable. We have managing directors. After managing director, the story has remained the same. Before President Bouakai took over, I was called to sit in a cluster that was discussing reform for the new port that the new administration coming in. With this current situation, no job being done in the port. There were 1,600 employees in the port. There were about 600 consultants. Many of them don't even go to job, but they were drawing $3,000, $4,000. The very structure of what we have right now is faulty. We can't build.
How did he know that they joined 3,000-4,000 are not going to job and you're not there? How did he know that?
I had a whole list. We follow up on it. That's what we're doing in the cluster. The guy who's today the deputy managing director.
Did you audit the institution to have the full list?
You're being ridiculous. They presented their report. They presented the entire report in the term.
No, I'm not ridiculous. You're saying something we need clarity. And I will hope. I come into many. I will hope. Listen. I hope you retract the statement. I think it's not only outlandish, but it's reckless. But you came out with a statement with seeking clarification, and you're saying I'm ridiculous. So probably you came out with a fixated mind about you saying something about the port. That's a serious allegation you're trying to bring against them. And I'm asking you a very important question here. You want to dodge the question, then you want to go to semantics, and you have to stop that.
So
did you see the report that they are taking $4,000-$5,000 and they're not going to work? Did you do an audit did you do an audit?
But excuse me, but I thought it was during the transition time.
Yes, people. Let me make it easier for you, right?
Yeah.
I live and work in Liberia. I want to put my reputation on it. There are people who are listed. You don't know the port authority that is doing no job at all. Listen to me. It's doing no job at all. In the port, they lift cargo from ship to shore to ship. That's the principal job. Everything else is staff management. If you went to any major port, you don't even see human beings walking around, only equipment. That port cannot have 600 consultants consulting on what? So I am saying that I still have that list. And not only just the numbers.
Well, help us publish the list. If there's a list, publish the list.
I'm not going to publish it. I'm just saying, I'm putting my word on it.
Then why are you talking about it?
Yeah, because
then why are you talking about it?
I'm using that to make a point. So if the port authority or whomever think that they are being besmelled by this statement, I'd be glad to have them take me to court. So then I will have the opportunity.
No, it's not, Mr. Gray. There's a very important point here, and it's important that you came on the show. This is about being seen as the watchdog for the Liberian people, if you will. Now, the fact that you have group of people, you're saying around 600 consultants that are doing nothing basically. There's have to be an audit validation to validate if these things are actually correct, and it's a serious problem. It's not only serious, it's alarming to have these number, and then you just want to say you don't have the contract. Then I mean, people would think that you need to come out and expose the list.
But people, my point is, this is open secret. This is something that everybody know. Before the new government took over, there was public talk about it. There was issue of reforms. We were discussing the CTN and Maytag and the list of people who were hired over there. All the artists who were singing music of soccer players were on that payroll. We all know about that, right? The new people came, and whatever little reform they may have done. But that's the point I'm trying to make is that you are trying to draw efficiency out of a faulty system, and I'm saying that's not going to happen. It don't matter how much money you give the MPA, it's not going to change anything. Look, you got Tukule over there who took over, very smart, progressive guy. He's running with what he can run with. I mean, he's looking for investors. He's trying to expand in the scope of the port. I think if he was the managing director of that one port, the port of Monrovia, with all the authorities to be able to make decisions, he would create value at that port. But
So do you think? Do you think? So is it not effective or the four ports?
The structure is not designed to be able to provide value for the rest of the ports. The emphasis is on the port of Monrovia where they are.
Yeah, in fact, just to further, I think what he mentioned was during the transition time where they had all the information before them during the cluster. They had a cluster. I think that's why that were the documents. I'm sure they saw all these information were reviewed.
So do we still have these consultants, 600-700 consultants there?
Well, I've not had a chance to find out.
but Mr. Gray,
I hope they're not there.
Mr. Gray, there are people watching.
The point I'm making, George, is that the current. I'm an expert in port business. That's all I want to see. The way the system is designed is not designed to create value. We need to create. If we have an opportunity to create port businesses in those areas that are dormant, and I think that's what that bill seeks to do. I will hope that if it is passed, that the government will be able to hire the right qualified team and who they're accountable to create such a value, but because the opportunity is there.
Yes, but Mr. Gray, okay, this is a very serious, big issue right now, and there are opponents who are people who read your post and who watching the show now, and they are making the argument that the biggest thing is that the bill that have been amended and sent to the president's desk, they are still saying that the main contention is that they won't have access to the control of the assets. Like for instance, a regulatory body will have access to the Veraport's access to the Veraport assets, right? It will manage them, like almost like trying to micromanage them, something of that nature. And
but George, we said that already. That is not in the bill. I said I will send you a copy of the bill. Okay. The regulatory agency has been assigned regulatory rules. The issue that the president raised was that in those regulatory rules that they had assigned to that new regulatory agency, they took roads that were already the responsibility of the Liberia Maritime Authority. So in a new bill, I have a table of the president's concern, and I asked them to send me how they have queued those concerns, and they send another table showing how they QA with the references. That regulatory agency does not control the ports that will be created. The ports are going to be autonomous. They will stand alone, and they will have their own boards. On their boards will be statutory members, finance, Ministry of Finance, Transport, and what have you. And the president, I think, will appoint another 3 private persons. And then the managing director of the port also will be there as a secretary. So they are just going to replicate the ports, but give them the power to be able to operate on their own without the incumbency of all the bureaucracy that we already have in the National Port Authority.
Oh. I really want to see this bill that will be submitted to the president, because I'm getting information that there's somebody insisting that they say that it takes regulatory function from maritime, but the revised law has taken regulatory function from maritime. That's what they are saying now, still saying it. So I really want to see a copy of it. How do you have the copy of the bill?
It's just I'm not a computer savvy. I have in my computer. I don't want to be trying to send it to you and get lost. So I will send it to you. I'll send it to your email. You can have a chance to check it out later on. Talking about, for example, look, when the government took over, I was hired by the Liberia Maritime Authority to help them formulate this 5-year strategic plan. So I worked with a team over there for a couple of months, along with a few other consultants. So I understand what their rules are. I understand what they set themselves to do. I've read the bill. The bill, initially, the first bill took some security responsibility that the regulatory agency will make sure that ships are safe and passengers, boarding vessels are safe, seafarers' licenses, all those are maritime rules. So in this new edition, they made it their business to take all that out so that it goes back to maritime, so it's not there.
Pewee, got him Myean, this guy will open the lines to for people want to call.
My basic concentration here is that I listened to Mr. Gray, and he tracked on some important area, but there are some areas that still need some basic clarification. And I'll go back to this because the whole thing about accountability and efficiency is very important. And he tracked something. If you are the person that do understand, you got some expertise, very serious expertise in these areas, and you start, and even if we're from the transitional period, have you done follow up with the current administration to see if these we still don't have people overlapping functions, and we have, because that's an important point you track also by saying we have a lot of employees of the port. The port got more than 1,000+ employees. Now, ever since then,
let me go down on that and then answer that your question quick. First thing, when the port was being handed over to APM terminal, I say the port because that's the main part of the port at the Port of Monrovia. When it was being handed to APM terminal, the World Bank funded a study by a Canadian consultancy called CPCS, and they set the template on what the MPA will look like after the transformation. You know how many employees were supposed to be in the MPA after APMT? 250.
Wow.
250. So all the subsequent administrations have not really adhered to that. And here's the thing. The actual work of running a port has been outsourced. Why do we have so many people there? Most of those people should have been pushed into the private sector, opportunities created for some of them open their own Stevie Do, maybe some of them even open their own port, open a fishing pier or something. The Port Authority has not grown beyond that. They've just sat there, even in Monrovia. So how much more Greenville, Harper, and Buchanan go to these ports? Really nothing is happening there. The argument now is maybe we should give authority to an autonomous group to manage the port as a business. We're all having to resort to the MPA in Monrovia all the time and see what becomes of that. And for all I know, I think that's a noble or transformative though, but very noble initiative. Because we're not going to be losing anything anyway. It's not as though the port is there and functioning super heavy, and the transformation will make enough to do that.
So, Mr. Gray, there's a question in the comments. This person is saying, but I know maybe you choose to answer or not, but they're asking about why it wasn't a hearing done for this bill. It was beneficial. What is so tell me, I mean, can you want to answer that question? You think about it?
I don't know whether there was a hearing or not. I myself didn't have the chance to go to the legislature and do, but I mean, a kind of privilege. I know the people in charge, so when I have concerns, I ask them to send the documents to me, and I read it. I don't know whether there was a hearing or not. I neglected to answer something that Pewee asked, that why am I not actively trying to ensure that we don't have people taking salaries for the MPA that are not doing no work. I tell you the truth, I would be glad to get paid for that. I mean, if you guys are willing to cut me a check, I go and find out.
When this bill is passed, and then the president decide to call Mr. Gray to bring you on board to serve one of these posts, will you come on to take on the challenge?
That would depend, but probably not likely, because I mean I'm already engaged in initiatives here that I am a major engine of. Some of them are operating, some of them will stay in development stages, and those kinds of jobs will require you to leave everything you're doing that is related to port and maritime affairs. So I really don't see how I'm going to be able to do that.
And Mr. Gray, there's this important thing that's been unfolding before, that even the free port, I don't know, our coast guy or so, they want to have one top boat, and you spoke of something about safety and all those things when ships are in distress, not only about technical problem, when they are in distress sometimes in deep sea or close to coming to dock to our port. This issue about the top boat, is it really a good thing for us to only have one or two top boats? And what is the major significance of this top boat?
So the MPA has no tugboat. Let me clear that out first.
Oh, we don't
Yeah,
have
I
a
know that.
question. We don't have a tugboat.
I know that the Coast Guard got one tugboat.
Now the MPA they ain't got no tugboat. Coast Guard
No,
ain't
I'm
got
talking
no.
about the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard, the military. We
You mean
got
the
one
Coast Guard,
tugboat.
the
you mean
Coast Guard
the
doesn't have
president MP don't have no tugboat at all?
No,
Yeah.
Mr. Gray, before you continue, I think the board one during I think was during the Allen administration or thereabout, or we had time. I think we got one tugboat. I stand to be corrected on this one, and I know for a
So
fact that we got one tugboat.
so when
But go ahead.
I came to consult for the MPA in 2009, they had two tugboats. One called Bushraw and the other one I think Washington or something. They were bad or they were leaking and all that. In fact, it was on the basis of that a report that I did for the port that some proponents used to say that the port cannot manage marine services. So marine services were given to APM terminal on a conditional basis. That and I'll tell you what marine services is relative to tugboat, right? So the the port discharges or load vessel that come to the pier, bringing cargo or carrying cargo out. But under international standards, if you look at the port is a basin. It's a protected water. They put walls around it to protect it so that inside there it can be calm. When a vessel calls a port, or the vessel is outside there and make an announcement that it's going to be coming to the port, the standard is that the port authority does two things. First, they take a pallet to the vessel, to the ship, and put a pallet on the ship. So technically, is the pallet is going to bring the ship in. They call that palletage. Then, based on the size of the ship and the rules of the port, they take the tugboat there. The tugboat is a small, heavy muscle boat that can pull any ship. So that tugboat goes there and either pull that vessel in or directs it into the port. And those two services command significant charges. So by 2009, when I was consulting here, the revenue from marine services, together they call that marine services, the revenue was about 49% of the port's income. So when APMT took over the port and we failed to extract marine services from the concession, APMT took over the role of marine services. So they went and subcontracted a private company to come and bring their tugboat to be able to do that work in the free port of Monrovia. So they subsequently, I understand, the management took a loan from the Kuwaiti fund and bought two tugboats. But the tugboats had no work in the port because APMT already had authority over doing marine services. So I understand those two tugboats were docked in Sino for a while, and they were either scrap or whatever, or some other maybe sea carrier or whatever the case, right? So the Marine Service Department of the MPA does not exist right now, even though in the concession we were able to get into the concession that on the 5th anniversary of the concession agreement or any time thereafter, the Port Authority would take over marine services. APMT demanded that we also add there that at such a time, the Port Authority should show proof that they are able to perform the service so it doesn't serve to the detriment of the port, which is APM Terminal. The Port Authority has not, since 2011, they have not stood up a marine service department.
Wow.
So APMT is still doing marine services in the free port of Monrovia. And because the marine service department at the MPA at the time was killed, that same department was responsible to do marine service in Buchanan, Sando, and Maryland. So because it ceased to exist, that is why, and ArcelorMittal is sourcing her own private company to provide marine services for her in the port of Buchanan, without the port of Buchanan benefiting from it. So there are no comeback that the port. Somebody from the port can call to say they have it. I would like to see it, but the port has no tugboat because they have no marine services.
Okay, that's good. But another point here, because the last time I was in Togo, I observed and you said something about Togo, and I do 100% agree because I witnessed it with my own eyes, if you will. And it's a very huge area, and the way they operate is that a lot of goods coming into Togo, and for a lot of countries. If you were to put up with Ghana, you see it's always very busy. Also going towards Benin and other countries around the region. Our port, and they said our port in the port came about, it got some very huge capacity, if you will. And before they dredged the port, there was this saying: when we dredge the port going to have extraordinary capacity in allowing more goods and services, more ship put into the country. What is the actual capacity of our port, Mr. Gray? Because you do understand the capacity of the port. Now that it's been dredged, what can we do in terms of economic activities? Can we, because we say free port of Monrovia, is it actually a free port? And I got that capacity.
Yeah, so the Freeport part, I don't know, that's just the name, but we're calling now the Port of Monrovia, right? But on the issue of capacity, right? So the capacity will be the size of the vessels that are coming in the port. So our port has constraints. First thing, the main key is 610 meter that APMT manages. So the container vessels that come to Liberia are medium-sized container vessels. They are not very, very, very large vessels. And the depth in our pier is about 12 meters. So they don't reach the capacity to handle large ocean-going vessels. But the thing is, we do not have the market for the large ocean-going vessel because, again, coming to my argument, we have not developed the market that will attract volumes into our port. I said before the war, we're doing transshipment to Mali and other places. If you know Liberia, now we have a clean paved road all the way through Nema County. Ganta is bordered with the Guinea Forest region. Zedikure, Lola, together you got more than 5 million people living over there. They are light years away from their coast. They are much closer to our coast. Ask yourself, do we even market shipping services in Guinea or through Ganta? Tomalin, years back, LPRC went and built a tank farm in Ganta. The vision at that time was that because of the proximity of this large population in the border areas that are closer to our coast than they are to their own coast, including Ivory Coast, Danane, Ma, those areas are closer to us than they are to their own coastline. That we will be able to haul petroleum from the port of Buchanan, from the train, bring it to the LPRC place, and be able to distribute petroleum in Guinea. Except for the wartime when those boys were hauling gasoline by the gallon, we have never succeeded in actually creating that business. Same for container. You got major agriculture companies on the Guinea side of the border, but we have not marketed that. For you to export your product, this is the easy way that you can be able to navigate our custom services and move your containers to the Freeport of Monrovia, which from a logistics standpoint should be much cheaper for you. So the Port Authority has locked herself in sitting in that small acreage at the port. I don't even know whether they have a business development department. You have something happening in Buchanan right now where there's a big talk about Abajo coming to haul iron ore from Buchanan, from Guinea. They'll be using the Port of Buchanan and all that. Is there any thinking around the Port Authority on what that means for the port? How do we prepare ourselves with the massive land that we have and all that? I tell you what, if you have an autonomous Port Authority over there, they will be forced to think like that because they don't have no APMT to be giving them money every month. They will look at the opportunities that are available and they will build around it and create more value. And this is some of the argument that is being made.
So,
argument that's made. Yeah.
So, well, how do you answer this question? Those who are saying that decentralization of the port undermines the executive authority. What's your response?
How does it undermine the executive authority? The Port Authority, as it is right now, operates under the executive authority. If you make the ports autonomous, that means the executive authority just got oversight over many more ports. Where are they going? They don't report to the legislature. The legislature is just passing the law. They report to the government, the executive part of the government.
So you believe that autonomous ports operating under a national regulatory authority framework, you believe that it will enhance the capacity of the ports in these existing ports?
It will enhance capacity. It will create growth. It will bring more value for money for us. Look, all the state-owned enterprises are autonomous agencies. They are businesses, they are supposed to be government businesses that are given authority to make money. Most of them with monopolies. Look at the Liberia Telecommunication corporation. We give them exclusive authority with all the resources for them to be able to provide voice and data and all that. But the major providers of those services here are Lone Star and Orange, right? So similar thing. The LPRC, they were created to make money. We're just saying that the model that we have right now to make money by use of the port authority, that structure is not working. Suppose we take the other ports and potential other ports that will be developed. I was just telling you that the Chinese are building the port. By May, that port will be operational on the Poor River, right behind Rossville in Bombing. So that port, technically, if the law is passed, it will fall under Bombing County. That means it will be regulated as a port in Bombing County, even though it is a private port. So that means some of the fees and stuff will go to the Bombing County and all that. As it is right now, that port that has been built is being built under a contract with the National Port Authority. If I tell you some of the story around the transition, it will be some kind of way. So I don't want to talk that one.
Talk more. Talk more.
I'm not even talking that one. I don't want
if you don't want to talk, then I wouldn't know then.
But we are talking enough. We're talking enough. We got more.
Myean, please come take some call. People pose they want to call. But Mr. Gray, I think you're doing a good job. Really, because people are getting to understand the whole thing about this port issue and so forth. But my question is, why you think? Just tell me why you think the president, the MPA management, they are against this bill. They are opposing this bill. In fact, they are right now, as you're on the show right now, they are asking to send people to come and engage you.
That would be good to do, to have the conversation. But obviously, nobody wants to relinquish authority, right? Yeah, people. Nobody want to relinquish authority. I mean, if you create autonomous ports, you actually change the entire architecture as it is. Technically, the National Port Authority as it is will cease to exist because all those ports will stand on their own as individual ports. They will have their own boards, and it will be regulated by a whole different regulatory agency.
Wow.
Right now, the Port Authority is its own regulatory agency. So nobody can even hold them accountable. They regulate themselves, they make their own rules. If they find business, fine. And if they find business, fine. If they find $5, they eat all the $5. Nobody cares. You check if they want to give money to the government budget, they give it. Anyone give it. So no. If you have this structure where you have made the port autonomous and they are working under the regulation of a regulatory authority, there will be massive oversight and accountability.
But so that the operation of these ports, the noise, the operation of these ports, you think it will be like how it will be done? Like it will be private, it will be done, it will be privatized. People will come and the comments. Okay.
So somebody I give you an example. They will have the ability to contract. So, for example, if I was the head of the Port of Buchanan Authority, as soon as the bill passed, the first thing I would do, I would be sitting with a marine service company that can provide tugboats like yesterday, so we can start eating that money from ArcelorMittal or getting a share instead of ArcelorMittal doing it by herself. So that's one opportunity.
Yeah, Mr. Gray, from that aspect, and listen, part of the reason why, for me personally, I was coming to get some of these points, and that is a very good side of it, and that's the side of it I'm looking at. And the meaning of the question I was asking first and foremost about the capacity of trying to push more burden on the government. Now, if the marine services, for instance, ArcelorMittal is providing her own marine service, that's not a good thing, because then how do you build the middle class, if you will? So you can, if that is done. Yes, if that is done, you give the capacity to some people move into Buchanan there, their brain will come together, get some tugboat, and then hire and get the marine services done, and we'll make some money from that. That is true. But my own side of it is that, and as you said, the port will bring its own money. It's not institutional.
It's not going to be subsidized. No, it's got their own money.
It's going to bring their own. Correct. But again, the point here is that before, in past government, like the Ellen government, during the time of, let's say the Ellen government, the Taylor government, they didn't really account. There was no accountability. But the Ellen government, they put a time the port would give, there was a certain amount of money during the Kamara administration that would project that the port would give for budget support. in recent years. I haven't seen the port very proactively, the port and those other institutions proactively even getting much more money in the budget to say, hey, this would, I think they would just get will, and this, they would say they got their own corporate social responsibility. And as you said, so we need to bring some accountability to bear. That is absolutely the fight. Accountability to come to bear, and then it will explore and push the country moving forward. So I mean, I'm not really against it, but I needed us to do it in a way that when the law is passed, you only have most of those port being very effective because there's no money to move them. For the Buchanan port, I know there's huge prospect, but I wouldn't know, and probably the Greenville port, but the Harper port is one thing I'm trying to consider also. I wouldn't know because maybe I don't have this particular expertise. I don't know if we can have anyone coming to pump more money in the Harper port to bring it to the level it will start to yield other profit or so. So that is the concern coming for some of us, and we need people like you that got the expertise to explain. I don't think it's a bad thing, but it's issue that we can.
Yes, another thing I want us to.
Yeah, let me just call the phone lines. We have the phone lines are open now. You can call to engage Mr. Gray. Mr. Gray is an international maritime consultant, and he's here making a strong case. Somebody just said he's making a strong case why the existing National Port Authority model should be amended, and President Baga should, without delay, sign this bill before on his desk that will be submitted by the legislature. So you can call the numbers on the screen: 231-777-649986, or for you in the U.S. and Canada and Europe, 856-675-5136 or 772-940-2871. So, Mr. Gray, we're here to take your questions. If you're calling, he will be prepared to answer your questions. Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, people, let me say something. The Port Authority has been taking subsidy from the government. I know even during the early time to dredge the port, at one time $6 million they had to pull out of the budget, even though you have a cash cow sitting right there, right? But they were still taking from the government. So this is the thing I'm trying to say is that the model that we have is structurally faulty. It's not going to change the way it is, and I think they're even overwhelmed. Let me tell you, one of the major areas of revenue for the port is just real estate. The port property, our forebears were smart. They gave the port massive property. You know, where you cross.
Yeah,
so
I'm told they got a lot of warehouses.
You got a Claratown, they got a place there called, they used to call it Baba's Moto. I think they call it Prestige now.
Yeah, Baba Moto, yes.
The port property starts from there, Prestige, all the way to Bomber's Bridge, including the LEC plant at Point 4 is sitting on port property. So if the port was even to manage their property very well, standardize the leases to modern rates, we'll probably be making more money there than they're making from APM terminal.
So yes, but I mean again, but let me ask you a question. The national budget, people are complaining right now that MPA is not contributing to the national budget right now. I don't know why. But you think with this decentralization, the national budget will receive funds from the contribute to the national budget? You think it will happen?
Of course. I would think that there should be a transitional period, right? Since you are creating a whole new company, maybe the first 2-3 years, but after that, they should have a clear quota, a percentage of the revenue that goes to the government. In fact, in the regulation, I saw that the regulatory agency will be funded by 10% of the port revenue on a quarterly basis. So there is an expectation that the ports will have to make money.
So and if the president signs this bill, which from what I'm gathering, most likely he's going to sign this bill into he's going to agree with the legislature and sign this bill. But so, like for instance, like if you're signing a contract to manage the ports, as an expert in this field, what advice you give for how long the contract should be signed?
Oh, what not? Yeah, but it's variable. It depends on what is it the port is asking for. So, for example, if you want to bring a partner to develop the Port of Greenville into whether a log port or container port, there are certain kinds of infrastructure that you need, certain kind of equipment you need. So if the volume of the investment, for example, is $30-40 million, right? Obviously, you have to space the duration of the investment so that that person can recoup their money and profits. So it based on the level, for example, if you want to bring a company to provide marine services in Buchanan, you can make it even a short-term contract while you develop your own capacity, 5 years, 6 years. That's enough to get enough money and train people to go to be ship captains or marine or harbor masters, and also you can come and take over that role. So it's variable. It depends on what it is you are asking to partner with. But the key is that you have an opportunity, if you are close to the decision point, to be able to make value decisions to develop the port using private capital.
So Mr. Gray, now, I'm sure you, for the fact that you've been in this area, in this field, I'm sure you have visited some of the ports. I'm sure you have visited the ports around the country. Like,
I've been to all the ports many times.
So tell me, to bring it up to some international standard, I mean, how much you think? Looking at how much money somebody looking at to invest to bring it to some international standard? Because for example, if this port are decentralized, some ships won't have to come to Monrovia to perhaps to deck or to bring goods or service or goods from abroad. Some use the shorter link, be Harper, Sand, depending on where they're coming from. So to bring it to that international standard, I'm talking about.
So that question doesn't have a straight answer because every port has its niche.
Okay.
You have to do a study and see what is the business that is akin to this port. If I just want to be hypothetical, right? I say, okay, I take the port of Buchanan and take some of the waterfront and call Demen Shipyard to come and build a shipyard to repair vessels. Okay, they will come out and say probably it's another $1 million prospect. And they will go out and look for the investors. I will be anxious for the port to put some money in it so they get some skin in the game that they can be able to recoup equity in the game. But then that means that port has just taken a whole different industry in the port sector. That is, now you have a facility within the next 500 or 600 mile radius that vessels can go to be repaired, which we don't have in the neighboring area. So that port can take that as a niche and identify the investment. All that is just the market status. Okay, if the prospects are there, the business is there, and you sit with the right people that can identify the investors to come. Now, one thing. You could decide, say, look, we have an issue here now. We've created a special economic zone. So the special economic zone is going to be when I was at USAID, I think the intent was that they were going to put a special economic zone just south of the port of Buchanan, where they would put factories for people to come and process agriculture products. I don't know the extent of that, but say that was still on the table. So you can measure it and see what kind of agriculture product will be pushing out of here. Will they require containerized shipping? Will they require bulk cargo shipping? Will we bring in cocoa or coffee or whatever will ship there? Then you look for investors to develop the facility that can cater to that. But these things are not going to happen. They're not going to happen by themselves. They're not going to happen. You got to think outside the box. And most of the port area have their own peculiar advantages. You got Lock in Buchanan. You got the Equatorial Palm, all these people there. The port authority has to look at those businesses and see what are the needs these guys have. They're all exporting their commodities. What are the logging business still going on? Is the government still putting a moratorium on logging? Maybe we should lobby the government. Now, let's do some logging out of river cells because that will give us business to the port. Then we'll develop the pier that will be able to handle logging so that we can bring value to our people. Those kinds of stuff require thinking. It requires teams that are responsible for particular territory. That what makes this whole idea of making the port autonomous very important because it will compel them to think because they have to work with where they have. And the port authority in Monrovia doesn't have to think too much about Buchanan and Greenville and Harper because money will be coming from APMT and from the Chinese people, China Union, and think anyway.
That's good. So someone from the maritime asked me to say that. So this new bill, just you want to understand whether tell me that how maritime won't be affected. Maritime won't have what would be the role now with this new bill?
So probably you need to ask the person, how does Maritime regulate the MPA right now? They don't. What they do, they implement maritime conventions in the port. For example, port state control. It's a maritime convention. When vessels come, they have to meet up with certain safety requirements. So you have a port state control team there to board the vessel and they verify that those vessels are in compliance. They make sure that they ensure that the seamen that are coming got the right licenses. If the vessel is coming to Liberia and want to register to operate, they give license for that. Those are the kind of stuff. They don't control the port. So even if you make the other ports autonomous, technically, it will give them more business because now they will have more inspectors they can send to the other ports to go do port state control and other stuff. They will have an opportunity to develop a search and rescue capability in those regions, all those on the maritime. The point I'm making is that when they made the first bill, they were very broad in the authorities they gave to the regulatory agency, and some of those broad brush strokes took roles that were already given to maritime. In this second bill, based on the president's concern specifically stated, they painstakingly taking those rules back from under the authority. I mean, you imagine if the president received the bill, that's the first thing he would look at and say, okay, all the things I asked for are raised, are they still there or not? So they took them out of there. So my assumption, and the president's letter was clear that he supports the autonomy. What he didn't support or he was concerned about mainly was the usurpation of maritime functions. From the reading of the bill as I see it, those have been killed.
Okay, let's welcome Mr. Jackson T.S. Sinton. He's one of the panelists here. Mr. Sinton, we have Mr. Cyrus L. Gray. He's an international maritime consultant, and he's making some compelling arguments why this port authority bill that is present before the president should be signed into law. So, Mr. Sinton, I'm sure you've been following. You can ask a question.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year to all of you. And Mr. Gray, thank you. Thank you for coming on the show.
You're welcome.
The new port autonomy bill that was signed into law previously, I had some qualms with that because I personally believe that it was not in the best interest of the Liberian people.
How is that?
And as you articulated a couple of minutes ago, you said that there were some functions that were delegated to the Maritime Authority, and those functions were embedded into the previous the bill that was rejected by the president. And now they have gone back and they have extracted all of those responsibilities that was usurping the function of the Maritime Authority. They have taken it out of the bill and they have now resubmitted that. Now, can you, I don't know, I'm just coming on the show. Can you specifically state what are those functions that they were usurping from the Bureau of Maritime Affairs that is not in this current bill?
Okay, let me get some concise stuff. Give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. To see the presidents, I was fortunate to be shared a document that said the president's concerns and corrections. I'm trying to open it. If I can open it, I'll probably just read out of it what some of the concerns and how they were answered so that we're on the same page.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to open this. Just give me a second. But, I didn't want to be too academic, but I think we keep on going into that. So they say, okay, number one, Liberia Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Act. So most of these concerns were, Tomalin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. most of these concerns were around the bill that has to deal with the regulatory component, right? This is the president concerns and legislative response. A, structural issues. President now. So while there may be other structural issues, this is the president letter I'm quoting. I particularly want to highlight that the schedule forwarded for my approval, attestation, and in gross pages of the bill is entitled Liberia Ports Authority. However, the content of the bill does not align with the same name. The bill is entitled Liberia Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Act, or Liberia Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Law. That was the president's concern first, which was basically verbiage, right? The legislative response, so they changed the Liberia Sea and Inland Regulatory Act of 2025, an act to create an independent sea and inland ports regulatory authority to provide for the regulation and sustainable development of seaports and inland ports operations and services in Liberia to facilitate a safer, orderly, and transparent development of port facilities and services, and for any other purpose incidental thereto, and to create a Liberia Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Agency Act of 2025. So they changed that and made them to a line. Subchapter 1, General Provisions, short title, this act shall be cited as the Liberian Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Act. So they declare the president's concern. The other one is a substantive issue. The Attorney General has advised that the specific provisions of the Liberia Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Agency Bill overlap with Liberia Maritime Authority and the Liberia Maritime Law of Liberia. The general purpose conferred upon such a bill are both broad and far-reaching. The Liberia Sea and Inland Ports Regulatory Authority Act presents a tremendous amount of conflict and overlaps in terms of its responsibilities with those of the Liberia Maritime Authority. If signed into law, it will substantially render the Liberia Maritime Authority partially redundant, leaving it with only ship registry, which essentially has been privatized and outsourced to LESCA. Some of the provisions include 1, Section 202, seeks to promote security, develop and maintain safety in the operations of the seaport and associated facilities, and regulate marine and seaport operation in such a manner as to best promote the safety of port users and workers. So this was the provision in the first version that basically was giving authority to that regulatory body to be able to oversee port security, maintenance, safety, and operations. These provisions are maritime-related provisions. So how did they cure it? They came back and rewrote that. They say in furtherance of and performance of the powers and duties assigned under the Act, the executive director shall consider the following, among other things, as being in the public interest. 1, coordinate with the Liberia Maritime Authority to ensure regulatory compliance with port security. Develop and maintenance of security in the operations of seaports and associated facilities. B, ensure compliance of the ports to meet Liberia Maritime Authority regulations regarding marine and other seaport operations in such a manner as best promoted. So basically, you follow me, tell me what they basically were doing.
Yeah.
They switched the verbs around so that the letter of the law does not appear to usurp the function of maritime authority. So you see that over and over, where the president pointed to, okay, here you're saying you're doing this and this, and the maritime law, they will take it or and say, okay, we'll make sure that maritime do their work, something like that.
So you're confident that the president will definitely sign this bill?
Yeah, I mean, the issues that the president raised have been addressed, except that new issues are raised.
Okay, I have a question. I'm looking at an article here, a news article, Daily Observer. It says Senate ignores President Bouakar's veto, repasses port reform bill. So what that means is that the first bill that was submitted, President Bouakar vetoed it because what you just stated, that he vetoed it and he asked for this amendment to be made. Now, so I don't know what are those are, because what I have not read this article, but what this article is the headline is stating is that the Senate they ignore the veto of the president and repasses the same bill.
Okay.
So yeah, so
mhm.
there seems to be some kind of a maybe disconnect here, because the Senate submitted a bill to the president to sign. The president vetoed the bill, say, hey, look, the bill here is not in the interest of the Liberian people. The reason it's not in the interest of the Liberian people are X, Y, Z. Some of the functions to the new authority is functions that the Bureau of Maritime Affairs is providing. So by giving it to that new port authority, that port authority will be usurping some of the functions of the Bureau of Maritime Affairs. It was based upon how the president vetoed that. But now the Senate has come back, according to this story, they have repassed the bill over ignoring the president's veto. So how do we reconcile these two issues?
So I don't know what the Daily Observer, I don't know what the Daily Observer reporter knows, but what I know is that I have a new version of the bill. I also have a tally of the issues that were raised by the president and the legislature's cure to those issues that is reflected in the new bill. So I'm not going to throw any dispersion on that reporter, but that the information that he's publishing is erroneous. I'm going to share this stuff with you guys so that you have
yes,
it.
that will be it will be very good.
Be able to go through it yourself. I will send a new bill to you. I will also send the table on the concerns the president raised and how it was answered section by section, so that when a journalist like that write his story, at least you will be in a better position to determine whether that's something you need to read or not.
Yeah, okay. Let me just, while you are explaining on this issue here, let me quickly browse through this.
Similarly, I got your WhatsApp, right? Let me see if I have his WhatsApp. That means I can send it to him. That would be easier for me, and then he can share it with you guys. I think I have it. Yeah, so give me a second. We should be able to address this stuff.
Okay. Now, while you are trying to share this, this new port authority. Now we have the National Port Authority. The National Port Authority oversees the Port of Monrovia, the Free Port of Monrovia, the Port of Buchanan, the Port of Sino, and the Port of Maryland, all fall under the NPA, National Port Authority. Now, my understanding with this new bill is that all of these ports will be autonomous, but they will be regulated by this port authority. Is that how the new bill is structured?
No. So the National Port Authority will cease to exist.
Okay.
As it is. The ports that will be now made autonomous and any other port that will be developed will be regulated by a new Inland and Seaport Regulatory Authority, which is the other bill. There are two bills.
Yeah, so that means, for example, if this law passes, it means that the Free Port of Monrovia will be an autonomous port. The Port of Sino will be an autonomous port. All of them will be regulated by this new authority that is being created. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now,
that is
there is, I don't know, but I've
shared the new stuff, and then the president concerns and corrections with Tomalin. So you guys probably can share with you. You have it.
Okay. Now, I see that there is a mining company somewhere in around the Rawville area that is building another, I don't know whether that is a port. Do you have any information on that? And if it's going to be, it's going, it's going to be under the authority of, if this new bill passes, it's going to be under the authority of the new regulatory agency.
So the good thing is my company provide consultancy to that Chinese company. It's called BioChico. Yeah, so we're involved in the development of that port. So the port exists now as a result of an agreement, an operating agreement between BioChico and the National Port Authority. I think that agreement was signed late 2023 with all the terms and conditions on the basis of which they're building that port for 25 years. So if this bill passes, that role of regulating the port goes to the new regulatory authority, as would be for any other port that would be built. But in the context of that port being a private port, that means some of their fee schedule and all that will go to be paid to Bombing County because it is where they're domiciled.
Okay. All right. Okay. Sylvester, you want to chime in? Welcome to the show.
I'll be honest, Joe. Actually, coming. Yeah, we've been actually having some conversation with Mr. Gray on this.
It's been giving me a hard time
on this port issue. But no, Mr. Gray, now that I've been giving me a hard time, I think you got some serious. You know, the reason why we will play the devil advocate in this kind of a time, right? But I do know personally that for us to open up the country is very important. We can't always sit and think inside the box. We have to go and do that because it will provide those opportunities. And you're right. And I was just trying to play the devil advocate here. But if you were to create this opportunity way back there in Hapo, revamp the Hapo port, most of the locals over there, we have some people that they do need jobs. Look at the whole side of and Peabody is a very vibrant area coming up now in terms of that. We allow most of our bordering side of the Côte d'Ivoire, right? Other thing, and you bring many of these guys are doing big businesses, and Africa is huge, for almost 20 plus million people, and we just have we can leverage what we have in trying to start to build a middle class in the country, empowering people, because if you were to push that to be autonomous, you're going to create some employment for those folks that live in Maryland County, those that live in Greenville, Sano County, and the rest of that, down to Buchanan, not too far from our city. But my own point is that I do understand that part of the reason why the president didn't sign because they were mindful, because the International Maritime Organization also is very key in terms of not every country will need to have a stable maritime law, and an attempt to usurp that side of the maritime institution will have some negative effect on our country or so. But if these things are all fixed up and the president were to sign it, how fast do you think you're going to see people coming to move to these ports, and we'll see things start to kick up?
Well, it will depend on the port leadership. Now, remember, they're going to be autonomous ports, so they will have to now sit down and maybe with the help of transactional advisors, which is advised, find an international consultancy that understand the port business, to work with them to look at what are the opportunities within your peripheral. How can you develop it? Or who we can bring to the table that will have an interest in providing the funding to develop it. So it's not going to just automatically mushroom, but the opportunities are there. There's some areas that probably will just be able to get up and running, like the case I made for Marine Services in Myean, because there are some companies in the wings right now who've been having discussions that want to come and provide marine services. So if the Port of Myean has such an authority, that will be easily fast tracked. We're talking about 90 days to 120 days to move tugboats in there, set up the system. So the port will start to make some money out of that.
But
it just occurred to me that I probably wanted to give a more scope to the discussion we're having. Right over the last year, something has been happening in the Western region. The government of Liberia awarded iron ore concessions to a couple of companies. Western Cluster, been a while though they were Elenito, they changed, but they awarded the mines to them in Bapulu. They awarded a mine to Bao Chico. They awarded another surface mine to another group called Congo Mine. Yet, and then China Union. China Union took over the bomb mines facility. Except for China Union, all those companies do not have the means to repatriate their iron ore. But what I mean, they don't have the means to get the iron ore to port. So initially, you probably were aware that there were big controversy about trucks running through Breville and Virginia in the night, hauling iron ore to the free port of Monrovia, and it became a political issue. The government had to intervene to stop these companies from hauling their truck. Now, Bert, tell me, if you give a company an iron ore mine in remote Bapulu, they're supposed to exploit that iron ore and export it so that you also get paid and they make their profit. But they don't have any means to export it. Yeah, you can't put a truck on the road. I understand the environmental issue, the safety issue, but other than just saying you can't export the iron ore, normally the ports, because that iron ore leaving provide business for the port will start thinking, say, oh, guess what? Suppose we consider putting a pier on the Lofa River, which is much closer to those people and will not come into the populated area, or rejuvenate the port that used to be
We have someone on the line here, Chief. Can we bring the person on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so hello, caller, your name and where do you call from?
My name is Robert Azango. I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
Okay, go ahead. You make a point.
Okay, I got a question for Salisbury. Secret, how you doing?
My man, I'm good. Happy New Year.
My question is this. I want you to expand a little bit on that Pearl River project you're engaged in. You said the fee service will be made available to Bomi County. Can you explain to me if Bomi County has access to the sea? And if she doesn't have access to the sea, how is it that the fee for using the waterway, meaning the sea, will go to Bomi County? Shouldn't a part of that go to the government that who has authority or has oversight over the sea and not the county, the ocean, right? I'm sorry. And my second question concerning that also is if I need for you to explain a little bit more on this project. How is it going to be function? And it's a mining company, so will the products be delivered to the ocean via a railroad? Is that part of the contract, or are they going to just do like some of the other mining companies doing, using the more dangerous route, which is using trucks to carry the iron ore, etc., over to the sea? Thank you.
Okay, thank you all so much.
Okay, Azango, thanks a lot. I mean, hey, hope you guys cool out there in Houston. Guess what? Bomi County has a coastline also, where the port is being built, right on the mouth of the Pearl River, entering the Atlantic Ocean, is Bomi County. That's why I mentioned that if you read the letter of the law, if it's passed, the law is that new ports that will be built, the places where they build, that county will get to benefit from some of the proceeds from the port. So basically, that's what I mean. Okay, on the issue about Bachico itself. So Bachico has a mine in Bapolu. So to facilitate the export of the iron ore, they built a road almost 6 lanes wide from the iron ore mine. They opened a road from there all the way to the coast, to where they're building their port. So they have access to their mine. And they are also hauling the iron ore, even though they haven't finished the port, but they're stockpiling the iron ore right at the pier there already. And their intention is to complete the construction of their pier exclusively for the export of their iron ore, and they will export their iron ore. They're going to be using transshipment points in Anchorage. What that means is that the Liberian authorities, maritime, have given them points, coordinates in the ocean, few miles away from the port, where the larger mother vessel will be able to dock, and they will take the iron ore from the pier using smaller vessels, barges, to that mother vessel, and transfer it to the big vessel.
Okay, let me ask this question, and we'll get to
I hope that
previously.
answer your question, Azango. I know you're gone.
Previously, prior to La Chico coming in and the other mining companies that government has given this concession agreement to in Western Liberia, we had a Liberia Mining Company, and we had a National Iron Ore, NROC, National Iron Ore Company. Okay, and these two companies, what they exported they transported their ore from their mining concessions through a rail link that came all the way to Monrovia. All right, now because of the war, the people destroy those tracks. Don't you think it was going to be in the best interest of Liberia, rather than La Chico building a road? Don't you think it would have been better for them to build a rail track so that all of the mining companies can pull all of their resources together, that you have this one major corridor like LMC and NROC did before? Then from your own area, you just connect to that major route, and the iron ore just go on a rail track and goes to that port. That's one question. Another question is, there's a lot of erosion issue in Monrovia right now, and the coastal part of Liberia. I don't know whether there's going to be a breakwater that is going to be built, because from my understanding is that a lot of the erosion, like the whole of Hotel Africa, is because of the breakwater at the Freeport of Monrovia that have affected from from the Freeport coming all the way, passing by Logan Town, going to New Crew Town, all the way there. There are a lot of erosion issues, and because of the breakwater at the Freeport. Now, there's going to be a breakwater that is going to be built where La Chico is not building their port. Have they taken into consideration the environmental impact?
Yeah. So where do I start first? The first question was about a collective corridor to take the iron ore to the Freeport of Monrovia. You say, right?
No, not the Freeport. The new pier that is being built now. Why don't they use a rail from the different mining areas for they just put on a rail track and they just go to the port, and then they can, because from what you are saying, that pier that is being built is only for Bao Chico. It's not for the other companies. So how?
So you got a good point. So it would make sense if the government, in awarding these concessions, which were awarded at different points in time, to have a whole different model on how do we facilitate the movement of the iron ore to the ocean and export, and maybe package that for a whole different investor to be able to make that money so that the concessionaires can pay for it. A similar argument is going on in Buchanan right now around the ArcelorMittal Railroad, whether it should be single source or multiple user. In the case of Chico, these guys have their iron mine, their mines at completely different locations in the Western Coastal area, right? So consolidating the logistics to move the iron ore will probably be a difficult challenge. But the main concern that the government had had was transiting the iron ore through the populated areas in Douala and getting to the Freeport. So when these guys signed their concession agreement, they got the government to agree for them to build their port at this location, and got all the EPA studies, the Port Authority, 25 years agreement. And what they did, they built their road from their mine to that location. Technically still isolated area. I know in the future it might get populated, and maybe the concern again will come about hauling trucks in the populated area. But for now, there are no big talks about it. The issue about the initial corridor, the government, I sat in a meeting with my European team, MTBS, with the Minister of Public and Public Works, Deputy Minister of Mines, and some of them asked this question: why can't you find a way for people to even build a railroad back from the Bum Hills into the Freeport? And the minister said that it's just not going to happen. There and no political currency to do it because those areas now have been overwhelmed by populations, and they will not be able to take them out of there. So yeah. So the other question of whether rural or real, I think the government didn't set a high rule that it must be real. So the guys figure out from their investment perspective or better that they build this exclusive road, even though they now have public using it, but to be able to haul the iron ore to their port is working for them.
Mr. Seaton, welcome Robert Garguah. He's one of the panelists. He just joined us. Mr. Gray, we have Robert Garguah. He's one of the panelists just joining us. Go ahead, Mr. Seaton.
I think we'll have a little conflict in the future, and it may not be apparent right now, because if the government has given or signed 4 concession agreements, including Bao Chico, and those other mining companies develop their mine and they become to extract ore. Now the question is, how would they transport their ore? I just hope that maybe this is for a different discussion, but I just hope that folks at the Ministry of Lands, Mines and Energy can come on this platform to be able to educate us on, and the Liberian people, on how those other mining companies, yes, will be able to export their ore, because they are investing huge sum of money to develop those mines, and they will want to extract those mines, and they will want to make a profit out of their investment. And Liberians will also benefit because it's going to provide employment for Liberians. But the question now is, how would they take the ore from over there when they don't have roads, when they don't have rail to transport the ore? Are they going to pass it through Buchanan? That's not a small feat. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of clarity. There's a lot of unknown, and I think we will need a lot of clarity on this issue.
So brother, all these mining companies have iron ore that they've mined already, and some of them have shipped already. I mean, as I speak to you, China Union is shipping, but they are not an issue because they have a rail line. They rehabilitated the rail line from Bon Mines to the old Bon Mines here in the port, so they're good. Western Cluster used the road at some point in time. It became controversial, and the government halted that. I think almost about a month and a half ago, this stuff reached an impasse that Western Cluster was about to fold out. They were even selling their badges that is at the pier in the Freeport of Monrovia, and the president went and sat with them. And they seem to be trying to reach an understanding that Western Cluster will also build a pier in the Western region, somewhere around the Lofa River. I'm not sure what it is. I heard somebody say there was an old pier that was built by Guthridge to haul their rubber, and they're considering whether they will rehabilitate the pier and take the iron ore down the Lofa River by badges. But these are challenges that are associated with the location of the mines, and I think people, both the private companies and the requisite government institutions, public work, mines, transport, they are all putting their head around it, because this is not a zero-sum game, right? This mineral, they have value for all of us, for the private companies, and also for the people of Liberia. So I think I would think that we should begin to consider a more integrated long-term plan, because, for example, you have Wologisi way up north. It may very well be that the reason why it's not even on the table, because nobody can figure out, how you're going to get that high-value iron ore from up there to the coast. So if we can start thinking around a whole bigger national integrated system on how we address the exploitation of a mineral, whether be it processing them, which is also a consideration, but getting them to the coast, I mean, we'll be able to, at least in the foreseeable future, add some value to resources rather than them being on the ground. You may know that, no matter what value the resource has, if it can't get to market, it has no value.
So, Robert.
Yeah, I'm following the conversation. I wasn't following from the genesis, and so I don't want to sound repetitive. And so, did you guys have you guys already talk about the current back and forth with the Senate repassing of the decentralization of the port?
Yeah, the bill is as you may be aware, the president vetoed the bill last
Right.
year, and the Senate, I think on January, I think on Monday or so,
Repass. Yeah.
they submitted it to the president for his, because when he vetoed the bill, he made some like he said in a letter to Madam Youngbley, he wrote and expressed. I mean, he registered the reason why he was vetoing the bill, but he was in support of the bill though, but he just made some comments. So I think based on what he wrote to the pro tem and the Senate, I think they took care of it and then they resubmitted it. But the argument now is that I think the MPA president, MPA management, I think they are. I don't think they are happy. So they are fighting that the president should veto again. But there are others who
Yeah.
are
So
saying,
so
yeah,
so I wanted to have him expand on what his thoughts are on this, because I think part of what in the message, part of the warning, quote unquote, that the president, based on legal advice from the attorney general, was a constitutional warning. And there was this debate that the Senate have recently repassed the bill without correcting or addressing, some of the points raised by the president. And so, I think my question is, what are his thoughts on this matter? And is it a great idea to decentralize these ports from Buchanan? What is it, Buchanan? Um, uh, the three. I think it was Buchanan. What else? Buchanan
Buchanan, Sino, and Harper.
and Buchanan Sound and Hopper. Is it a great idea? Is the some have argued that the executive and those at the MPA have concerns that this decentralization and repealing of the MPA takes away some powers from the executive and some control from the executive. Do you think that moving forward, do you think this is in the best interest of our country?
I just put a bill in the chat room so you can check it.
Yeah,
You can check it
yeah.
too.
I think I'm looking at it, and I just wanted to provide to buttress what you just said, Robert. And I'm reading Daily Observer here. Daily Observer, the article says that
But
the Senate.
just sit down, read the bill. The bill I just put in that
Yeah,
bill.
but this is what Daily Observer is saying. As the
Okay.
same issue that Robert just raised. Despite the concern raised by the president, the Senate repasses the bill without making any changes.
Right.
So I don't know whether this story is right or
It
it's
is.
wrong.
It is. It is. It's
You
correct.
see,
So
that's
what
that's the problem.
No, but the bill will tell you what is true. The bill is in
Yeah,
the
but the hold on.
Gentlemen, we touched this there now for the benefit of you who just came. I just sent to you, George.
Yeah, put in the chat room.
Yeah, I'm trying to read it too.
A metrics of each of the concerns that the president raised and how it was cured in the new bill, one by one. And then I also send to you the bills. So there be it deal as ever, but you have the benefit of the actual instruments before you so that you can be able to better judge whether the concerns the president raised were tackled or they were not. I am saying, to answer your question, like I've already said, the autonomy of the individual ports is a good thing for Liberia. It's a long overdue transformative move that will bring value to the country.
Okay, so then I guess my question, and by the way, based on what I've perused, I think that the bill was repassed without much redress to the president's concern. And so my question then is, our constitution recognizes the separate branch of government. Part of what the attorney general have said is that the Senate refusal to consult with the executive in this legislation, isn't good for our country. And it seems like a power struggle going on, and it looks like this is going to drag on as much as we can. And I do concur. I think this is a great bill. I think it's long overdue. But do you sense I know you're not a legal guy, but do you sense a constitutional struggle yet beyond the fact that this is great for our country and long overdue? If that's the case, why would the president not just sign this bill and then we can address some of those concerns as we go? Why is he being stubborn?
So I'll use the president to answer that question. If you read the president's letter of veto, the first page of the letter, the last lines, the president said that he supports the autonomy of the ports. It is a great idea. It falls
Right.
in line with his decentralization policy. The second page, he said, however, it appears that there is a nomenclature misalignment. In one place, you name the bill something else, another place, you name it something else. Then he comes down to say that, according to the Attorney General, there are functions that have been assigned to the Maritime Authority that is now assumed by the new Port Regulatory Authority. And then he ends the letter that he's sending on the basis of that, since the two bills are working hand in hand, to the extent that he is okay with the other one, he has to veto both because the regulatory stuff has to be fixed. Now, I don't know how much you've read of that paper I sent you to conclude that they never fixed it. So the Senate and the lower house go back to the bill. They return from recess immediately. They attack the bill and they say they got a new version of the bill that corrects all the president's error. I mean, all the president's concern. When I asked one of the representatives, who is the chair on the committee, just today, say, how have you addressed the president's concern? He sent me that metrics that state every concern and how they address it with the section number. So I don't see how you could peruse all that plenty talking about in a second. But
So,
the
so no,
notion,
I didn't peruse. No, 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 no,
You
no.
know,
Hold on now. Let's set
the
the.
notion,
yeah, go
the,
ahead.
the notion from the legislature right now is that they have cured the president's concern. Now, on the issue of constitutional crisis, I don't see any constitutional crisis. Even in the worst case scenario, if the legislature passed a bill that took away functions from another agency, it is within the purview. The president can choose to veto it. And if the president vetoes it, it's not going to be passed into law, except if the legislature bring it back to the floor and pass it with a two-third majority, which automatically makes it law. So there's no constitutional question here. There may be variance in terms of what some people want. Okay, the port authority, I can understand by creating all the four ports as autonomous agencies, it literally make the NPA to cease to exist. Obviously, if I was the managing director, I wouldn't want that. But be as it may, the legislature that is empowered to make laws have put that law before the president. The president veto a raised concern. They claim that they have cured those concerns. So it's before the president again to determine whether he believes they are cured it or not, or whether he would sign it.
Okay,
That's the
so
issue. There's no constitutional issue here.
okay, so the last comment I will make on this, and listen, I stand corrected, and I could be wrong, but it just seems like it just seems like the executive, in one account, the president says this is a great idea, I support this idea. In another account, it seems like from all indications, the president and those around the president, like the managing director of the NPA, who has the ears of the president, they don't like this. And this is what the president also said in his warning. He said that his objection warns that any abrupt dissolving the NPA and leaving transition decision to small working groups could lead to chaos and legal dispute based on the size of outstanding contractual agreements. So either he supports this or he doesn't support it. I think this is a great idea, and I also think that if we were just focused on what this bill is about, it's about decentralization and modernization that seeks to repeal the National Port Authority and replace it with autonomous seaport Monrovia, Buchanan, Greenville, and Harper, and endowed with extensive financial and administrative independence. I think that, from my opinion, the executive don't like this idea of this decentralization because it takes away the power of appointment, and it takes away the power of all of these administrative intervention. I think this is good, but I genuinely don't think that the president support this. I hope that the Senate have addressed some of the issues, but I doubt that even if they were to address the legal issues put forth by the Attorney General, I think the president in his message is concerned about the entire decentralization of and dissolving of the MPA, and I think this is the reason why he's going to veto this repassing of this bill. I don't think there was much addressed Tomalin from what the president's concerns are. But go ahead.
But Robert, one thing, they making the ports autonomous does not take them outside of the range of the executive branch of government.
Yeah, but there's a certain level of independence that these autonomous agency will get that they don't currently have.
The port authority, is an autonomous agency. LPRC is an autonomous agency. They stay under the executive branch of government. Their heads get appointed by the president.
Right.
The LTA is an autonomous agency.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is what this bill actually does is, I think, and maybe we need more time to discuss this, but there's a certain level of financial and administrative independence that they will now have, that limits the executive branch of government's intervention.
No, they have board of directors just like the MPA currently has. They will have board of directors the same way, but they're accountable to the president.
Okay.
I'm looking at this.
Mr. Sidon, I'm gonna ask a question, right? So, Mr. Gray, I know I have not read the bill thoroughly. I just seen it, but does this bill address revenue sharing and also the leadership? Like how would the leadership it be done for these reports? But Robert, also while on the floor, Robert, I believe the president will still appoint the board of directors of these board, perhaps. I don't know, but maybe Mr. Gray can help us there.
So in the bill, the board of directors have statutory board members, 3 members appointed by the president, the managing director serving as secretary. The managing directors are appointed by the president. So the regulatory component task, they put, I think, to support them by providing, I think, 25% of their income quarterly to the regulatory branch. I think there are a lot of details there on how the revenue goes to government and share. I think the whole logic of this is that they are creating new businesses that should be able to bring more value to the government than we already have. Because the MPA, for example, has no statutory responsibility or fixed amount of money to give to the government budget. And that's really what the public corporations are created for, to be able to do business to support the budget and the other institutions of government that do not have the ability to produce income. So,
but
I mean,
each of these now you will not have a managing director of the NPA, but each of these folks will have their own managing director still appointed by the government. And so, and based on information that I'm getting, the current managing director of the NPA does not like that because, again, I think this is almost like harmonization, right?
Obviously, I mean, there's a chance that he might lose his job because the MPA itself will cease to exist, except he's appointed as the managing director of the Port of Monrovia.
That's right.
Oh,
yeah, the MPA. Yeah, that's what this bill essentially does. It dissolves the MPA.
I see why Douglas is fighting again.
Yeah,
I think I think the media you're using it now.
I think this bill is good in the interest of the Liberian people to provide proper oversight. But I think the response from the Senate with regards to the issues raised by the president through the Attorney General, I think there is still some vagueness in the response from the Senate. Because there seems some vagueness. So I think
I don't know whether the president is going to sign this bill, because obviously there's a lot of vagueness. For example, in the usurpation of the maritime function with respect to ensuring security and compliance, say, where the new authority shall liaise with the Liberia Maritime Authority to ensure compliance and da. I think it needs to be specific what the role of the Bureau of Maritime Affairs and the new authority. There has to be clear demarcation. If the Maritime Authority is in charge of certain responsibility, the new authority, you are telling the new authority, well, they're not going to be in charge of that authority, but they will liaise with the Bureau of Maritime Affairs to ensure compliance.
Because their roles are interrelated. Managing the port, overseeing the port, and maritime regulations, they're interrelated. So what they try to do is
I see a lot of conflict.
to tailor the law in a way that they do not take away from maritime affairs. Certain places they were very clear, because in the initial bill they said they would be responsible for security of ships and all that. That's a maritime function, so they had to take that out. So they took it out.
Yeah, which they did, but a major concern, and this is coming from based on what I've heard, is been pushed by the managing director of the NPA. There was the transitional period. The executive have asked for a longer period than 6 months, and they according to them it was insufficient time, that they need more time. But what they specifically asked for also, that the Senate has pushed back on in the original bill that was signed and in this repassing, is executive oversight. The president, I think, again, he's expressed the fact that even though constitutionally the Senate does not need to consult them to pass a piece of legislation, but he's asking for executive oversight. I could be wrong, and again, you are the professional, you are the expert on this issue. This is the reason why I ask you that. But it just feels like the executive did not like the fact that they liked the idea. One, they just would have appreciated had they been part of this process, because I believe the president and executive mansion have key interest in not only understanding what this is, but understanding what authority or power has been taken away from them with regards to this. But again, I think it's great for our country, and I hope that the Senate and the executive can come to the same accord on this matter.
But let me ask a question, right, Mr. Gray? What the issue where people are saying that there's a lot of politics about it. The politics about it, that the caucus of the county, we have a role in this the various counties. We have a role in this the whole decentralization. Would they have a role in the sense that would they be part of the decision that will be made in who gets the contract, or who the leadership will be about? Would they have a role into that?
So there's no law that requires that. But you know how politics is. I mean, if you set up a port of Buchanan that is autonomous, you know that senators and all those people will have influence. That doesn't even have to be written in the law. so if you are asking that the idea is that they are perpetrating this law in order to enhance their interests, well, I wouldn't say that. But just from a politics perspective, I mean, they will have influence in the county, because they now these authorities and any other that is formed will be attached to the county administration, aligned with the whole concept of decentralization.
I want to, from what I'm getting for tonight, the president will definitely sign this bill, from what I'm getting, and that's why I think they are making aggressive efforts to perhaps stop him from signing this bill. But perhaps I don't know. I know many people are not happy with us tonight for the fact that we got you, and you breaking it down, making the case, the compelling case why this is necessary. But again, I just don't know. But at least I think Robert said he supports this bill.
I do.
And I think Mr. Sidon also said the same thing too.
No, this bill is a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. For example, the current law as it stands, the Bureau of Maritime Affairs collect 10% of all fees that is paid by ships that are coming into the Republic of Liberia annually. Now, the new bill is...
No.
That's why it says.
So the Bureau of Maritime Affairs has her own fee schedule.
Hold on, it says Section 306.
It has nothing to do with the port.
You see, Section 306 provides for the collection of regulatory fees from stakeholders and players in the sea and inland port industry, including fees for each arriving seacraft, fees levied, and contribution from ports, operation, and entities in the maritime sector. Collection of 10% of the annual revenue of all ports in Liberia from the national budget and the cost of the contravention process. That's what the current law says. But the new law is now saying that the new authority will collect 5% of this 10%.
So that doesn't change the maritime 10%. That new law says it will collect it from the maritime 10%. They will just collect the other 5%.
No, this is where it needs to be clear. Okay, maritime is collecting 10%, and then new law say where they will collect 5%. Now, you see that there needs to be clear demarcation here, because from what I'm seeing here, there seems to be not clear demarcation of the different functions of the new Seaport Authority and that of the Bureau of Maritime Affairs.
But here's my concern. The regulation for the creation of the Regulatory Seaport Authority is not changing the maritime law. So they don't, except where they want to change the provision, then they will reference it. Now, in the earlier case where they assume responsibility for the safety of vessels, that specific rule is a maritime rule. That is why the concern was that they were usurping the maritime function. But they could come out and say, guess what? To fund the regulatory agency, there will be a 5% levy on vessels calling the country. You can't say that. That means the maritime will not get her 10%. That's two different things.
Yeah. So again, I think that I support this bill, and you know what? This is, and I think that, and I could be wrong, Tomalin, but I think in the president's own wisdom, I think he wants to sign this bill.
Yeah.
I think there's politics going on here, because I'm also getting phone calls that key economic stakeholders from the executive are not happy, because even after the president vetoed this bill, and he raised a major concern that though the Constitution does not mandate that the Senate consult them on any piece of legislation, but because of the magnitude of this repealing of the NPA since our Constitution, it would have been best that they were consulted. Well, even if they had addressed some of the president's concern, they did so without reaching out to these key stakeholders. They've expressed that. And I think the president is listening to these guys like there's something going on. If I was Dukley, right? My question is, which of these ports? This is the guess. Which of these ports? No, because I'm driving at some, because you see, I'm glad you mentioned that. Of course, if you were the managing director of the NPA, you're not happy about this. And I'm driving this because I'm saying to you, the president, and we're talking about politics here, the amount of money, the amount of side money that is coming from the NPA, especially during election to support campaigns, they're not a joke. Now you have a big part of this being taken away. So my question is, if Dukley is listening tonight, which of these port
watching the show, buddy, and thank you for that. Watching the show.
Which of these port can he take to still assert the level of influence and power he currently has as the National Port Authority, and to address the concern as it relates to salary? Now you're breaking one man's salary down to three managing director's salary. I mean, because I think that there's politics happening here. They're complaining that, the president said, they didn't consult us. But y'all still went, y'all repassed the thing, and we still haven't gotten calls yet. But the Constitution does not demand that the Senate call economic and stakeholders. So what is the fuss here?
But Mr. Gray, I just received something. This is Senegal, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, right? They say the Port Authority manages all these ports. Okay, they ask regulatory agency. None of the ports are managed by a regulatory agency, and that's what I'm getting from the other side.
But this is the same model that we have. It doesn't mean that we can't change it. Some of the best performing ports are Ivory Coast and Senegal. They're very efficient ports. We don't have that efficiency. We had 3 literally dormant ports sitting down on our eastern flank. What we're saying is that the question I would like to ask: what do we lose by making those ports autonomous? We ain't doing any damn thing there anyway.
Yeah, I'm a bit wrong here, but I think that the fact that you break all these ports out to make them autonomous, some of them may likely not cease to function at all.
No.
Because Mr. Gray is just saying that some of these ports are, like, for example, the port of Sino. The only major activity that goes on in the port of Sino is logging company that ship their log out of the port of Sino.
It depends on.
You got opportunity there. You got the Putu Mountain right up there.
Yeah, but have we signed concession agreement with anybody for the Putu Mountain?
That's part of the conversation, Mr. Sita. That's part of the conversation to make these ports more functional.
I think the whole bill is not in the interest of the Liberian people. The president can sign it, but that's my view.
Well, come on, Mr. Sita. Come on, man.
Come on.
That's my view. But I'm only one person.
No, I know that your opinion.
Because from what I'm reading, there are a lot of duplications. There will be a lot of issues.
The president didn't want to say it. The president wrote it that he loved the idea.
A lot of issues.
Yeah, I think, and I agree with him. I genuinely believe that the president liked this idea. I think there's pushback from the powers that be. I'm telling you, and there's people are worried about. This is harmonization 2.0. From that perspective, and just because this port has been done, they just does not take away the conversation about making them more efficient and more functional and more effective. And I think this is part of the conversation that's going to happen as we go along. The question is, Seaton, because you think that there are little opportunities that are just there, they cease to function. What do we do about it? Why are they not functioning? Are they not functioning because they've been forgotten? Are they not functioning because they're not part of the conversation? And so we have to change that. So I agree with this. I agree with this bill. And by the way, this is coming from a guy who's been very critical of the pro tem here, right? She introduced this bill, and I think this is a fine piece of legislation, and I think it's needed. It's not perfect. And I'm surprised that the president. Maybe Sylvester can help.
I hope the president will veto the bill
again.
But
I'm surprised that the president will because you can deal with this politically.
More work needs to be done.
Instead of the president vetoing this bill and expressing these concerns, why were these not handled behind closed doors politically? Because even with the imperfection of this bill, a lot of things can still be fixed and corrected from a political perspective. So
and here's the thing: if we want to proceed in a very prudent, logical, transparent, and honest fashion, prior to the crafting of this law, I think of this bill, it's not law now, of this bill, I think the folks from the Bureau of Maritime Affairs, the folks from the National Port Authority, supposed to be part of this conversation.
Are they part of the committees?
I don't know.
But you have the committees. You have these committees.
The Senate, prior to even formulating this bill, the Senate should have gotten input. I don't know, maybe they did. I may be wrong. They should have gotten input from the Bureau of Maritime Affairs. They should have gotten input from the National Port Authority and other stakeholders who have vested interest in in the seaport and inland port business in Liberia before crafting this bill. I'll be honest with you. This bill, there are a lot of issues with it. As I see it when I'm reading now,
the Port Authority, the Liberian Maritime Authority are all products of the Liberian legislature.
Yep.
The legislature is enshrined with a constitutional right to make laws. Those laws have to be conformative with provisions of the Constitution. That's the only condition. And the president has the right to either concur or to veto those laws. If you notice that those bills were overwhelmingly passed, so there is a chance that, and when the president returned the bill in July 2nd, the legislature went into recess. Immediately they came back, they went straight to that and sent it to the president. That means how much they feel about it in spite of the sensitivity. So the other constitutional element is that if the president were to veto this bill, all it needs to become law is 2/3 majority of the Liberian legislature.
They did that already. They did that already according to the Daily Observer story, if the story is correct. But let me just say this. It is Let me just make this point. It is true that the National Port Authority and the Bureau of Maritime Affairs, they don't work for the national legislature. The national legislature is an independent, separate branch of government. They pass laws in the interest of the Liberian people. But those laws that are passed are not made in isolation of the Liberian people. That's why. Before any legislation is passed, I'm sure lawmakers, they get expert opinions before they can craft a bill.
They have the option.
Fine. They have that option, but they can get expert opinion. So my take here is, at least they should have gotten some expert opinion from the Bureau of Maritime Affairs and that of the National Port Authority. But anyway, I don't know why they got that.
Mr. Tito, I don't think that's the way, and probably that's your personal perspective, but that's not the way. And again, there are a lot of constitutional instruments that the legislature got. Article 34 exclusively give them that powers to exercise lawmaking, and that Article 34 is huge. There's other elements of Article 34 that give them the oversight responsibility.
Absolutely.
So there's nothing that they in isolation. And the reason why we call them the people deputies, the people elected to take decisions on their behalf, and that's why the Constitution, Article 34, give the power to them. In calling for expert opinion, if they so desire to do that, they will do. But it's not constitutional that they call for expert opinion. They are the experts themselves to make the law, and that's why the Constitution provides under our laws for them to do those things. Now, back to the issue of the very law they created. The fact that the president communicated with them, and the law also provide that the president, whenever the legislature acted on any law, if you will, because this thing is an engrossed law. It has not been passed yet. It is still engrossed. It's going through all of the parliamentary or legislative proceedings. The fact that they've sent it to the president, he vetoed and said, that's just constitutional transaction, right? And that's what the Constitution says, the issue about 3 separate and coordinated branches of government. The president vetoed that. He only highlighted those, and they returned it. So my point here is that I think they are just performing their statutory responsibility within the Constitution of our country. Are they correct? Absolutely right. Did they do it the right way? Absolutely right. So they agree that the president didn't finally agree to what the amendment issue they all agree on. The state got another option eventually for both houses to meet in their separate chambers and override the president's veto just by 2/3 of each plenary sitting. So that would be the example. But I want to believe that there is this coordination now, and that's why the president sent it to them, and they sent it back to the president. But on the point of the law itself, the law is a very good intent. The intent is to begin to decentralize productivity and industrialization across the country. That is the intent of the law. If it's those poor, we shouldn't think about how much somebody made, all that will be, how much more the intent, and we worry too much about individuals setting over a lot of money, making a lot of money, then the country benefiting and the people benefiting. For me, I would say sorry for my French. To have a whosoever are making 10,000 days. The intent is for the people of Grand Bassa County to get dividend from the port of Grand Bassa County. The people of Maryland County to get dividend from the port of Harper. The people of Salmon County to get dividend from the port of Greenville, and across the board, the free port of Monrovia. So if we want to just sit and begin to think that someone is making a lot of money or he's presiding over millions of dollars, and that's the reason why people personally go and steal government money.
That's right.
There's a time that we need to move the country forward. I don't know where my brother, if we allow people to come in, all those folks are getting money and the development going back to the people, creating local jobs in the area, you're going to see a lot of things will change. But other than that, we're going to see there's going to be a visual cycle we're going to be in for a protracted period of time if care is not taken. But I think this bill, the support is good. We should go for it. The government go for it and just allow those. Now, listen, if the law is passed, if they require that the president will have to go back to appoint all of the managing directors again, this current managing director, if you believe that you've been performing and you still enjoy the confidence of the president, he's going to reappoint you.
Yep.
Reappoint you. So, I mean, the law will have to be, we have to allow this is unfold. People will say it's not good. I don't know how, and I don't think, but, and he said something general about it. No, it happened. I think they're trying to do it in a more coordinated manner. So they're going to return it to the president. And I'm told from those around the president, the sources that I'm close to, believe that the president is going to sign it and they're going to move on.
Yeah, and Sylvester, I think you just spoke my mind, and I agree with everything you just said. And again, when I started initially, I was talking about there's politics going on here based on whose ears the president have. Listen, there's no piece of legislation that is perfect, 100%. There's none whatsoever. But what I'm excited about this whole process because when we talk about three separate branches of government, and when we talk about landmark legislation, this is what we're talking about. I don't know the guest name, but I'm sorry, I don't want to keep calling you sir. What's your name again, sir?
Cyrus Gray.
Mr. Gray, this is what we're talking about. And for once, Sylvester, I'm seeing the Senate, and these guys are acting like dogs with some teeth, with some really strong teeth, right? The president and the executive cannot always get what they want. That's not democracy. They can always get what they want. And I think for once in a very long time, we've seen the Senate saying, hold up, Mr. President. Listen, we don't mind working with you. We don't mind doing this, but you're not going to get all the perks you want in this one. You're not going to control the narrative yet. And the Constitutional gives them the right to independently function. They have not been doing that. They have not been doing that. So I think this is great. And to Sito's point, and you talk about cost, listen, this is the reason why it's important with regards to who has these committees. I mean, on transport, you guys are Joseph. He's the head of the transport committee. Okay, you got Mr. Chair as head of judiciary committee. I would expect that these men, who are men and women that are head of these committees, come to the table with some level of expertise in these areas to help guide these legislation legally or from a technical perspective. This is what you would expect. Not people who just been appointed and given committees because the person who appointed them, they helped them got elected. This is the reason why the legislature has been so dysfunctional, because you got people who don't understand their core responsibilities, right? And they're not doing the right thing. So listen, is this perfect? No, it's not perfect. And I would join the voice of Sylvester. I don't give a rat about Dupley. I don't give a rat about what he's, and I think it's got into his head to the extent where this is worrisome for him. Imagine a guy over millions of dollars. Do you know how powerful that MPA job has been over the years? And so listen, if he thinks if he has the qualification, like Sylvester said, He shouldn't worry about how much money he's making. He shouldn't worry about how this affects him personally. I think it's about the country, and I think this is a great process when it comes to decentralization and modernization of our posts. And I think giving the independence to do what they need to do and the support from the government, I think these posts will bring big changes to our country. So I 100% support this.
I mean, talking about Dugle, I mean, Dugle is a young progressive guy. He's a couple of things that he's been trying to earmark in the port. I think he would make a good manager of the Port of River.
That's why I was asking you. Amongst all the port, so the Port of River is going to be more.
Yeah, he has relationships that he built already with investors.
So, Mr. Gray, so is the Port of Monrovia amongst all of these, just looking at face value, is it the most lucrative port right now?
But excuse me, Robert.
Right now, at face value.
Robert.
The most super.
Somebody just when they showed the watch, they said they had a meeting last night, and in Liberia, the president was advised by the Justice Minister not to sign it, and the president would not sign it. But watching this, but honestly, right? I'm sure the legislature have to vote to override.
I told you.
No, no, yes, it's many. The reason why the bill is being said, there are people trying to pump millions of dollars to present to go to people that are around the president that are so powerful to influence the president to not sign.
That's right.
That's all happening. People are not using money, serious money. Serious money. The legislature, the only thing they can do is to veto, to override the president's veto and pass this bill.
I'm sure they got a vote to override his veto.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But mind you, that's what I fear again. That thing got so much money, so they may take 2 million or 3 million to say, okay, we'll throw a amount of money to make it to them. It's possible also.
I agree, man. That problem will be trusted. That problem.
The system is very corrupt. That's the unfortunate aspect of it.
That's the reason.
It is possible, Raul. It is possible, Raul, and Mr. Gray. It's very possible. I'm smelling this. If the president, because the president took time to highlight his disagreement in the bill. He returned the bill via a veto in the gas work and there an adjustment in the bill. If there's problem with the president signing, meaning there's some and that would be unfortunate that the president is not in charge.
No, because
that would be very unfortunate. Because if the president is in charge, if he believes the bill is good, he should just, if the president said the bill is not good, or he should have just veto it and tell him that the bill is not good and try to challenge it. But the president returned it with highlighted disagreement. And the guy fixed it and sent to him. But the main issue to money behind the thing is that certain individuals don't want to get themselves moved on this whole thing about managing director of the National Port Authority.
Sylvester, call his name. He's watching. Call his name. That's Dukley. I mean, that's
but who would have one managing director, rather?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have one managing director. So I want to believe the managing director, Mr. Dugle, is fighting hard to ensure that it's not. And listen, I think the problem is about productivity. He lived and worked in America before. He understands most of these things. In this country, even the city will empower local people to get. That's why you see everybody making some money in this country. So they empower all sectors of the community, all sectors of the county, the city, and other areas. Even the states, before the federal government will have the states will get capacity to the county will raise their own money, the city, all those things will move forward. People would have to be given some jobs to be done. And that is how the money will circulate. That will have the local economy, the macroeconomic will be. I mean, there's a need to do that. It makes a lot of economic sense. It's about productivity. It's about enhancing economic productivity and ensuring that you're empowering our local people and our local community. It's an extraordinary bill, and this bill, we all have to collectively support it. But again, as the professor can say, Professor Lumumba said, corruption can fight and can fight back heavily.
So, Mr. Gray, you have 51 minutes. You can give your closing comments so that the public can listen to you as you close on this issue. And I want to say thank you for coming. I know today you may be, for those who support the bill, you won them over. Those who oppose this bill, I don't think they want to see you or even listen to you right now.
I hope quickly, Mr. Gray, when he come next week and say, I think there's a need that we do some adjustment in the bill.
It was a great. You gave up your project comment. Thank you so much.
Well, first, I thank you guys for having me. You know, I think we had a very vibrant discussion on these very important issues, and I don't see them as personal matter. I mean, this country belongs to all of us. I think even I expect that the guys at the NPA would be wary about supporting the bill, which is natural. But the decision is in the hand of the president and the legislature. I just, from my perspective, have one who is in this industry, who understands it. We have untapped opportunities sitting in the ports that have remained dormant out there, and I think we can get them up and running, and in fact, lighten up trade along our entire coastline, because the vibrant ports that will be created if this bill passes, and it works well. And again, we ain't got nothing to lose. Nothing happening out there anyway, you know. So I'm happy to join you guys. I'd be glad to come anytime you guys want us to talk on this kind of matter.
Someone want to say something before you leave. Go ahead. You live. You live.
You can hear me, Tomalin?
Yeah, we hear you.
This is
Yeah. You're talking low. You sound low. You sound very.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, something you said about this whole decentralization thing, that it will fall under the administration of these county government in the name of decentralization. I find it very troubling, because if we're going to be taking national asset and put it on a county government, so what's next? We're going to take the mines and put it under the different county government. I understand we're trying to have these different entities operate at an optimal rate, but everything in that country is so political. There's a crucial bill that's going to transform this country for years to come, and there was no open hearing. My boss, C. Gray, you're an expert in the area. This should have called you for a hearing, but you don't even know whether there was a hearing heard. So that's the first problem. A major bill with no open hearing, the president is going to sign it, and the country is going to be stuck for years, because these lawmakers from these various counties will take these posts as their personal property, and they will bring concessionaire in there and own it. Thank you, Tomalin.
I agree with the bill, my man.
Huh? Disagree?
No, I support the bill. I've read the bill. I've followed the discourse. I think we don't have there's not much to lose. Look, we again are saying most places where you have, in talking about the port under the county, or at least the county got some kind of sway there. What do you think ports are all over the world? If you go to the port of Houston, the port is owned by the city. It's not about who owns it, because that segment of the population that is benefiting from it is about the viability you can create and bringing those services close to the people. In those Kehleboe counties, there's nothing happening over there. We have a resource there that we can resuscitate. The current structure that we have as the MPA is not designed to be able to reform the way we need it, and that, I think that's why we should rock the boat a little bit, you know, and give autonomy to those areas and see what happens. People will be closer to the challenges and closer to the solutions.
Once again, we want to say thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you so much for taking your time to spend almost more than 3 hours, 10 minutes with us to discuss this sensitive issue. And I know a lot of people watch this show from around the country and the world. And I think I did never do this thing had so much interest until I saw people turning in to watch it. And again, like I said, if it's in the interest of the country, I support it. And if it will bring economic benefits to the country, and especially for employment and better services to the people I supported, so that perhaps, I don't know whether if I want to ship things to Liberia, whether depending, I can say I can ship it to Greenville or ship it to Harper. I don't know whether all that we'll talk about it, but I don't know. To have to cut down some of the costs, we don't know. But again, as I said, we want to appreciate you, and hopefully, let's see what happened. I'm getting texts that they're opposing this bill tonight, but again, we'll see what happens. But I hope hopefully we'll get to hear it, because like the Justice Minister, he hasn't given any opinion yet on it, and even the Justice Minister is somebody who I don't trust that do at all from the time that, so I really don't know. But Mr. Gray, thanks so much, and we'll look forward to it. And if the bill is signed or not signed, we invite you to please come and talk about it.
No problem. Any day, man. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, but guys, quickly, man, we got a few more minutes here, maybe the last 15 more minutes or so, 25 more minutes or so, yeah.
Yeah,
go ahead, Pewee.
The whole, it was a hefty conversation on a serious note, and the part of the reason is that the bill itself, the intent of the bill is good, and most of the concern of the president was actually genuine, and he as chief administrator of the country will have to be, it is a responsibility to do what he did. Now, the fact that there's disagreement, he highlighted his own disagreement, and the folks are now working on it. I don't want us to hold this bill just because we believe that it's going to downplay or significantly reduce our power to manage huge amount of money. The intent of it should be, where are those monies going? Will those monies benefit the people? That is my own top priority. In my thought process, if that is the case, we ought to just go ahead and allow the people to exercise, the bill to move and allow and empower the local people, local economy, all those things, create some jobs opportunity, so that you also begin the process about decongesting Monrovia. Because if you have some job opportunities in the counties, those are skilled, even the unskilled jobs that will be available, people will start trooping back into those areas for some opportunity to get a delivery, right? So it's important that we do that. How can we create this kind of a job? Yeah, because if you are to create a ministry that is not raising any revenue, and the government will have to source revenue from other areas to pay these people, these are the kind of things we always do. But creating these jobs, these are areas that are going to produce money. So they will bring in money and pay those employees that will be hired and engage in other corporate social responsibility. That is the intent of it for me. And I think we should do that and see what's going to happen. Look at what he just said. We'll end on this one. ArcelorMittal, unfortunately, is providing her own marine service. They are hiring a private corporate outside institution to provide the marine service for them. If this law is passed, we can bring some Liberian can move in. You myself can find the money, get involved with some guys around here, get one or two top boats, and go engage and do the bit to provide marine service for ArcelorMittal. By that, we will also hire other Liberians and pay them some money. When I mean we, it's applied to any other person. So, basically, that's my whole thought process about this money moving forward. I think we have to always be very innovative and steadfast about how we intend to move the country forward. It is good. And as the Constitution stated, sometimes we invite experts, but it's not in all cases, because that's why we have committees, that's why we have staffers that will do the revision of these things before the lawmakers move to take action on them. That's why I thought to say on it for now.
Yeah. And Mr. Seaton, go ahead. Since you're here.
Let me just make this point. Yes, we want Liberia to modernize. We want Liberia to modernize. We want Liberians to have jobs. We want Liberians to be able to take care of their family, support their family, and we need the country needs to progress. But we have to be very careful how we do it. We have the Bureau of Maritime Affairs, and we have the National Port Authority. These two institutions have been existing for a little over almost moving to 50 years, right? Now, in order to modernize our
Not more than 50 years, some of the years.
Yeah, in order to modernize, I said more than 50 years. In order to modernize our ports, we need to look at what is working in these institutions and what is not working, and be able to what? Institute corrective measures to make sure that work. For example, the Bureau of Maritime Affairs has the Liberia Maritime Training Institute, where we train seafarers, we train captains, we train people to go to sea. You have Esther Meta trying to get their own marine craft. If Liberia, if we were thinking outside of the box, if we train seafarers, we train captains and everything, what is stopping the country from establishing its own company, a private institution, a private public-private partnership, have our own marine craft patrolling with the Coast Guard, patrolling the sea coast of Liberia and providing any services that a company like Astita Meta needs. This is something that can be done. But in Liberia, we are not taking us out of the box. All we want to do here is to create another bureaucracy. That's all we try to do. Create another bureaucracy. Instead of making government smaller, we're trying to make government larger. And that's not how it works.
No, but Mr. Sips, Robert, can come.
But Tomalin, can I step in for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
So these SOEs, when they were formed, they have statutory board members. These statutory board members are there to make sure the policy of the government are carried out through these SOEs. So you have the Minister of Finance, Justice, they sit on pretty much all these SOEs boards. That's one, number one. And we're complaining that this SOE is not contributing to the budget. If the SOE is not contributing to the budget, the Minister of Finance should be able to tell the Republic of Liberia why they're not contributing, right? He sits on the board, so you know the strategic plan, right? So it's not only the MD, the board of directors. But over the last 20 years, we have used these SOEs to reward political favors. So that's why we never get optimal performance on these SOEs.
That's why we need to think outside of the box.
So the solution, you think by creating new entity, it will not go back to political favors. And Sarah Gray shouldn't be disingenuous by saying the Port of Houston is owned by Houston. United States of America is a federal republic. They have a federal paper that
Well, for me, okay, for me, the issue is that for me,
no,
once
Tomalin, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, putting these entities under the counties give the lawmakers ownership of this entity. You want to have a company to bring marine service, that company will have to talk to that senator from that senator will get a piece of share. It doesn't change the way the bad way we operate right now. There's nowhere in that law that say every quarter these entities should make openly the financials to the Republic of Liberia.
No.
Because the whole idea of they're not reporting and we know how much they're making, it's not solved. None of these problems are solved. The only problem they solve is we take it away from this guy in Moria that have too much power and we give it to the county. It doesn't solve any problem. It doesn't, it will go back to the same thing. The moment this is signed, you will see the Grand Bazaar, the son of Maryland Legislative Caucus will be flying to France, Holland, meeting with ship company and all that. They'll start taking on executive role. And what will end up, the superintendent will become a lapdog for them. So it doesn't solve any problem. So what next? So if we're going to do the port, which is a national asset, then let's go to the mining. So when the mining come out, I tell my people in Cape Mount, say 10% of B Mountain should stay in Cape Mount. Send 10% of Port of Buchanan got to stay in Grand Bazaar. Is that how we're going to run the country? Is that how we're going to
Uh,
run the country? Just dividing, instead of us sit on the table and solve this problem, we're creating more problem. Thank you.
exactly.
So listen, I disagree with that. I disagree with that because you know for too long, right? Just doing
Hey,
business
Robert, I
as
think you're
usual.
muted though.
No, I'm not. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just doing business as usual have not shifted anything to begin with. CFI. We have complained for many, many, many years, even now, that Monrovia is not Liberia.
Yeah, exactly.
So how do we strategically develop the other counties to begin with? I'm not saying that just because the port is in Buchanan, so Buchanan should get a bulk of that. But I think it makes sense that the people of Buchanan benefits from the port of Buchanan, right? And it applies to the government infrastructure development. It's not for the people of Grand Bassa.
Robert, let me ask this question.
It's not for the people. Yeah.
And I think Siafa made a good point. If we are saying all of these posts that are in the different counties, the proceeds that is generated from those posts, certain percentage goes to that particular county.
Yeah.
What's about counties that don't have ports?
Okay, so
What happens to them?
counties that don't have port have other
I mean,
Exactly.
there are
things.
rich counties
Yeah,
and there are poor counties in
yeah,
Liberia.
but okay, so then the conver- then the
Likewise,
conver-
of all of the ports in Liberia, the most lucrative port is the free port of Monrovia.
okay, so then the conversation
You see that?
with
It's the free port of
No,
Monrovia.
but Mr. Seaton, the argument can also be look at our natural resources. It's spread out in the country.
Yeah, but we have not tapped them.
No, I
yeah,
mean,
but that's the
We
part.
have
That's the
No,
not tapped
problem.
them.
Tomalin. No, but
Hold on, guys.
Tomalin.
Hold on,
The
guys.
problem is that this.
Hold
I
on.
come
No,
in,
see,
Robert. I come in, Robert,
We
quick.
have
I want to
not
make a
tapped
quick
them.
point.
If
I'm
we
very
have
sorry,
tapped them, then it's a
Tomalin.
different story.
These lawmakers should make a law. They should make a revenue law that the proceeds from these entities and these natural
Yes.
resources go to healthcare, education, and
I agree.
infrastructure. Then
I
it will
agree.
go directly to the people. But once they go into the general fund and fall under recurring expenditure, the people will never see the proceeds from
I
these
agree.
things.
I
So
agree with
that's
Okay,
the
that.
law
but
they should be
I won't argue
passing.
with
so
that.
CFA, then that's a good point. I concur with
I
that
agree.
point.
Yeah, I concur
But
with
but
him.
but we should look at this holistically, right? Liberia have all of the different counties, and all of the different counties bring something to the table. And to Mr. Sito's point, for those counties that bring a limited, little to nothing, they're still part of our country. So just because we have few poor counties doesn't mean that we cannot structure this thing in a way where we decentralize infrastructure development to even those counties, right? But all I'm saying is, I think it makes sense. Listen, you know how much money we wasted on what they call what's this thing? Yeah, it's in my head. I can't really think of it. County development, where monies have been given to lawmakers. What is that county development, or is this something else?
Yeah, it's a kind of
Yeah, the country
development fund.
development funds.
Yeah. How much development have we seen from this?
It shouldn't have
Espe-
been there in the first place.
especially when it's given to lawmakers, who it shouldn't who they shouldn't have nothing to do with any development when it comes to handling those kinds of responsibility, right? And so what I'm saying is, I don't think there's nothing wrong with it for the people of Grand Bassa to say, listen, we need 10% of this, and the 10% are not going into people's pockets. They're not going into people's for food. They're
You can be
going
sure
to
of that.
they're going, yeah, that's what we got
County
people.
development fund went into the pockets of lawmakers. You
Yeah,
think when we have a 10%
Yeah, but
given to
Robert,
it
the
was
law they're passing
structured,
right now,
the
the
way
law
it
they're
was
passing, they
structured
don't put anything
wasn't
there to
done
protect
right.
the revenue. They don't put
I'm
anything there
sorry.
to protect the proceeds. The
Yeah,
law they're
but
passing, if they say 10% go to Basel, they don't put anything to protect that 10%.
so then
So
so then so then Mr. CFR, then these are the conversations, like I said earlier.
okay.
This is not a perfect bill, but I think it's a step in the right direction. We can fix these things as it goes, and these things can be done. I mean, it's not set in stone, but I'm saying the foundational idea of this, I think it's in the right interest of decentralizing not only government but decentralizing infrastructure. Buchanan needs to be developed.
Okay, let me ask you a question,
Harcourt
Robert.
needs to be
Let me ask you a
developed.
question.
Nima needs to be developed. Banga needs to be.
Robert.
All of these places are integral part of our country. So if we continue
Okay,
down the
Robert, let me
road,
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Robert. Why these people are not decentralization is a disguise they use it for their own personal gain. I'm not buy. If anybody serious on decentralization, you will decentralization government services to the citizens first. You can't get a driver lesson or get a coming more. That's what this bring service to the divine national on the desires of these positions. This thing you can this why
you're cutting out really bad. See, I thought you're cutting out really bad. I think you're in a bad area. But I'm not
I'm somewhere on the Pacific.
I'm not disagreeing with your point, right? I'm not disagreeing with your point, but both of those can be right? Both of those can be. We can advocate for all of these, just because folks don't. There's no reason why people should have to come to Monrovia for the things that they can get right in their counties. Let's start there. There's no reason why people should have to come to Monrovia for healthcare. There's no reason why people should have to come to Monrovia to purchase a simple commodities.
And
There's
Robert,
no
I
reason
agree
why.
what Robert's saying.
Yeah,
Robert's saying, look, gentlemen, let's be frank. What Robert is saying, if you decentralize the port, you have commercial activities that, for instance, I can get on a maybe on a vessel to go to the counties. People will find ways to migrate. People will migrate. They will go to Sino, to Harper. They will open the country up.
And exactly.
Get there.
But we gotta start somewhere. There's nowhere people should have to come to Monrovia for driver's license. This is ridiculous. And these are people that are already poor. So the question about this question CFM is a sit on the concern they've raised, valid, legitimate concerns. So this is why we have elections. If these are concerns that are that we value, then I think this should be part of the conversation when it comes to the kinds of leaders we elect. We are not stupid people. We just act like we're stupid people. We act like we don't have senses. But you mean to tell me that a government, you have all of these three branches of government, if they were already in the interest of the people, they were already in the interest of decentralization, expanding services across the country and not just Monrovia, you mean to tell me that this conversation cannot be held and plans cannot be drafted and implemented and supported by the budget? There is nothing we cannot do. The problem is we are our own problem. We have not prioritized these things, and the budget says that. If we attempt to put our, and I think again, instead of one managing director getting all of the money, and instead of one port being the only functional port that we're focusing on, I don't think it's a bad idea to say, you know what? Let have three different managing director. Let the managing director, not only are we paying them, but let them tell us what their plans are. There's the level of friendly competition here as well, right? Which of these ports are started at this level, and after 2 years they are at this level? Which of these ports are bringing in more income, and why? Which of these ports have a plan to really have folks? Listen, this is not a bad idea. It may not be perfect, but it's not a bad idea. So to all of the concerns, these are concerns that can be fixed. But for us to say, let's throw this in the trash until we fix this concern, is us literally saying we're okay with Monrovia being Liberia. And that mindset I don't agree with. Monrovia is not Liberia, and we cannot continue to have every part of our government focused on Monrovia. We have to expand, we have to do better. And these counties that bring these things to the table, whether it's Nimao, Basso, all of these counties, I think it's important for us to take piece of the pie that are coming in to invest in building those counties, and they are part of Liberia. So if you build Bassa is part of Liberia. You build Nima, you build Hapa, you build these are all part of Liberia. So I don't understand what the issue is.
Look, let me just make this point.
Look at listen to me. Yeah, to show you, right? You watching the show, they say, somebody said, it's funny, they say the board chairman of MPA, the UP chair, who's the UP chairman, the entire board comprising the Minister of Finance and Justice, they handle with the president. He said by Friday of the week, the president will veto it. Give me a break. The president veto it, and the people see what veto. The point is,
look, yeah, let me get
what Rabbi is making, right? Look, on a serious note, my people, we should just that one person who should not decentralize our port. On a serious note, let me frank, because you create competition. People want to make their port better. A lot of things will happen. You can't just get the port to one person, have all the authority to. I mean, forget about the politics. That one they can play a little on, but to give one person all the authority to just control the ports and nothing. Tell me, over the years, what happened to the ports? Greenville, you want to hear about Buchanan Port mostly?
That's it.
MPA.
That's
Greenville, Insino, the Harper Port, all that. I mean, you can hear about these ports. Honestly,
Same thing we done, Mr. Senator, come in. Same thing we done with the airport. Look at Springfield Airport. If you go to that place right now, the place is in total trash. I think the president just recently appointed a new GM to that port. Everything we hear is only RIA. Listen, I understand RIA is the main port of entrance, right? But you mean to tell me that you have a airport right in the heart of Monrovia? What are we doing about that? What are we going to wait until we start domestic flight at this level to start looking at strengthening and fixing that port and making it more effective? This is what we do. Other countries are moving up, moving forward. We have to expand. And I'm hearing someone just texted me, Jenna, talking about the Dugle, my man Dugle telling the president, Mr. President, don't job, but election time coming. The kind of money we can get for MP. Listen, all of that, we don't care about all of that. I think this is good. It's not perfect, Mr. Sito, but I think this is good, and we can continue the conversation as it relates to decentralization. We can continue that.
Let me just say this: we can decentralize Liberia without putting breaking without breaking the National Port Authority up. If we want to, if we are really serious to decentralize Liberia, Forestry Development Authority should not be in Monrovia. Their headquarters should be in some part of the counties.
But why they in Monrovia?
Hold on.
But you know why
the
they're in Monrovia, right?
Hold on. The
but
Ministry of
Agriculture.
Right? The Ministry of Agriculture, the central office of the Ministry of Agriculture is not supposed to be in Monrovia.
But you know why it's there,
that
right?
We're talking about decentralization.
But that's the point you're buttressing. You're buttressing the point we're
decentralization. Making. Decentralization does not have to do with the ports. The ports, look, those ports, the National Port Authority was created. The most lucrative port is the Port of Monrovia. All of the other ports, why I say that the other ports are not lucrative? Those other ports are not lucrative because there are no viable, major economic activity going on in those parts of the counties. How do we make them viable? By what? Decentralizing the government. Decentralizing the government. You have a Forestry Development Authority that what it does, they are there monitoring these logging company, but they're sitting in Monrovia.
Yeah, but you have the national port.
What is happening? You have the Ministry of Agriculture.
But you have the managing director.
Ministry of Agriculture that is responsible for Liberia to grow its own food.
But no.
The office is sitting in Monrovia.
No, but yeah, but
you can
Just one second, Sylvester. But Mr. Siton, I think the point you're making, you have the National Port Authority manager. You're saying these ports are not viable because there is nothing going on there. But the National Port Authority manager also sits in Monrovia. What is he doing? What plans have they put in place to make those ports viable? He also said in Monrovia. So how about the managing director of the Port of Buchanan having his headquarters in Buchanan, the managing director of the Port of Harper having his headquarters in Harper, the managing director of the Port of Monrovia having his headquarters in Monrovia. How about that? You start the process of viability.
Let me just make it clear to you. All of these ports have managers. All of these ports. The Port of Buchanan has a manager that report to the managing director, the National Port Authority managing director who is in Monrovia. All of these ports have managers. What I'm saying here is we can make these ports viable if we have major economic activities taking place in those parts of the country.
And how do you do that?
How do you do that?
What do you mean? You
How?
decentralize the government.
But
You
that's
decentralize the government.
Mr. Sita, you see that the FDA, that's how twisting the debate to the FDA headquarters
It's not a twisted debate. It is not a
Monrovia.
twisted debate.
I don't think that's the point. Now, basically, maybe we'll have to remind you that Monrovia is the political capital of our country.
Granted.
So every government bureaucracy, the hair institution will be stationed in Monrovia. Let me also remind you that the FDA do have regional. Let me conclude, please. Let me conclude. I've been listening for some time. There are regional offices of the FDA across the country, and I will have to remind you again that I just came from Liberia and I've been in Liberia for a very long time. That we know that regional offices are around also across the country. So the FDA do have regional offices that are coordinating our activity. But the head office of FDA was strategically built in the part of things there around the Bonanfa FDA community to headquarter that institution. But does not negate the reality that in the novel what in terms of the decentralization program now, the work of the FDA is not to go do it, as you say, or to go monitoring. Of course, they have to monitor blogging companies. Of course, they have to ensure that our wildlife are protected. Of course, they have to ensure that our forest is not abused. Of course, they have to ensure. So, a lot of responsibility they got, and they are performing this responsibility outside of the headquarters in Monrovia in these regional areas. There are field offices and the rest of them. So, the FDA office, like for example, in the regional office in situated in Bone County, but we also have an FDA office that are coordinating FDFC offices in Lofa, in Nimba, in Mangibi. So with that, these institutions are headquartered in the city. Like, yeah, you live in the world's most powerful country. You will have the agricultural secretary headquarters will be in Washington, D.C. And you know the rest of that is in Washington, D.C. And they spread across to ensure that they implement their responsibilities statutorily. Of course, they are doing those things. So the issue is not about the headquarters being in the city. The issue is about how efficient and effective they are. The issue is about how they're innovative in like bringing to bear more positivity to the country so that the country will be more productive. The issue is about productivity and being steadfast, right? So it will do these things that will come out and will have ripple effect, and that effect will be multiplied to expand on different development agenda is where we focus now. So back to the topic we were just discussing. The whole poor thing. It's not about the decentralization thing. Everybody going to come report to the managing director. Those managers were not autonomous. This time around, the autonomy going to be recognized by law. It is the autonomy that we are considering. It is not like other people come and say, "Oh, this is an agenda to rubber stamp certain activity of not expanding the bureaucracy or not doing this or this or trying to keep certain people at bay." No, the intent is to be progressive, productive. So any counterproductive idea that existed before we operated, we should leave that. It is not about what the people benefit. Say, okay, what laws are we? If we didn't do it right yesterday, it doesn't mean legislature today we wouldn't do those things. So to answer your question on the other side of this, there are regional offices for this, but the reason why they are headquartered in Monrovia is because Monrovia is the political headquarters of our country. Every institution we have headquarters there. That is the sole reason that is happening. But it does not negate their other core responsibility of them having regional offices, particularly the FDA.
Well, let me just make this point. We can make our ports viable without the creation of a new bureaucracy. Let me be honest. We can make our ports viable without the creation of a new bureaucracy.
How do we make it viable?
Hold on. What needs to be done is for the government to create the enabling environment for investors to invest in those parts of the country where those ports are. For example, Mr. Gray was here, and we talk about the new port that is being built in Rawville. Rawville is, even though it's closer to Moria, but it's in Bomi County. So what is going to happen with that port? A lot of economic activity is going to happen to that port. Why? Because you have a you have a mining company that is building in that port and that is going to be transporting its iron ore through that port. And other activities will eventually trickle to that port. That's all needs to be done. The country needs to be opened up. The country needs to be opened up. And it has nothing to do with creating a national seaport authority, another bureaucracy, dissolving one and creating another one. No.
I think Mr. Seaton, again, I think that
But
we all have.
again,
I think
I'm this is, and let me honest, this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
The folks, I'm not a policy maker. I'm not a policy maker, so I'm just this is just my opinion. Yeah.
So again. But you see, Tomalin, don't laugh. You know, I'm getting. I've been
He's
getting
laughing
calls.
because he's getting a lot of feedback.
But we've been getting calls.
Yeah.
We know exactly what's happening here.
Look at Abu. Look
This is
at
the
Abu.
reason
Look
why.
at Abu coming making. Look at Abu.
Yeah,
You
this is
see,
the
Abu
reason why.
again.
But you see, can you imagine where Abu work right now?
MPA.
Exactly.
MPA.
So we know what's happening, and
So
like Sylvester said,
I get on again.
we can't be worried. So sit down. The politics around this whole thing here is it's not about perfection. And listen, there are many ways you can decentralize the government. But
Of
again,
course, there are
I don't
many ways
think
we can
yeah,
decentralize
there are many
Liberia.
ways you can decentralize the government. And I also don't think that having three different managing directors of these posts uh, handles you know, an effective decentralization, or it does not affect
It's
creating
just a creation
creating
of
it.
another
Well, but
bureaucracy.
the
It's not.
government, Mr. Sito, but the government can chew gum and walk, and then chew another gum and walk all at the same time. So if your contention is that they must only create an enabling environment and forget about expanding these or having these different separate they can do both. They can create an enabling environment, right? We can have three separate managing directors, right? We can have the Moreau report be the most lucrative at this moment, but you also create a challenge for those other managing directors. You also create a challenge for them to put a working a framework in place to start having a conversation with the government as it relates to how do we get these other posts to be as
That can be done
viable and
through
as
the current
functional.
structure that we
Wait
have.
now. Yeah, but all of those things are possible. To say that one is more possible than the other, I think it defeats the whole purpose when it comes to
So that
how do we decentralize and expand. And I don't see this as one of those instances of a big government of government bureaucracy. I don't. This is not part of it. This is not part of it. I think government bureaucracy is having the government's spokesperson, spokes communicator, right? Having a press secretary, and then having a ministry of information with a minister of information that you really don't need. You don't need a minister of information. So when we're talking about how do we create a small government, let's start there. But the expansion of the port and having three different general manager and the fact that these other ports are not functioning, I think it brings that's part of the conversation now. Let these managing director and the president has an opportunity here to speak with these folks that will be appointed to say, listen, what are your thoughts? What are your ideas? These are the challenges. Let me tell you something. When I came to my current property, I'm one of the biggest properties in Atlanta, 1,260 rooms hotel, iconic property. I'm not going to name the property, but when I came here, I accepted a position because of the challenge. I love the money, but the challenge, and I was given a task. I was given a task, and I can tell you, in 3 4 months, I've surpassed the task that I was given. What I'm saying to you is the president has an opportunity to say these are the challenges. These posts have been left forgotten. There's not much going on there. We need your expertise. We need your leadership. How do we get businesses? How do we get investors? How do we make those ports as viable and as functioning as the Port of Monrovia. They should, and if they don't have answers to those questions in collaboration with government support, then the president should not appoint them. Simple as that. But we don't do these things in Liberia. We don't do these things in Liberia. Everything we just talk about is possible. But we can't talk about decentralization and then we'll continue to say, well, let's just keep it the way it is. Because there's one man, you know, that Dukley, if Dukley is worried about his money, then that's not my concern.
But is it Abu I would give Abu then data to stay all late tonight to fight. After one Abu usually go to base because I go take care of the young baby. But here tonight, I say Douglas will remain empty until he gets ready to leave. I mean, yeah, the people doing this stuff. How you doing it? But at the end of the day, it's not about us individual. It's about the country, the greater good of the country. So if it means that the country will benefit, the greater good for the country, we support it. But not.
I think it will be in the best interest of the country for the president not to sign that bill.
But the president has no choice. He vetoed the bill. He vetoed the bill. The folks can have 2/3 majority.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want to do. Simple, but at least the president is on record.
And so technically, it won't be a good thing for him.
If the president were to veto the bill, my suspicion, I was just chatting with a few lawmakers. Two of them, they are very concerned. If the president were to veto the bill, their fear is some of their colleagues started changing discussion now. So that's the problem, Raul. So were the president to veto the bill, meaning they will do everything to just temper with few lawmakers to not have the two-tier to override the president's veto. So that's the fear. And if that were to happen, meaning there was some background or behind the scene maneuvering to undo this. And that would not be in the interest of the country. That would just be in the mere interest of
the bill is in the interest of the country.
No. I don't think vetoing the bill will be in the interest of the
interest of the country.
Now, it is the right of the president. I mean, no one should misinterpret me. It is the right of the president to veto the bill.
Or not to veto.
But my fear is that the president will veto this bill. Because folks around the president, I'm informed that Mamaka and the rest of the folks are really, because other people are lobbying with Mamaka and some people around, and these are people that are also exerting their influence over the president's decision. Now, those in the orbit of the president that are divided on this critically, the president is such that the last group of powerful people that we're seeing, they will have a talking about effect on decision making, right? So they will draw major policy decisions. So the point is that they are lobbying with these people to ensure that the president does not sign a veto. If the president were to veto, their point is, hey, don't worry about the other guys. We can manage to just cut the two-tier. We don't have to find money for everybody, but we can find something like $1 or $2 million and just do some damage in and cut the two-tier. That is it, Mr. Sita. If you veto the bill on justified grounds, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But if you veto the bill just on the basis of, I don't know, Mr. Sita, why is it that you don't want this to unfold? The free port of Monrovia got enormous property.
Exactly.
Now, just on property alone, you know how many warehouses the Freeport got from where they got the Freeport all behind the FPRC area, most of those strategic buildings in the city around the Cloudtown area, around the Vatam area, going towards the free zone, all those things. They generate millions of dollars every year. What have we seen the Freeport? I mean, for the job we have in the treasury, at least they'll try. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, good discussion. I'm following the discussion. This is Kehleboe Gongloe. Here is my take to that. I think Tomalin, Josh, and others who argue in favor of this bill, I do agree with them. I'm for decentralization, but I just want to take one step further. Part of the problem we're having here, decentralization is good, but we have to ask ourselves, why are we decentralized? We have a post system that is very corrupt. We have a country that everything we put in place is mismanaged. We've not dealt. This is the current 2026 budget that all of the state enterprises say they are modernizing, they can contribute down to it. But we look at their last year revenue, they raised millions and millions of dollars. They didn't modernize. They didn't contribute much to the budget. But they say they can't contribute this year. So we understand the fight. So are we going to put a new system in place that will decentralize? These ports are going to be required by law, put in the act, that they are required to contribute to the national budget, maybe some percentage to the national budget every year. So it's not left that when they decentralize, then you cannot say, we're modernizing, we're doing this. We can do that. Liberia is a very small country in every respect. Population, size of the country, everything. Our economy is very small, but corruption is killing us. Mismanagement is killing us. Yet the reason why we're talking about decentralization today, if we had a port system that was being managed efficiently and effectively, like for a business standpoint, even just like a hotel that is efficiently managed, nobody will be talking about decentralization. But we see that all the power resides in one man, who politician can go to, like Sego Double, and once you get hold of the president brother, like other people did before him, then you're cool. You get your job is protected. This is what the discussion is all about. We need to have, and we may continue to have this even after decentralizing. We still have some people that will be doing more than the others, and politicians might run to that point and say, okay, no, don't contribute to the national budget. That's my take on that.
Well, let me just come in here. Sylvester made us a very good point that the free port of Monrovia is very lucrative, and he's right. The free port of Monrovia is generating millions and millions of dollars. That's a lucrative place. But why is it lucrative? It is lucrative because our whole center of activity in the Republic of Liberia is Monrovia. It's Monrovia. Everything we do is in Monrovia. We have never found a way to say, hey, look, let us try to decentralize.
But that's not going to decentralize now.
That's what we're
Let us try to decentralize this country. Let's take most of our activity.
But you're correct.
No, let's try, but that does not have to do with the decentralization.
No, but this is the beginning of the process. You're saying
no, they will have to stop on that.
You gotta start.
They will have to stop on that.
Got another caller in line. Go ahead, caller. Let me get this point. You have the port of Sino. We gave Sino. We said Sino. The port is autonomous.
Caller, got 1 minute.
No, there's a caller on the. Okay, yeah, go ahead, caller.
I always hear us discuss about decentralization. What does decentralization mean to us, Liberians? How do you?
Who's speaking, please? We don't know the caller name.
John Mawolo. How do you decentralize when you haven't done the root work for decentralization? Look, there got to be a flow. There got to be flow, especially if you want to decentralize the port. There got to be a flow of work that the port can do to make themselves fluid. None of these ports, besides the one in the Kingdom, because of the what they call the none of them are solvent. So they can't stand alone. The money alone that it costs to dredge the port, they don't have it. So to make them independent is a policy. Listen, it's not going to bring any kind of income to the county, because when you
Mr. Mauro, you have to start from somewhere, Mr. Mauro.
Exactly.
No.
You don't start from the middle, you start from the root.
No, this
you
is
start from the root.
This is not the middle.
You start from the root.
Listen, my brother. The real problem here, people try to play around, is the incompetency of the leader of this country. Look, he appoints all the managing directors of these ports.
No, he wouldn't appoint the managing director.
The managing director of the Monrovia port.
The finance minister and the justice minister are on the board of all these ports.
They shouldn't be.
If you have an issue with them producing, fire the leaders and put new people there. That's what you need to do. But you don't have the need. How can I go open a car dealership in Buchanan when hardly 100 people can afford a motorcycle? That's foolishness. That's the same thing we're doing with the port. How are they going to work?
Okay.
I saw the port manager for Buchanan posting that last year he made 6 million. 6 million? That's chicken change for a port.
Okay.
But at least the beginning of something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of a stellar metal. Because of a stellar metal. Let's be real.
You're talking about running a country. So get each one of these a port, a board, change the managing director, and demand by law. Each of them give so much to the county. Each one of them produce so much per month or per quarter, and demand it. I mean, the president, after he said they ain't got money, nonsense.
So, okay.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think I was
Thank
on
you.
the floor, and I was talking about decentralization.
No, I just wanted to respond to what somebody just said. I'll give you back your time. You talk about the incompetences of the president. Okay, that's an election issue you're talking about there. The incompetence of the president. What the Liberian people voted for this president, and by law, whether he's incompetent or not, he remains the legitimate president of the Republic of Liberia, right? And if comes 2029, and the Liberian people believes that the president made appointments that have not yielded any serious results, then they should be on the ballot. Then we should look at the president's performance. We should look at the president's decisions, and we should say, you know what, Mr. President, we don't think that you have what it takes to continue the desire for all of whatever it is that we want as a country. But to say because the president is incompetent, so we should keep things as it is, I think it's a flawed argument. The president incompetence should be on the ballot, and I believe that the president fails to appoint the right minds, the right technocrats to move the needle in all of these different posts and to help the cause for decentralization in the right way, then it should be on the ballot. But I don't think it's an excuse as to why we should keep things as they are. This is an election concern. Incompetence is an election concern, and that is up to the Liberian people to decide based on the performance of this president. But I don't think it's a reason why we should not move forward with this.
Well, okay, let me just say that I was talking about decentralization, okay? Now, in order to decentralize Liberia, we have to do maybe feasibility studies, look at those regions of the country that are growing rapidly. Fine. We determine those regions that are growing rapidly and try to link, for example, Greenville. Look at the whole area. Grand G there, Sino, and the other counties that are right there. Look at a region that is growing rapidly. So if we know that a region in Liberia is growing rapidly, we start to center some economic activity around that region. And then the port that is closer to that particular region is the port that we use to transport all of the goods and services that that particular region needs. That's one way we can decentralize the country. But we cannot do that when we take we take all of these small ports that are not generating nothing at all and say, well, make them autonomous. You make them autonomous, they will die. They will obviously die.
That's not
because
true.
there is no national plan to make them viable. We must
but you
first
can
create
put those
a national plan
in place.
We must first create a national plan to make them viable rather than saying that, well, you know what, let's decentralize, let's create a new bureaucracy so that people will be able to get rich at the expense of the Liberian people.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. So the president in his letter, they've asking for.
Well, he said he like it. I don't know about me.
Well, in his letter, he said the transitional period, 6 months transitional period, is too short. And so to your point about we must first put a plan, blah blah blah. How long do you think? How long do you think?
Get up.
Okay, so how long?
How long? Just get up. Say, oh, you know what?
So, Mr. Sitan, how long should that plan take to transition?
Look, my brother. planning is not a one-day thing. Fine. Planning is not a one-day thing. I think what needed to be done before even they build is, look, all of our center of activity is in Liberia. I mean, it's in Monrovia. How can we decentralize our country so that Monrovia is so overcrowded that people are in the streets of Monrovia because the center of activity? How can we transfer some of those activities, economic activity, to some other part of the country? You do a planning process. You do a feasibility study. You look at the different regions of the country. The one that you think that is growing faster, you try to take some economic activities to that place so that place will start to grow. And when that place starts to grow, then you look for a port around on the seacoast that is closer to that and link the economic activities of that region with that port. That's decentralization. But the way we're going about doing it, we are creating all the bureaucracy and they are yielding no result. I think that's a wrong way to proceed.
Listen, we can all have our respective opinion on this matter, but I think you can chew gum and walk at the same time. You can establish these ports, and you can have a plan. The president will have to appoint a managing director of these ports, and I think part of these conversations, part of the vetting process, based on the president's plan, based on the government's plan. Part of this can be part of the conversation. How do we come up with a plan to ensure that these posts are viable? I mean, you don't have to have the conversation first before you establish the independence of these ports. And so, I mean, both can be correct. Both you can do both at the same time. That's all I'm saying. But this bill does not have to be perfect. All right, and I hope that we have a record of those who have currently supported this bill, so that if anything becomes questionable, like people start to change tune because of exchange of brown envelopes, we need to know who they are. We need to know their names. But listen, we need to know
Like
their
the yeah,
names, and we need to
both
call them
them in
out.
Yeah,
the
look,
We need
look,
to
you know
we
what
need to
happened?
know
Even
their
though
names. But let me learn now. Let me learn on this note. We need to know their names so that they can come out and explain to us. Wait a minute. You supported this bill on 2 occasions, and so now you have to explain to us what is the reason for which you changing position on this matter. Listen, I don't know any country, I don't know any successful country who did not take risk. Dubai took risk. They didn't have everything they needed to build the country that they have today. They took risk. But you know what they did? They took some damn good risk. They did that. They didn't have all of the answers, but they knew exactly what they wanted to do. They were committed to what they wanted to do. They had a plan and they supported
I
that
let that work. I let
implementation.
that work.
Yes,
They
now
had a what? They
they
had a
had a
what?
plan.
Plan.
They had a plan. They
In
had a
Liberia, we
plan,
do not have a
and
plan.
what you mean you don't have a plan? You have a bill.
We
You
don't
have
have
a
a plan.
bill.
There's no plan.
No, you have a bill. The
What
bill
was the
explain.
feasibility study that was
Eh,
done?
my brother, now
How
wait
many
now.
how
The
many income is
bill
going to bring to the
explain.
country? We don't
So
even know that.
have you done feasibility studies for all legislation? Have you done a public hearing for all legislation? Come on,
Look,
guys. This
look,
is not. These
Liberia is
things are
a
not.
developing country.
Yeah, but Liberia.
Liberia is a developing country. Before we craft any law, we must do due diligence. We must study it to find out what is the benefit that law is going to bring to the country. We
Listen, there are
created,
laws.
we
There are
have,
laws.
hold on, we have the National Port Authority. Now we want to create a new uh, seaport, land seaport authority that is going to take away some function of the Bureau of Maritime Affairs and they're going to take away some function of the National Port Authority. Now, this particular bill did not even tell the Liberian people how much money if this is passed into law and the new agency is created, how much money is going to generate for the country. We don't even know that.
So does all of that have to be
There's
in
no
a piece
plan.
of? But they don't. It
Some
doesn't
group
not
of people
necessarily.
sat down, they want to eat money. They say, okay, you know what happened? We'll influence the lawmaker, then we'll give them some little chin so that they can pass a new bill because we want to benefit. That's the
Yeah,
key behind the
yeah,
whole thing.
but
There
as
was
it
no
stands,
study done.
but Mr.
What
Siton,
was the study that was done?
as it stands
So
right
look at the
now,
viability. Before you create a law, you have to do a study to find out the viability. What was the study that was done?
You guys like Joseph on the transport committee.
Hold on. Let me ask this question. Does the national legislator have a budget office? Normally, when these kind of things happen, the national legislator budget office come back and tell the people, say, look, when we pass this law, this is how much it's going to generate for the country. Has that been done? No.
So
but
again,
when they pass it.
Again, but listen now. So the energy that you are applying to this bill, then that means the Liberia should be non-existent by now.
Because nobody is saying Liberia should be non-existent. We are saying everything must be done the right way. The right way.
Mr. Sitan, I'm also on the side of things being done the right way. What I am saying here is,
I look at the concern that was shared by Mr. Gray. I look at the concern that the president raised and the correction that was made by the legislature. If you look, it's more confusing than even it's more confusing because it takes away some. For example, say security. The Bureau of Maritime Affairs is responsible for security. And what we say, well, the new authority will liaise with the Bureau of Maritime Affairs in terms of security. No, it's not clear.
Okay, so again,
it is not clear.
Doing something the right way, or having
the bill needs to be rejected.
Hey, Mr. Sitan, but let me land now. You can't be interrupting what I'm talking about. Yeah. But doing something the right way and seeking clarity got nothing to do with the fact that something must be done. And so I stated from the inception that I don't think that this is the perfect bill. But just because it's not a perfect bill does not make it does not negate the fact that it's a bill that is in the step in the right direction. These things can be fixed. You don't need the bill to be perfect. In fact, there have been legislation that have been altered over the years to perfect them. I mean, the Obamacare is one. Do you know how many times this piece of legislation, while in effect, while being law, has been on multiple occasions argued and debated
comparing
on?
America to Liberia is comparing orange and
what
apple.
I'm saying is,
let's compare Liberia with other countries in the sub-region.
I'm not comparing Liberia to America. Systems and structure has nothing to do with a location. The fact that we lack systems and structure, the fact that we lack the brains and the minds to do things the way they should be done, and not the Liberia. Tomalin, we can hear you. We can hear you.
What is it?
Tomalin, we can hear you. Mute yourself.
This bill is going to pass. Why can't we approve for it?
Yeah. Wait. Listen, somebody talking. Listen. Go ahead. You're on live.
This bill is going to pass.
Who is this?
Kehleboe.
This is Kehleboe Gongloe. I'm making an analysis. I just thought, I took a deep thought on this. This bill is going to pass. And the reason why it's going to pass is not because it is so good, but it has a political undertone. The political undertone is, in 2028, the effect of this bill will start to be felt in the Southeast, in Basel, and President Bouaga going for re-election will go to Grand Basel and say, listen, since 1847, I gave you guys autonomy in your country. You go to Sando and say, since 1847, I put the major economic activities in your country. You go to Maryland, and that is a political pitch to the choir speaking group.
It made a lot of sense.
No. It will not. No. Kehleboe, I can tell you for free right now. That's a flawed analysis. It would not be good enough. It would not be. Why did when the president was asked, Mr. President, why have you not visited the remote part of the country? What did the president say? Wait. But you can't just say it's not good enough. It's not good enough to just say we gave you an autonomous agency. It's not good enough. How functional is that agency? How functional is the put up? But wait now. But that's what I'm saying. So it's not just enough for the president to say, or for Kehleboe to say, Kehleboe, wait now.
I'll let you talk, Robert. After you talk, I'll talk.
Thank you. It's not good enough, Kehleboe, to just say to the people, oh, we gave you this. Okay, what you giving us? How has that transformed into the infrastructure of our country? The president can make a more political, effective argument on the campaign trail to say, listen, not only did I just support, did I not support this decentralization policy, I've hired managing director, we put a plan together, and in less than 3-4 years, these are the results. And this is how specifically Grand Bassa, Picana have benefited, Hapo have benefited, all of the different other counties. But to just say politically, well, this is enough because we have a plan, we got a bill, and this is good, it would not suffice. If the Port of Picana, if this bill is passed, the managing director is appointed by the president, and in 2028, 2029, we're still seeing the same doormat, we're still seeing the same ineffectiveness, and nothing is happening to this port, the results will speak louder than what this legislation would do. So it's not good enough politics. So I hope the president has a plan to say, not only did we give you Port of Picana, not only did we give you independence, not only do we have a percentage to benefit Grand Bassa, but he can also show the people. Now you see jobs have been created. This percentage of jobs have been created. Now we see infrastructure development. The hospital have been built in Bassa. The schools been built in Bassa. These things I think are more important than just saying, oh, now you have your own port, when the port is still just sitting there and the managing director is still just getting paid and nothing is happening. I think it'll be a flawed campaign
But
narrative to even push.
can
Go
I
ahead.
to your point? Can I to your
I'm
point?
done. Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Hello?
Yeah, okay. Concluding, I will come in. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me add my 1 cent piece to that, Robert. Maybe you have not observed this. There's a trend, a very dangerous trend that has been emerging in Liberia for the past 10 years. It's a new way of thinking among the young people and among the different travel groups in Liberia. There is an increasing egocentrism that is developing in the country in our political discourse. Every country wants to have ownership, or this other country wants to produce president. The other country wants to do that. One of the things, if you really add some of the things we'll do, like in Grand Bassa, for example, they're going to have, it's an autonomous port, it's going to have board of directors, right?
Me?
The board of directors are not going to be Guinea people or Mana people or Pele people. It's going to be Bassolian. So the politically influential people in Bassa will have something, but they will have that need on the table, and they will be earning some income. So that will take care of that issue. The same way in Sano, the same way in Maryland. So the politically influential people in this region will have their hand in the cookie jar in the state. And mind you, the fact is, in Liberia, there is increasing logging activity taking place. And for example, the port of Sando is noted for being the port that export a lot of logs because the southeast is very rich in that. So a lot of stuff will be happening. We can assume because it's decentralized, this will not. In fact, because it's decentralized, politicians from these countries will have now the free will to go out now to start to negotiate on behalf of their country port, okay? Which they can't do with the Freeport of Monrovia because the Freeport of Monrovia controls everything, So it's going to be a competition for country ownership. And I think it will create a new political spirit for each country, for each region. And that's the one Boaga will tap into. That's my analysis.
Kehleboe, listen, I do respect. I respect your point on the most serious note, but here's what I would say. Let me take you back to
library.
Yeah, let me take you back to
all the wine out of our wine fridge.
Somebody will have the mute, please.
Alphabetized it and labeled and re-put everything back in.
About wine, yeah, but one that's Roberts.
Rob, please mute. We have to go back to your analysis, Kehleboe. I'm not going to say it's flawed, but I think it's not going to be. It's not a feasible thing. It's not a campaign instrument that anyone will rely on come 2029. And let me say this to you first and foremost. Let's go back to Sano County. When Boy go tell people say, "Oh, the thing, ever since no government did, they would listen to him." No, they will vote George Weah heavily. Let's leave that. Let me not remind you. Let me not remind you. Let me not remind you, Kehleboe. And I think you are the best person I'm going to remind now. And I think you know the rest of it, but you're trying to show a bit. You know that the kind of a concept we have in Liberia, we vote on the basis of tribal land, regional land, and the rest of those things. No matter come what may. Mr. Weah did a lot of good job in Nema County. I know you can say it for the fact from this thing. He did a lot of good job in Nema County. The Nema didn't see that. The Nema voted on the tribal line. They didn't vote because someone was bringing good to them. If you are giving the Nibayan go and damn, they would have still voted the way Premier wanted them to vote. And that's just to tell you the way people will behave in Liberia in terms of our voting concept. It is unacceptable in many cases. I will hope, particularly the Nibayan have always proven that line. They are very tribalistic in terms of voting. They won. And across Liberia,
that will go again. That will go again.
No. But I mean, no. You said that. No. But will you allow me to conclude, please?
No. But I just have to say something. I'm not on Nima attack. Go ahead.
No. It's not. There's not a Nima attack. You know the rest of the story.
I'll let Jerome Gayman office address you.
No problem. And you know the reason why I'm saying that you agree with me. Though you from Nima, you agree. But now, the Weah administration did a very good job in Nima County. They didn't vote Weah because Weah didn't perform in Nima. They voted against Weah because one of their sons, they believed, was in the race and they wanted to vote. Even if that son they knew was grossly incompetent, they would have still voted him. Now, I will take you back to Sano County. If Mr. Barker went to Sano in 2029 and said to the people, no government has ever done this kind of a decentralization of our port, national port, but our debt. They say, oh, I don't know how they can say thank you in crew, but I know they will say, oh, they're going to say, okay, they will tell you, they will say they will thank God for your auto thing. They will call, they call it, Nyenwolo. They will call Nyenwolo and they say thank God for Nyenwolo. If you did the same to Maryland County, because the Southeasterners wouldn't see real Southeasterners son in the race and they go and vote for Joseph, no matter what Barker is going to do. And I will say this, back to now, the only area probably you make cause some noise, cause some political noise, and you be considered a little bit, then we'll take it back to Grand Bassa Buchanan. And the reason will be simple. If Senator Yombi Kanga is still somehow popular with the people, and Senator Darius DeLong, both Bazolin, will go back to the poor Bassa to counter that argument to say, okay, yeah, this happened, it's bringing a lot of benefit to Grand Bassa. Probably the Bassa, they may be a little bit sensitive to vote in a way. Even at that, Mr. Weah will say get significant of the vote there in Grand Bassa County. Now back into the metropolitan zone of our country, Monrovia itself. So
no, I didn't talk about Monrovia. The message is not going to be Monrovia.
Okay, then leave Monrovia. I just talk you to the three counties.
Bassa, Sano, and Maryland.
I told you to the three counties. And I started with Sano, I went to Maryland, and I came back to Grand Bassa. So listen, if you were to take a margin line, track the pools in the area, Mr. Weah will beat any contest against Mr. Barker. He will beat Mr. Barker convincingly in those counties.
What is your barometer?
Now it's simple.
What are you measuring by?
And I want to believe you are a statistician. I don't know if you won. I don't know if I don't think I call you one before you deny it, so I don't want to consider that. But I will hope.
I never deny. Maybe you have memory issue or selective memory. I never.
No.
I'm a professional. I can never deny my profession.
No. So you see today now you're saying I got memory issue.
Oh, no.
I come in. Let me just end. Today you saying I got memory issue. But you see,
I said selective memory.
No, you said selective. Now you want to say selective. Say no way you want to play on it. But I will take it back to you, Kehleboe. No. I will take it back to me to understand that it's not only the selective memory or memory issue, but probably I will want to put you back to having comprehension problem in terms of discussing this or comprehension deficiency that you have. You think maybe your own when I describe it like time as mathematician and statistician, you said no. You didn't want nobody to say you rejected it because you felt I was trying to give you some accolade. Now today, so probably it will push me now to say that you got some serious comprehension deficiency that you have to replace. And I won't look on that. Now, let me take you back. Let me take you. No, I come in. You should know the number. You say what the barometer I'm using. Let me go carry you back. You as you expect to be. I'm not calling you statistician again. Perhaps a near mathematician. We know that in this kind of a tracking methodology thing we use, we always do it on the basis of history. You know that. In terms of electionary, in terms of how we draw our analysis. From the past 3 successive elections, so we have proven to be very competent in the Southeast. For the past 3 successive elections, so we have proven to be very competent and reliable in getting the vote from the Southeast. Meridian County, Grand Crew County, Buraji County, Grand Jida County, Sano County, and where I won't take you again. Because we consider a near Southeast area also Grand Bassa County. Grand Bassa County have been on and off in terms of the numbers. So that is the barometer we use in here. Unlike your last record you did, I don't know what kind of a methodology you used. That report that came out, you did a pool for I don't know if I'm correct. I won't call the person name, but you did a pool. I don't know that report that came from that pool. What the result of it, I don't know which barometer you use or which methodology you deployed, but I will say this to you. We will go by the recent 3 electoral records.
You mean the one you said the 10 points?
Now you want to bring it on me? And yeah, he did.
Wait. Tomalin say that again.
You said that.
Which one that? I forget.
You said that. You said, we are living but 10 points over.
No. Okay, so you see, you guys are trained.
Let me say,
I can say something to you. If you want to know the fact, I did a professional job. I would say go ask Samuel Toy. Samuel Toy actually sent me pools that people have done for him, and he said, "Hey, Prof, please review this for me and advise me." And I reviewed the pool, and I said, "Listen, these people are not showing, for example, the sample size information is missing, the methodology used is missing, the time frame is missing, and I can advise you on there are key parameters that are missing in this report. I need to know. For example, they just show you grass, bar grass. I don't see the disaggregation in this data, right? And it gives me.
What your opinion? What your opinion in that matter? I didn't want to go to it now. I got sufficient information on that. What were your opinion?
First of all, I was not even in Liberia when he sent it to me. He sent it by WhatsApp. I still get on my WhatsApp.
Where were you?
A report. I was in the US, right here, where I'm sitting now behind my computer. And I downloaded it and I look at it, but I was on my way to Liberia, right? So I reviewed and I made my comment. When I got in Liberia, it's okay. I can't hire you to do LOFA. I can't, but they've done this thing for all the counties. What I want you to do, just take one county and do a check. If the result and this result I have are the same, then I will believe what they can, or if they are closer. So I chose Nimba and I did it for Nimba, and it was far different. My result post CDC at 33%. Even my own brother, Councillor Gongloe, netting around 9%, coming 7%, Sarah Beslow 0%, all the other put 0%, right? And United Party was 46%. At the end of the day, when the final result came, it was almost that point. It will call me and say, "Man, I think I would have hired you to do the book."
No, but let me interrupt.
So let me just tell you.
Let me interrupt.
Don't.
Let me interrupt because
I don't boast.
Let me interrupt that because what happened was I remember I was told that. So look, from what I'm sorry for that. It said from what based on the data, the poll from LOFA, President Weah is leading Boga at 10 points. And for me, I said no. I said I found out how to believe.
I have that result.
I said, look, it cannot be possible that Boga is leading. We are leading Boga 10 points Lofa at the time because I said Boga stronghold, and you tell me that the Lofa people will see him on the ticket and they will say that they choose we are over him in Lofa 10 points. I said we can't say that on the air. It won't look good.
So Tomalin George, why you didn't ask 12 who did it?
I was
no, you see, that's all.
I was talking for you.
Let me tell you, this conduct by you, Tomalin George. Let me be clear on this. This conduct by you was to bring serious issue that border on someone's character, and even make fun out of it as though he's saying the truth.
No,
you were wait. I'll be clear on that. You were working, you guys, in closing argument at the time. You guys were working with Toy or working with CDC. I was not working with CDC or anything. I was not anything. Okay. You guys are inner souls, inner people, right?
But you are doing the data for CDC now. Come on.
No, I was never. So whoever told you,
you are doing the data for CDC.
You're higher.
Hello, I was.
I come. Kehleboe, Timothy, you said the man hired to do data for CDC.
Of course, the man. Why deny him?
Are they here?
Tomalin.
Well, you're accusing us. So we're not talking to. You're accusing us.
Hello, Tomalin.
Kehleboe. So they hire you to do data?
I told you. Because the only man who asked me to review the data for him, he did not hire me.
Were you paid to review the data?
No, I was not paid to review to just review the data. I was not paid to review.
But Timothy is saying that they pay you around $40,000 to do that work.
No. Are you saying nothing now? No, you say that. You say nothing like that. You say it now.
You guys are 12 boys and you guys are supporting we are. I was not supporting we are. You guys are 12 boys.
You supported you man, come on, don't do that. Don't do that.
Tomalin, show me the evidence that I was supporting CDC. Show me the evidence.
Oh, my man. That's not those evidence.
Show me the evidence. Say this is what you said. This is what you wrote.
But my man, I saw your work. You
you spoke what?
I saw your work that you did.
What work? Who you saw it with?
I saw it.
Oh, but Kehleboe, I come in. Are you?
No. Who did you see it with?
But I saw your work where you did assessment and
assessment where? Assessment where?
You did a polling of certain counties, including Lofa.
No, so I did not do assessment. I did a survey for Samuel Toy in Nimba. No other county.
No, but I'm a Lofa.
No.
I come in. So I come in. Listen. Kehleboe.
I've never been in Lofa in my life. Maybe you don't know this.
No. I'm not saying you want to Lofa, but I'm saying the point.
I never even crossed the symposium.
Did you perform the survey in Nimba? The survey in Nimba, were you hired to perform that task?
Yes, Troy hired me. He said, "Listen, Nimba is a hot bell because the guy, they had at least what he told me. There was a British guy."
For the sake of transparency, can you tell how much money you pocket for that?
Now you ask question, you can't even listen, and I don't do that. You listen and I answer your question.
Okay, yes, sir. Go ahead.
He sent a data to me, a report to me. He said, "Can you review this report?" And I review it, and
this conversation is interesting.
And I gave him my professional advice. I said, "I don't see this as being credible." And he said, "Okay, let's do it this way. We can't read because they have done it for 15 counties." And it was, in fact, because when I went to Liberia, it was in July. It was closer to the election, in fact, campaign time. So he said, "We can't redo this. We don't have the money." I said, "But I'm going to Nimba because I'm going to Nimba to campaign for my brother. So I can't go in no other country but Nimba. So I can do it only in Nimba because myself have interest in Nimba." So I chose Nimba. He said, "Okay, I have done the pool for 15 countries. Since you have problem with the report, the analysis done, let's choose one country to redo it." And I chose Nimba. I chose Nimba because I was going to Ghana, Seleke Kromah, other places. And I chose Nimba. And I recruited my team from Leges. I mean, very experienced folks. I took them from Leges and went to Nimba, between our data collector, and we did the poll, we gave the result to Toy. We did not even Toy. You told me, George, you called me. Toy, I told you guys so I can come on closing argument to defend the opinion. I said, no, he did not hire me to go to public for him. He hired me to do something of research.
So, Kehleboe, can I ask you a quick question?
I rejected the fact that the data from Lofa. I said, will Lofa stay on a show that the president leading vice Waka at 10 point Lofa? I said,
when I saw that report, let me just say for the record, when I saw that report that when I
George, I sat right where I'm sitting.
Oh, is there somebody Jesse Jr.?
You brought somebody who was working for 12 when you are looking at historical data like Pewee is doing now and say, oh, this is it, this is it. I'm not gonna call the name of that person.
No, but
the person that you guys.
No, but the problem is that how come most of the people mislead person and we are. Everybody say that.
Can I ask one question though?
And you want to put that on my professional reputation?
No, I just said that.
It's not funny. I don't joke with my profession.
I'm telling you. But what I'm trying to tell you is that I never said you did. I just said that.
Oh, you said I did Lofa and you are laughing with it.
No, I said.
I never used to in Lofa in my life.
I said. But quickly. I will say this.
I will tell Lofa. I said.
The reason why I stated my point is because you were asking for historical, but not historical. I took it from the historical context. You were asking for the barometer news, and it was for that position. But when I saw that same report about Mr. Weah leading Mr. Boakai by 10 points in Lofa, and not basically saying from you, I saw a pool that said that Mr. Weah was leading Mr. Boakai 10 points. I can remember I was somewhere in Zozo. The first time I went for the campaign was September 25th. 2023, when Dr. James Colley called me, he said, Neopro, where are you?
So you're campaigning for Weah?
But you're still campaigning for Weah during the runoff.
My campaign for Weah was conspicuous.
Well, but people ask a man, during the runoff, he supported Weah. Why you want to act like you support Weah during the runoff?
No, I come in there quickly. You see, you got to throw the stool and hire him.
I'm very fair.
No, you're being unfair. You supported Weah second round. What's that?
I made one post, and you guys got confused at the post. I made a post and I said on closing argument, I said, look, between the CDC and the Unity Party, they will give you the same outcome. Liberia will remain the same. Choose any side you want to go on and defend that side. That's the statement. And I said, stand by it. What is happening between Unity Party government or no, I would say rulership or whatever shit and CDC?
No, but
you
can't say you did not support President Weah and CDC in the second round. Don't do that.
On what basis you did it solve it for in the map?
Come on, man.
No, I think let's to in all fairness, I think what Kehleboe did for the CDC in terms of the contract that he had with former Minister Pewee, I think he was paid and he did a professional job for.
How much was he paid?
Well, I don't know.
He was paid.
I don't know. He confirmed that he was paid. So he did a professional job for the CDC Pewee. You understand? But that does not translate to the fact that he supported the CDC.
But why you want to deny?
Let me step in. Mr. Gongloe, 1 second, please.
Let me clarify. Maybe these guys don't know. I don't know how long Tomalin George or Pewee have known Samuel Toy. I started teaching Tomalin in 1992. When I was teaching Tomalin,
it's not how long. It's not how long. It's how well. Go back to the topic.
I'm coming.
Yeah, go to the topic.
When I was teaching Tomalin, 12 was a student. Okay, we were not that close. He was in, I was like, he was in the German movement, and I was.
Okay, when you are teaching that 12 student.
What? Was student, so maybe you don't know this.
But I can allow you to.
So let me tell you now. When I came to the University of Liberia, I was also in the math department already, and his minor was mathematics. Okay, so we have a long history in the academy. Okay, and we interacted just like friends. I mean, in Tomalin, I call my student. Joe was not my student though, but I call my student comrades. They never you call me Mr. Gongloe. We call each other comrades. True in Tomalin. In 6 years, I taught in Tomalin. All my students will know each other by comrade. We don't call each other name. Okay? So, because I was recruiting for soup at the university. So, we call each other comrades. And that's how I was molding the war soup. So, there is a different level of relationship. You look at it and say, senior prof can't do this for me. I was not doing it for CDC. I was doing it for someone that I have a long-standing relationship with.
Were you paid for service?
What does it concern you? I did it free.
Well, Kehleboe, you got to answer that question.
But Kehleboe, one second, guys. Kehleboe, that's the question. Wait.
It's not good for you.
Wait. So, Kehleboe.
I'm sorry, I don't run my case. Raul, you ask your question.
Yeah, so Kehleboe is.
I'm not asking that question if you are paying.
It's funny, we are giving Kehleboe answer. He said, which one concerns you? But Kehleboe, I was going to ask you though, because essentially, because some might say that doing work for Minister Pewee is essentially doing work for CDC because Minister Twee's interest was CDC. So it's not like he was on a ballot. President Weah was on a ballot. And whatever interest Pewee has, CDC has similar interests, right? And so you don't have to answer whether or not or how much you got paid, but you can confirm that you did get paid.
Robert, here what I will give you an analogy. You can have a sexual relationship with a woman and you don't support her father running in an election. What's about that?
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, what can I think Kehleboe saying?
He's right. But you cannot have a sexual
relationship. So in other words, he's trying to say he was paid, but he didn't support.
But you cannot have a sexual relationship with a hooker and not pay her money.
I didn't say hooker. Maybe you said hooker, right? I didn't say so. You know, I think these words that come out of your mouth because based on experience. I don't even know who are hookers.
But then you don't know that anytime maybe he used
exactly.
I didn't use that word.
You've been around for a long time, so you know how to see it.
I've been around for a long time doing different stuff now, Pewee.
But how did you?
All I'm saying is plenty happened during election. Plenty happened during election that we didn't know because this is breaking news. I had no idea that Kehleboe did work poor work for Sema Pewee.
For CDC. For CDC.
Yes, sir.
You see, you can put it. If I have a relationship with you, Robert, and you call me and say, "Look, Gongloe, I'm working for my manager. My manager wants me to do this data analysis for him. Can you help me to do it? I'm working for you, Robert, because I'm knowing for closing argument. I'm not working for your manager.
Okay, that makes sense.
Based on our relationship, right?
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
First of all, your manager, I'm not reporting you to your manager. I'm trying to empower you, Robert, to go report to your manager.
Right. That makes sense. I'll take that. That's fair.
In that context. So people don't look. Human networks and social networks are very important, right? And I respect that. For me, that network with the likes of Pewee and even like the Vavole Chule, the guy who was with Echoes, that Peking, when he was there, he used to call me. We're all in LU together. He's called me big brother, okay? Vavole Chule. He has a lot of respect for I think he lives in Maryland here. So people I have relationship with as a teacher. I've taught so many students, and I have a relationship with these my students, and it pays me off really, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, I got so many connections in Liberia because I taught in Liberia for which school I've not taught in. Myean, Salvation Army, Stella Maris, Collington Graduate School, UMU, LU, where I have not taught. So I have extensive connection with my students. What will you say? Look, I'll end on this. One day I was trying to buy a used car.
Oh no, yeah.
I said, let me do the emission test. I'll buy from individual, not from company. So where I want to do the emission test, that time I used to teach at Rowan University. So the boy who did it, that was this new type of Nissan that they brought It was looking like a van, but not van. Big.
So you refuse to answer the question.
He told me in his office.
You refuse to answer the question if you actually got paid or so.
He told me on the side, he said, "You may not know me. You taught me at Rowan University. I want to advise you this. If you buy that car, you're gonna have
mechanical issue, huh?
Not mechanical. There's something that the one that can make the car to be slow. It can move.
The gearbox.
No, not the gearbox. It's something closer to that.
Oh, there's all.
Transmission?
Transmission. He said you have transmission problem, and the money you paying for the car.
Well, I think gearbox there. The transmission, the gear, everything connected.
I mean, I don't know much about that. But this boy called me. I taught him at Rowan University, but I didn't know him. But he saved me from the problem because I was desperately looking for a car and I was going to buy it, right? So students and teacher relationship anywhere in the world is important. So if I did a work for Robert Garguah because Robert said I'm reporting to my boss as a friend, then somebody can come and say, oh, but you're working for Raw Hotel. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, you can look at it that way.
But on a serious note, right? I will say this, yes. But my understanding was that you did a job for, okay, I know you say 12, but CDC per se, okay? Now, you did a job, and then based on in fact, I remember that they said, oh, once they call your name, I said, but then I respect you a lot. So when they call your name, I said, but then this is credible. But the part that got me, when they said, Lofa 10 point, I said, no. I can't go on the show.
But then that was not me. I just explained
I said, I can't go on the show to say Lofa 10 point. I can't do that. But when they call your name, I got more. I said, but then they got respect it, man. He know numbers. He know data, right? They come to statistics.
So that's why you guys jump on CDC.
No. My man, come on now. It became I'm not happy doing this.
Georgie is a diehard sedition.
What were you going to say? But I know.
But gentlemen, I gotta go. Let me just say.
Or your reaction.
Yeah, no, Kehleboe, 17 Kehleboe. I gotta go.
Yeah, gentlemen. Likewise myself. I gotta go.
You told me, and I
we'll
said
talk tomorrow
because I did a private job for an individual, and I cannot come public to defend it. Didn't I say that to him?
Yeah, but I wanted you to come and talk about.
But I said what I did was a private job for a friend, and I can never come public. I said that.
Well, it's just today I'm hearing that the Lofa.
I told you.
Yeah, I come in, but the Lofa. I just today I'm hearing that. But it's just today I'm hearing that the Lofa data was not from you. But I just hearing all I knew was from you. All I thought.
Who told you all from me?
Hey, my man, I'm going into.
No, Ash. You said you don't want to go.
I don't go to deeper. I heard a key from you. I said.
Tomorrow morning.
Oh no, I go do all that, my man.
All right, Kehleboe, listen, man. Kehleboe, listen, man. I might be reaching out to you, to do some data for me, man. So I'm not gonna say anything bad about you. I'm not running grandpa. I'm trying to open up. I'm trying to invest, man. Before I start running for any orphanage grandpa in Liberia, I want to make sure my money is good because my mouth is too big. And so I want to make sure that I can freely talk. So I'm focusing on investment right now. So I'll call you to give me some data. But when I do decide to run, I don't know if it's in Grand Boss or not, I will also reach out to you for data. But it's a great show. I'm not sure who you're going to do data for this the upcoming election. But I would think that it would.
I will ask you for help me in my give you.
I would think that it would benefit. I would think that it would.
Based on your advice, you tell me the wrong.
I would think that it would benefit you though, to just kind of make it public. I mean, if they're paying you for that, I understand you're a professional at what you do. If they're not paying you to come and defend your work, then that's fine. But if they're paying you and you're okay with putting out that information and defending your work, I think it helps. It helps your own credibility. It means it doesn't have to be perfect, but it helps your own credibility as well. But it was a great show. I think that this bill, I think it's a step in the right direction. It's not perfect, but I think that it's a step in the right direction. And I think we'll have more time to kind of delve into it. But if the Pape will sign this bill because he's looking for this political narrative in 2028 that he will tell the boy in Grand Bassa in Maryland, oh yeah, I got you this spot and I got you there. I don't think that's gonna hold.
That's not going to hold one bit, because the opposition can just counter that easily, and they will not do that. Abu, the bill will be signed in your city, Atlanta. Okay, it will be signed, even if it's not signed. Again, and if you guys are not wasting taxpayer money to convince some of those corrupt and questionable lawmakers, and if you attempt to do it, we'll call their name, we'll bring them out, we'll call their name. Why you supported this bill on two occasions? Why the change now? They will have to justify that reason why. If they can give us no good answer, then we'll know is another corruption happened, but I think this is a bill in the right direction, and hopefully that it goes through, and then we can start making sure that all of the concerns about fixing it are also addressed as well. But my brother Sylvester, good to see you, man. I gotta go, man. Sylvester, you muted. Oh, Sylvester's on the phone.
No. I was
Oh.
saying, yeah, good night, man. It was a great show, but I don't think you guys are to hire Kehleboe because he's not willing to disclose the amount he can get or he's being paid. So
no, if I hire him,
I've been doing a lot of survey. We did a lot of survey before to advise Mr. Conan, the new progressive. We got our own sort of way we can drive our methodology. Very crack team. We'll do and give you good, very nice report. Our methodology system is very straightforward. We don't want to come with full disclosure. And if you don't have full disclosure, then that's an issue. Yeah, we're not have people.
I think he's worried that if his data does not reflect the election, even based on the numbers, I think he's worried that people might question it. But
people question. But people always question things, right? Let's for instance, the report he brought up on NIMBA, that report is I've read the report now. Listen. When the LOFA report came out, I saw the LOFA report. When I was called and asked for the LOFA report, because that was quite different from our survey we did in 2020 before the elections. Then I can't really recall it yet, but it was different from the two set of survey that we actually went through. Even before the presidential election, we advised even Raul Salif, and that was part of the reason that we even advised Raul Salif don't contest against Mr. We did a survey on that. It was very clear that Mr. We are win that election.
Even supporting Raul Salif. Wow.
Come again?
It's eye-opening that you're even supporting Raul Salif.
You see, and that's why I said so now you are poor listener.
You support Raul Salif?
You know, that's why he
didn't say that. You didn't know.
We did a survey.
They did a survey and
we hired to do a survey, and our survey advised that Raul Salif was distant second behind Mr. Weah. And exactly, Mr. Tomalin, what we saying now.
Are you supporting him or you're judging professional work?
No, so I spent this line, I did not, and as a matter of fact, let me say this to you. Before I get to that answer, I was not a voter in Lofa, and I didn't support him, but I didn't vote in Moscow, rather. I'm a registered voter in Lofa. Right? I'm a registered voter in Lofa County, but I didn't support him, but we did a piece of professional job, and that job advised. Right? And I'm saying this to the opening.
From my work. Now you can call my work CDC work, right?
No. I didn't say. I asked you the question. I said, did you support CDC? It was a question that I asked you.
And the problem I got with you,
Mr. I would never prejudice issues that I just want to go to. I will always be constructive and productive in my thought process. Those counterproductive tendencies not in me. You know that.
You do love that word, counterproductive.
Yeah, it's not in me, right? So I want you to understand. I want you to understand clearly that the road, if you functioning, when I saw the Lofa road report 10 points, I sat to myself, I understand Lofa election very well. I've been into it from 2005, deeply into it. To tell me that Mr. Weah will beat Mr. Baka and Lofa by 10 points, listen, even if Jesus Christ wrote that report, I will challenge it.
And I was clear. I said, I guess I didn't show.
Yeah, but right? Kehleboe just confirmed that Lofa report did not come from him.
Okay, so I said,
No, honestly, I know who that report came from. For some reason,
at the time, I heard it say for him, but
I would tell Tomalin who did that report. I would not call it for some reason. I respect the people. I would not call that report round. That report was done to basically get some favor from wow. But I would tell you guys probably who did that report, but not on the show. But that report came 10 points when James Scotty called me a near pro. You saw the report. So Jisquari wanted, because when he was discussing it with him, man, Jisquari really wanted me to confront if that's the case on the ground. When you know, but then I've seen the report though. He said, "Why you think gonna be the margin between Myean and Bwaka in Lofa?" Then I told James Squadi, if we are to perform in Lofa, Bwaka will win around 85% of the vote. Meaning we are ready to perform.
Bwaka wants something perform. We are the well.
No. Bwaka, the total turnout vote, Bwaka wants 72% of the vote.
Yeah, but okay, compared to 2017.
Yeah, 72% as compared to the.
I'm not going to go to that percentage.
So we are there well because
no. In terms of the numbers, we are there well this time around.
2017.
So he did better than he did in 2017.
Yeah,
he did better in 2023 than he did in 2017.
No, but President, we did better in 2023 in Lofa.
The result our challenge in terms of the margin.
That was not in sugar data. Tomalin George should say who did the Lofa report. He knows a person because
I know the person myself. I know the person very well. I will not call the person name now.
Their campaign operators on closing argument. Tomalin George knows that, and he should be truthful. He knows the person who did the Lofa report because the open closing argument funded by CDC as a propaganda arm. He knows that.
No, come on, don't say that.
Man, attacking now.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I'm not talking. We just been truthful. That's all. It's telltale moment.
But after this runoff, it became a binary choice, and everybody taking side, spoon to a side. So everybody took a side, right? And it took. So
you took a side, and you know who did the survey. You brought a person here. I was sitting there in that particular chair watching you guys, and that person was looking at historical margin, different from 2005. I don't want to call the person.
Gongloe, I was on the show when that person was on the show.
No, you are not there because that person is currently with CMC, and that person was on closing argument that night, presenting as a looker. I listened to him.
No. So it's not the person. It's not the person that did the report. That's not true. It's not Garguah that did the report.
That person too was being hired by CDC too.
It's not Garguah. So you're trying to talk about Garguah. It's not Garguah that did that report.
Yeah.
And I will immediately. The reason why I can't call the person name, I got some respect for the person who like it. That's why I won't call the person on the show. But it's not. The report is out. So if I call the person, it's out. No problem.
I've do Lofa. I've been Lofa before.
Yeah.
I'm going to trip.
The person currently in the US, even the person live in the US.
All in all, to be honest with you, when I heard that Kehleboe had done some voter perception survey for CDC, I respect this guy. All joking aside, when it comes to somebody who's a genius, is one of them here. So I give him that respect. So when I heard that he went for, but then the thing that made me to when I heard it say, Lofa there, I said no. I said no. And I said, come and talk on the show. He said, you can't come on the show.
Because
all right, guys. Good night, man. I gotta go, man. Good night, guys.
Not today.
Yeah, good night.
Now he's a meeting. The man called me on account of show. I said I cannot come because I did a private job for somebody that I know, and it was not meant for public consumption. You know, he invited me on closing argument. I said I cannot because what I did was not for public consumption. Somebody said, "Listen, can't give me a professional advice quietly, and I can't do it." Then you now invite me to come public? No. I can't do that. Professionally, you don't do that, Tomalin. You know?
Yeah, but as we come to a close, you said something, and I agree with you. Look, but the president signed the bill because of political. I agree. Trust me. Look, and Pewee and Sylvester Kehleboe made a good point. Let me frank for the fact that matters that the problem UP have faced, the Southeast have been a problem. That's a war. That's so easy war to break his heart. And
they want to break it.
And so that so if you think about doing so, they say, well, we'll focus attention on this. You told them I already say.
What war? What you say?
What war? The so easy war.
To do what?
To break the so easy war where they feel that they can perform them. We are in the Southeast. What are the goals?
If you want to perform them, we are in the Southeast.
For example, what they got doing now? See what they got doing now. Listen now. See what they got doing now. You think the thing he's doing is by design. Just open up. the attack you get we are in Grand Chile, about design. It's not something that some of the work they started already.
The very Zopena man is struggling in Grand Chile. He's not popular there.
So I see attacking we are in Grand Chile.
Zopena is an inherent opportunist. He's trying to attack we are so that he can do things that, how they call it, the government will start pumping some money to him. The man is an inherent opportunist. That's what he's doing that for.
For me,
whether they're attacking him, Grand Chile there. You see all the picking attacking him. Both of them is out. He's not going to win election again.
For me,
I find means to get money for the government.
Although we are served, if you are served the Senate for 12 years, give up a chance.
Yeah, he been there long. But for me, I don't have permission. He's been there, but he's increasingly unpopular there now. Increasingly unpopular. So he's doing that.
I didn't watch it, but I saw George why not respond to it?
To what?
Breaking news. Aaron Costa has exposed Yomli Kanga Lawrence on alleged fragmentation over decentralization bill.
Kehleboe. Aaron Costa is exposing Yomli on what now?
Well, I don't agree with him, but at least he's a popular blogger, so we share what he's saying here. I got no fish to fry rescue people team.
So now the honor is on Yomli or team to respond.
There are certain things you can report. You can respond to certain
things. No, I don't respond to him.
Because that's a major allegation. So
they'll respond to him. And what I see.
On the business or the width of it.
No, with pictures and all. I think somebody said picture of all what display. Then you say why they can't respond.
Somebody go on that picture of display on what?
I mean, I take my time tonight when I go to bed. Before I go to bed, I'll listen to a Costa podcast. But I was busy today. I couldn't have time to listen to it.
Well, I just share it with you, Tom.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it. But what I'm saying, I heard snippets from it. But the snippets I heard from it.
Kehleboe, did you listen to it, Kehleboe?
Yeah, listen to it. So tell us now what they say.
Mr. Gongloe, are you there?
I actually share it.
I want actually.
No. Beyond you sharing, they want to add you some strategic.
No, but you tell us that.
Why are the major? Can you summarize the major point of the attack? The major attack area.
I just started to listen to it now, brother.
And guy, you
say listen to something, then you come.
Yeah, man. I just started to listen to it. I read the different snappers here and there. Pewee, what difference it makes? You hear my position that I'm for decentralization of the port. I said that. So if Costa is against it, what difference it makes in my opinion?
No, I want to see the nature of the attack against Yomli. I want to see that nature of attack. Because the way you emphasize
it. Some kind of French businessman picture, I mean. But we all heard about this man being Liberia giving money to even people around the president anyway. But maybe what he gave is less than what Sekou Doumbouya can spare too,
So come in. Is this whole thing, and Mr. Gongloe, will soon be going up, please. Is that whole thing around people going for everybody bidding for somebody? You think Costa is pushing? Let me end before you continue. Let me end before you continue. Do you think Costa is fronting for someone or two here?
Well, Costa, I can't say anything on that. But no.
You are a coward, Gongloe.
No.
For me,
you attack them. Then you say again to.
All telling men are my uncle.
For me, at least, I'm not fronting nobody. I speaking by my conscience.
Because somebody posting, somebody is saying it to me on the text here that the reason why Costa is going after Yomli and Delon and the rest of the folks on this deal is because the managing director is pumping some serious money through him to attack these people.
Myself, I heard that he's pumping a lot of stuff. So
okay.
No,
Costa is fronting for the managing director against Yomli, Delon, and the rest of the folks.
Hey man, come on man, stop it man. What do you mean best friend? Everybody my best friend. I best friend with Kuhn. I best friend with MD2. But yeah, the point though. For the last couple of hours, the MD on Facebook firing all over the place. I think that's for the bill.
And the MD sometimes you see the MD himself.
You'll never come here.
The MD himself have to be very open-minded sometimes, right? We on these kind of a shows and we discuss issue. When think we debate it from this angle to the next angle, but for some of us, and let me emphasize it, Mr. Gongloe, we are very independent. We don't take down from no government officials in the United Party government. But whenever you may attempt or even send him a message or something, you want to talk to him on some issue, text me. Text me. What you say? Like somebody want to do this kind of line, and then the behind the scenes do those things, and we get it.
If you support,
if
you against the bill, let him come up. Let him come forward and make the case why the bill shouldn't be passed.
No, he against the bill because he believes the bill is passed. It was something with his position now. He will not be as powerful as he is.
If you notice, a lot of people on Facebook. I mean,
why you think Costa said he was not on the whole thing? Why did he come on a podcast? Because it is alleged that people are saying now that he's who is pumping thousands of dollars beyond people to do this thing. And that's the point. It is alleged. And that's why the guy sent message.
I want the president to sign the bill. For me, I'm clear with it. President Boga should sign this bill. I want him to sign this bill. I'm going to sign this bill. For me, that my position is clear.
No.
I have no.
The country is such that those that pretend to say they love the country or they can advocate on behalf of the people, nobody advocating on behalf of anybody. They're not. I mean, some of us from the distance behind, we do those things because we're not benefit. We are not benefiting from the largesse of anybody or government. There's no government largesse coming to anybody. So when we come in with things, we come with a balanced mind.
You got evidence and you publish it that Medalla Cooper and Yomli are visiting a French billionaire.
If Costa had our evidence, ever since Costa is the kind of normal thing Costa can do. Costa, nobody would listen to him. Nobody would take him serious there. Costa would do these things every day. If he got any serious evidence, he would have today. That would have followed, or maybe before even a broadcast, he would have used that evidence to bring more people on. Even instead of, I mean, Gongloe, I know that you say you get something, let's leave that. If you want to go after, see, and that was my prediction. That eventually the United Party government there will be serious crack before the elections. Powerful government officials are there who will use money and give it to other folks to front for them and attack one another. That's what's going to happen, Mr. Gongloe, and that will start happening in this year. And it already started.
Anyway, my prediction will be my prediction is that if Joseph Numa Boaka, and from what I've gathered from insider, Boaka is being pushed around not based on conviction, but based on the fear that if Boaka does not run, the Unity Party will fracture into maybe 3 different groups.
I agree. I agree.
On the basis of that, they are saying, listen, if you don't run, the party will be split because there is a strong resentment in the party that there were other party faithfuls who saw themselves in line of succession that after Erling and Boaka is their time. But then someone came in alliance and cut in from them. So if Boaka does not stay there like a levy, the party there will be an implosion. Like Armageddon would take place in the Unity Party. You know?
Armageddon.
Yeah, but listen, I'm inclined to believe what you're saying, Mr. Gongloe, and that's what I'm saying to you now. And that's the beginning of this. What's going to happen? And what's going to happen? They all have to be fair, and we all have to be thankful to God that the President of the Republic is in good health, and we should continually pray for him to continually be helped to steer the affairs of the states. Meanwhile, having said that, we shouldn't forget he's an old man. He's 81 years old. He turned 82 this year. Next year, he's going to be 83.
There are biological probabilities for everyone.
Yeah, so, next year, he's going to be so.
But at UP strong, when you talk to them, they said that the strongest hope they got.
Yeah, that's the strongest hope. And the good part of it that he looked very healthy. And he moving, so he may say be that.
Yeah, that I agree with Kehleboe if because I think he's the only one who can hold them together right now. Because
he's the only one who can hold them together right now. But
interested in the party.
2029 will be he will be 85 years. 2029, meaning that Brother may not want to vote for him 2029 because he age.
So Pewee, from my analysis, if you look, I believe that meeting that took place between Boaka, Yomli, and Kong in Bombing, right? Where Boaka said, y'all go meet and come. And after the name Kong, the explanation that came from Bouaga campaign was it was because of the infight in Liberty Party. So Yombli was on top of the list to be the running mate to Bouaga. So Yombli and of few agreed by that. So if Bouaga remains and run in 2029, then Bouaga is the only one that can keep Yombli in the alliance. Even if Bouaga is running, there will be a lot of serious discussion that, listen, we were on top. The only reason why you didn't come for us was really Prince Johnson factor. There's no longer Prince Johnson influence in Nimba. So we have also legitimate claim to go back to the drawing board. It's our time to be running mate to you. I believe the Liberty Party will put that on the table.
Yeah, but I also I'm hearing that the UP is saying that in order for them to because of Prince Johnson, since he's not in the race and he's not around no more, and the county is still they need to have a total grip on the county. I'm hearing that they're gonna come after Madam Gongloe, where they're gonna come after her because they believe that she will help them to maintain Nima strong. So I don't know. So a lot of things will happen. And
I mean, Tom, I know you hear a lot of things because you are close to the executive mansion.
No, but see what you want to say.
But you got a telephone number for all the government officials.
No problem. But then I'm good for me because I mean I understand. I'm gonna move you. But I'm telling you, I hear it today. He said I get it. I executive mansion.
No, you see, Tom, the good thing is people should be able to talk to each other, right?
Yeah, but I talk to everybody. Yeah,
so even Margaret Taylor Greene and Donald Trump can talk, but she got a view, you know.
Well, on the international front, Trump said Venezuela will get 50 barrels of oil, 50 million barrels of oil, and he said the China gets on the oil because he and President Xi get along. The Trump got ahead of a guy. He told him on that. He said, you know, China benefits from Venezuela a lot. So he said,
so China has actually developed. One of the China state-owned company has developed the oil field and they're pumping oil.
So is that Trump says so China will get oil?
Company that got oil field and they're developing it. They are still doing exploration. They have not reached development stage yet. So they actually sent a cable to Washington that, listen, you've taken over, you're saying all these things. These are our investment interests in Venezuela. And we want it protected. We have done this investment. We have a legitimate contract with the previous government, right? So Trump has to come public to say that because otherwise they and
So right now, who's in charge of Venezuela right now? I haven't followed.
The vice president.
That Rodriguez is now Rodriguez.
Trump agreed to work with her now.
Oh, but listen, I didn't see. Yeah, on the news now. Trump there announced on his page, social media page. I just on up. He said the government there will give 30 to 50 million barrels of fuel oil to the U.S. Right? Wow. Now, when this whole thing started on Saturday, Trump announced during the press conference on Saturday that the interim government, there will be an interim government in the place that America will be taking the shot.
Are you not switch?
But no. Sunday. Rodriguez came out Sunday and she said that Venezuela will not be a puppet to anybody. There's no slave thing, master thing coming up. Then Monday, yesterday, Trump threatened that there will be serious consequences more than Maduro if she didn't obey instructions from Washington. Yesterday evening, she came up with a statement saying she'll cooperate with America. Then today, the oil thing coming. So she's not in charge.
But you see, that's deep because right now.
So she's not in charge. So Trump is accepting her to be in charge. And that's why I even asked Trump quickly that if they were going to allow the opposition leader to take over. Trump said no, the woman is not respected in the country.
Come on, you see that? And yeah. How about the guy that beat?
That's why he said no. He said they are not respected.
So you know it's all about the deed. But you know, no, it's all about deed. All deed going on right there.
So no, but the intent is. But one of the things I know that are going to benefit also with this kind of thing, the people because the country is so rich. But I mean, the people got 350 billion of reserve oil, totaling about $9 trillion. And that oil going to be there according to the prediction for 800 plus years.
You think China and Russia will sit down there and let America have take control? Why
nothing they can do.
I mean, I beg you. Why?
Yeah, man,
but
who's supporting
Rodriguez right now? You think why you boarding on to say he challenged? Why you boarding on to say, as far as concerned, Maduro still the president and the vice president? I would.
You're not even following nothing.
I'm following. When me I'm following.
What she said she was not going to send you. What she said
yesterday? Because Trump.
What she said yesterday?
No, because Trump also says I say that people then will run the whole country.
Come on. Yeah. What she said yesterday?
So the problem is that the fact is that
she cooperating.
No. The fact is that Trump knew very well that maybe you read it not following what going on. But get it clear now. He knew very well that it will require congressional approval for him to continue to put boots on the ground. So in order to do it, he won't go through all that. He won't get a vote. Too many. So what he did, he forced one to go on.
Listen to the expert, all those things. There's nothing that voting to nothing
for 3 hours.
America is using her power.
Where power?
You don't need to put one boost. Did they put boost on the ground when they corrected?
What difference between Rodriguez and Maduro? Vice president. Also indicted too. So why difference there? So indicted too. So indicted by the U.S. government.
But come on, minute. Do you understand real foreign diplomacy in Canada? They twisted that arm. The intent was not to remove the regime. The intent was to decapitate the head. It's what we call cohesive diplomacy.
What a difference between this woman and
you're not even getting the point. It's not a regime. It's the order one.
So tell me, then why side you said that they will run the poor country?
But you think who running it now?
My man, because the poor keep on strong. The poor
you think who running it now?
Man,
you think how the oil coming?
You know what happening? You know what happening?
Listen, let me say this to you. Between that your year, how many companies moving in, and you're going to see how.
Man, don't come and tell that rest to go drunk water quickly because they know it's a generous ball game playing. You will put a money over there.
Yeah, you know the power. I thought you know the power of the country, but I know the power of this country.
Man,
let me tell you this time. They didn't put 1 foot on the ground. They didn't put 1 foot on the ground there. What did they? You know what happening? You got close to 20,000 troops on the coast of on the ship. You not respect it.
I was
they can grab that woman like this.
To arrest 2 person, you put. Everybody say that to arrest 2 person, you put all that resources on the ground for what? 2 person arrest 2 person.
So what you want to do?
Oh, then
what you want to do?
When they took Noriega, when they took Saddam, how much they put all our resources together to do that?
But man, then you have to take time and follow the thing. No, the resources for Saddam were more. Listen, the resources for Saddam. No, but it's not. The resources for Saddam was triple that. Maybe he didn't follow the. You remember men were in Iraq?
My man, and because Saddam was a UN resolution. Well, UN resolution. My man, you gotta understand this. The UN
you remember men that carry Iraq?
Because it was a coalition forces. That not one country did it.
You don't remember men that carry Iraq? It's not any inch of what went there.
It was a coalition force that did it. Okay?
No man getting right.
Resolution.
Listen, this thing is about.
I think unilaterally to do what he did.
No. Again, that listen. If we look at the international
violence, why? You know what he said today? He said today. He said, "It won't win a meter. I'll get impeached." Why is he saying it for?
But that's domestic politics.
The Democrats definitely impeach that in order to sustain the effort in Venezuela, you need congressional approval now because who was supporting? Who was supporting?
No. The effort in Venezuela thing is that anything about voting, he will get the support from his people.
From what people? But they'll put a career on the line for them.
He will get the support from them. But leave the issue about impeachment.
Put on the for vote.
Is he not right about the impeachment thing? But he's right about that.
Trump, Mike Johnson.
How many times they push for impeachment? 2 times.
Yeah, Mike Johnson
do you have an impeachment bill?
Would not put no bill on the floor right now. They would, but we don't make 10 years, buddy. The Republican try, they will loop.
Then I mean, you got to see. I don't want to be saying that. He just Matt Johnson just what he said.
What he said?
Yes, man. You know
what he said? What he said?
The move in there is legitimate.
Yeah, do everything to support the president. What you expect to say? That means as a leader there.
But then you just said, you don't expect him to do this.
He can't put no bill on the floor. I'm telling you, we dare to put a bill on the floor to authorize the U.S. to take more action on that. He cannot do it. They won't get a vote.
No. So this one, the intent is not to. What they've done already, they already corner the Venezuelan government.
Sit down there.
The intent of this thing was not to change regime. The language people have to understand. The intent. No. The intent was not to change regime. The intent was, listen, America understand very clearly that regime change in other parts government didn't go down well. You saw Saddam Hussein's situation in Iraq. It plunged that country into chaos. You saw the removal and execution of Muammar Gaddafi by President Barack Obama. It didn't go well. It plunged that entire North Africa into tatters, complete chaos. Now, with this structure here, this man, everybody understand and agree that Nicolas Maduro, as the president of Venezuela, was not only a tyrant, he was a vicious leader.
I agree with that.
As a visual leader, and he was wanted by this country. And we know when Bill Barr was Attorney General way back in the 90s in this country, there was a law in this place. America can go after her enemy no matter where they are. So they exercise from that front. Now, it may be from international perspective, international diplomacy, it's a violation of sovereignty and the rest of that. But they will argue, and they've also said, American law will take precedent over international laws. I don't know how they did that country. The country is powerful. And the fact that the country is powerful, I'm not the one that's saying it. It is the law versus international instrument. Now, I just pay some attention to study them and see how I can adapt from time to time. And I will work to do my own analysis to please this general structure.
We are talking about what happened in the last 3 days in
but Venezuela. The last 3 days in Venezuela,
yes. Because it doesn't. Rodriguez have not seen the defense minister, the interior minister. They stood up. They said, and the Supreme Court said, "Look, you are if he's not here."
So you didn't. When Trump first spoke, so that means you didn't. When Trump spoke from the beginning, what Trump said? When the first press conference Trump had was Trump said, yes, what Trump said. When Trump had a press conference, the whole plan was not to remove the whole regime. The plan was to get rid of the first airman, disgracing, dragging, then you put fear in order to tell anything to do. Yes, what he said. Before that woman could come out to talk, Trump said, we will run the place from people that are already on the ground in the government.
Yeah.
And we'll run the place.
He's not ignorant, right? You know you're talking. First of all,
he didn't know he was talking, but what's happening now?
No, he said
they agreed to give 40 to 50 million barrel will be coming in. They will decide what happened. You're going to see now the change. What's going to happen? The next thing that's going to happen, let me say this is what's going to happen again to you, to them. They're going to instruct them to release most of some of those. The intent was not to restore democracy to that country. The intent of the mission. Eventually, and this operation will last maybe in the period of the 3 years. Maybe after, and you have a democratic elected Democrat coming into the presidency, they will stop now and force them to go back to the constitutional democratic rule. But for now, Uncle Bob will be in charge. You will let her take insurance for that. Listen, that woman is a friend. Once she's indicted.
Yeah. So guess what?
It's bad for her.
Because he dared to do a deal. He therefore billionaire friends, all friends there. So what
No. He want to protect the interest of Venezuela.
After getting money for all the billionaire friends there, the oil friends there. No. Guess what?
Uncle Trump is trying to do good job for the people of Venezuela.
In 24 hours, he has a delegation going to Venezuela.
Yeah,
because his friends there.
Now his friends. They want to bring progress.
His friends there. My man, you want to be transport man, be by nice.
No, the man, I'm a man. I just like him now.
You like him. I beg you, man.
I like his policy.
I beg you, policy. Why are you doing that?
I like strong men.
Oh, what's strong man? Strong man.
Listen, they got soft diplomacy and hard diplomacy. If you deploying soft diplomacy, leverage it very well. If you deploying hard diplomacy, leverage. You saw the hard diplomacy he deployed. He moved in. Almost 150 plane in the air, fighter jet.
It makes sense.
That man.
Makes sense.
You show power for peace.
To rest 2%. The man, whether you do all that.
That man's a dictator. He's a vicious dictator.
I'm not backing Maduro. Maduro is there. But my point is looking at is that why the action that Trump took
to arrest anybody that is brutal, you have to go there with all the force.
Come on, man.
And that's it. And so let me say this to you. Uncle Sam is going to be in charge for the next 3 years.
Okay.
What's going to happen, you're going to see it. And so all I think I'm talking, Russia, China. And Russia and China, why they couldn't stop the people from getting the man?
No, but they will not get. They have to operate. They
Oh,
back.
okay.
They may have Cubans defend backing, right?
Yeah, we have it. No, listen, if their country move in, if their country catches cool, I mean sneezes, every other country will get cool.
And brother, right now, you know why? Because in a hemisphere, you got the leaders of the hemisphere. Right now, they are not going to allow him to just have his own way there. No, why think he backing up? Because you don't have to question people to do that.
They are all panic.
They are panic.
You know
okay.
They are all panic.
Okay.
They are all panic.
They say you go to another country to do the same thing that.
Yeah, in Bogota in a minute, they are all panic.
I mean,
listen, if they don't do those things to brother, you got your children in this country. We all got our children in this country. Listen. My point. Yes, my point. You got your children in this country. I got my children in this country, and there are a lot of other beautiful children in this country. The drugs that are coming from this country harming a lot of young people.
No.
You have to stop it.
No drugs. My man, be frank, man. They come on Mexico and other countries. Not from Venezuela.
Mexico,
be frank, man.
Venezuela, Colombia.
I mean, you do the Republican talking points. Don't do that thing, man. What wrong with you?
No.
I would agree, my man. We know the facts, man. Come on.
No. I'm not a Republican in a way.
You getting a talking point. I just been seeing you all the last couple of days.
No. The facts are on the side. I'm just sincere. No,
not the facts on the side. The drug coming from the poor country.
I'm just sincere. Man, judging good man.
You'll see how far it will go.
That way means
I guess I'll put Maduro about the idea. Why you think he didn't work with the kind of woman essential Maduro and just see Rodriguez?
And all of the Birmingham called divine rule. Yeah. Now the first football team I say you know it. Let me put it back to you.
You can try Africa. You can try local Africa.
Let me put it back to you. You myself somewhere out of here. You next to me. That's the whole already said. We go to all the that. Then I rescue it. I get you.
No example. We'll come back to America. Yeah. When they grab me to the airport, he said, Georgie, where you so?
Now you see. If you had that mindset at me, then
no,
bad on your part. Hold on.
I thought you were gonna have me, but you can't.
Hold on.
Why you gonna have me?
Hold on. Number one, probably you see again when I say you get back.
You are scared. You are scared.
I will never afraid. Why should I be afraid when I'm not?
But then why you fighting behind me to say, but me I found one more Georgie?
Listen. And probably you don't know this, and it's unfortunate you being at this long, you don't know that.
Okay.
When you travel, you come across to the immigration that point. When they invite you, no other person are trying when you go there.
You can
they'll come and wait for you to baggage clean.
You can't.
It happened before to me. Listen, it happened for one of my picking were coming to
what happened to the port?
Nobody will come there. Nobody.
I was there.
They play the carry. They will tell you number one, no phone calls allowed.
No. I'm a phone me. When they took me there,
you have their phone. You don't say no phone call.
No,
I'm written all in our place.
No, stop it.
When I came, there was a time coming to visit.
So when you come in and they answer the phone, yeah. When you come in, answer the phone.
Okay. Yeah. Say now. Let me indicate you now that I wouldn't leave on water and come down to where they had, I didn't know the reason or something. You know that would not be possible. But what I did,
I said, my man,
listen to me. I stood to the place baggage claim and I called you to find out what's happening with you. And I didn't stop there. I was still deployed there and I even called Peabody to inform Peabody. I said, well, coming. I don't know. So I'm still around the corner.
Say immigration and grab Tomalin.
I didn't say immigration. I said the man.
Here comes now.
Listen, if you're going to be listen,
I was having you. You want a trip? If I'm in Pewee, you have passport. I said to me, the passport with you there. He said, my man, make sure me.
But when you announcing who got I traveled with my LRB passport. He said, you give me US passport?
No, when we got to the immigration in the line when you got there, they ask you, man, he said, he ask you, when the more fast, the more laughing with you, sir. So laughing with you. He let you go quick. When I got there, say, oh no, you are go so.
So why did you more laughing? Yeah, but watch your kitchen. Yeah, I mean, so where did he go? I said, oh, I went. I came from Africa. They said, what where did you go? I said, I went to see family. She said, what did you bring? I said, I brought some African food. She said, wow, I want to have party with you. And she just took my book and gave my book and I walked.
And you left fast, but then
I didn't leave fast while walking. I didn't know. Listen,
is it Goso?
These are people that are implementing rule of law and other things, doing their job. That's a non-go zone of people doing their work. If therefore people are coming in and border patrol and border agents, they took my book, assessed my book, asked me to go, and the next place I have to go where? To package claim. I was not even expecting when I looked from distance after I saw you walking.
He said, wait a minute, Trump got people. You're not got him.
I said, I never, you see, I mean,
he said, who that? I mean, bring him out. Let's just bear with one.
I said, they two are beg to go to the bring.
I was scared, bro. I was scared.
But I knew you were scared.
The guy kept, the man kept saying, you sure you been driving me? I said, no, not driving me. Damn, hello. They put it to the machine. He said, I said, what do you need? I said, no. I said, the fish, they dry the fish. They were there.
You know what coming my man? I said, I hope somebody not go and say person we eat too many bears.
What a better one down.
So when I call people, I say, shit. When they send out guy by you, go straight grandmother can you.
No, but well, after I cool down.
Well, laughing, man.
When we don't happy now, right?
But you see, man, you're not correct.
The player got scared
for your business. I left in that place, and one of the reasons I came home even late.
Yeah,
because I stayed in that place calling you, waiting for you,
I'll check on you. I remember.
When you came, you didn't even get done. You left. I was sitting on the other side waiting. When you got out of bed, you didn't even call me because I was sitting on the other side of the bar waiting to get coffee, waiting for the chef to come to get my thing.
My phone went dead.
When I call you,
I think my phone went dead. No. My phone went dead. One guy in the car before I put the phone on charge. It was dead now.
When I left, when I got my bed, because I couldn't get when I sat down, there's a coffee bar right there, and then luckily for me, the part of the coffee bar, they were selling, so I just sent for one.
You know what I got scared? You know I got scared now, right? When I'll bring in some African soup then, right? And the ice are melted from the tea now. When I look, man, I saw the quesadilla. What else I do on the floor? I said, so I did. I put my bed on the car. I said, I told the guy, I said, "Come, I bring a cat. To put the bed in the car and get it real quick." Put the cat and say, "What's this?"
No, not. But you saw the immigration get that pass through her gate.
Yeah, right? But the girl laugh on you, man.
Yeah, you saw when I saw the thing, I passed this and other things she said. So I mean, there was no issue. I mean, I thought I brought food.
Nobody guess some. The girl saw my own tag, my bed tag. She said 10. She said, huh? 10?
I told her I brought food. She said, okay. She said, oh, I hope to join you. I said, yeah, you're welcome. And she said, welcome back. And I just passed. I entered that hall less than 1 minute.
Yeah, I saw you. I'll be honest. I saw you.
1 minute, she did my book and all that thing. Less than 1 minute, I passed.
But when she got to me, when she saw the tag, then I said, "Hey, go." I mean, I said, "Yeah." Although I said, she said, "You gotta go." So
I know you are saying that people whispering now.
No, honestly, when I was reaching there, when I saw you, I said, "Shit, 1 minute down."
Allah. For 3 hours, man. I said, "Well, look, what?" I see they can't talking. They said, "Yeah, they look at me." I said, "What are you guys doing so now? What is their problem? When they can't talk, everybody said, I said, well, now everybody that keep before me, they go in my 1 year stay, and they brought. I started bringing my bed, and I said, "All right, they bring in all of it." When they came and they said, "I put you in the machine," I said, "Hey," and he said, and the man said, "Why all in the team?" I said, "And the team was tied with the tip, tied well." I said, "But they got a problem." Then he kept asking me what I dropped.
But I can scan those things.
Yeah,
the machines will tell them our food.
But apparently he got tired and he said, "Oh, you know what happened?" He said, you can go." I said, "Thank God, man." What? But when I said go,
I had like I had one of those suitcases with all cooked food. Then I had 3 3 other suitcases with dry meat and other things. I mean, that dry fish and dry crawfish.
Yeah, Mama,
Yeah. Everything I brought was dry
but
fish.
you know, because the thing was frozen, so but they were frozen.
I didn't bring dry meat.
And I said maybe some coming to America now, the cool weather.
And it is acceptable. You can bring dry fish.
You give me dry.
The only thing they don't want you bring dry meat, and the reason why they don't want you bring the dry meat is because they don't want you bring monkey meat.
Oh really? Yeah, monkey meat. Somebody said
it is basically monkey meat, so people can really mix it up. But part of the reason why many people don't want to be in bias, so you can be in Torgbean asking too many questions. They don't want to bring meat at all. Many people when they bring meat, they will only bring different kind of different fishes. Dry one.
So you know the cartoon where the tie good, right? The man said, but why you bringing 6? I said my mom's. I said we're 6 here. I had him. They want for my brother, my sister, my brother. I said the old man fixed all the stuff for me to bring for her family because he's seen that very healthy food. He said, wow. And he said, put it in the machine again. I said, where you from with the machine? But when he started to leak, because the air I got it from the Casali now, I said, hey, God. I see the green water on the ground. I say, hey, let me get for a bit quick, yeah. The best say how much? $50. I said I go take your carry paid. I'll pay that go carry quick. Then you know the money I get it, man. That is Liberian daddy US dollar Liberian $10. The man say, what's this? I said, man, not the money. That money there now. Oh man. I listen to Lamba.
When I leave from Liberia, I want to bring money. It happened to me on 2 different occasions now. The first time in Arizona, I can remember me, Harry and myself were trying to buy gas. We get $20. I went to buy gas, $20 to the gas station. They wanted the manager there. The man said, I cannot feel get him. The man said, he can't hold the money.
Wow.
He refused, and he insisted that you hold the money. The man said, no, you can't hold the money. So he decided to call the police. The police came, we were there. The 2 police officers came out there, took the money, the other one walked. The one of them wanted to act stupid. One of the officers wanted to act very stupid. He was trying to buy it, so the other guys took the money for him, put the light walk, but I called him. So the money is good. They just like it's just dirty, it's good. Yeah. And the officer told the guy, said, hey, the money is good. Yeah, nothing you can do, you gotta take it, it's good.
For me, right now I was a little bit afraid because
so for that day, I don't like it. And yeah, also in Delhi where here there was a time I was coming back 2023. I came out with almost $1,500, so $20.
Delhi.
Most of it Delhi when you go from it, people just looking at it. So I did one day I did my alcohol that day, man. I went straight in the bank and I gave it to the teller. She I'm like, wow, how did you manage? I said, hey, I forgot. I went to Africa. I forgot, and I changed money. I brought this with me.
It's funny. I was see Africa.
Oh yeah, but I was the fight. I wouldn't lie. They will be street. They will look at you somehow when you get it. I need to be clear. I said I traveled to Africa, and I had some transaction with money and that changed. That's why I brought. I didn't have the time to change it. Yeah, and I actually just took it, and they got special bus.
Yeah, but you know,
I mean, when that 2020 because of New York, she gave me all 2020 again, and then the something up. I know they would still get that same money. They'll carry it back and they'll replace it.
What scared me, buddy, when the people they will go talk to each other and they talking and look at you. I say, what the problem now? They planning my removal.
So I know what they did now. In that point, they put in your social already check.
Oh yeah,
You're gonna see any bad thing and they say shit. The other guy,
man, they bring all the thing.
Honestly, that day when I saw you walking, I said shit. One man down.
My man, you are there when I paid for that for the bags there. I paid $2,400 for the 8 extra bags because they carry the thing up to.
Yeah, but you're taking with 10 suitcases.
Yeah, my man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and the nonsense that I don't know if that's going to be across the line. I'm really going to ask question to find out if that's going to be the case now with all airlines.
Right, Russell
charging $300 now for.
They say United can check one bed and pay for $100 for extra other bed. Are you hearing now?
They say what?
They say United, you can pay for you check one bed and then you pay for the extra bed $100 for the other bag.
I don't think so, man. International travel will always be two 50 something.
Well,
Then
after you go there, your child with a child with plenty of benefit and lose
yeah. For me,
but my other, you know, I left one of my bag, like brother. I think the guy who bringing it in Ghana now.
For me, moving forward, the only time maybe I will bring one or two or three.
I will not
it will not be more than 5 maximum.
Yeah, more than I won't pass 5.
It will be 4 when I bring it.
I'll check 2 in and 3. I bring 3. I won't bring more than that.
Going, I cannot go with more than 4 now. Maximum.
Yeah, the last trip I
maximum 4.
The 10 I brought, I will not do it again. What?
Maximum will be 4.
Yeah, I won't do it again.
Particularly going this time, because number one, the reason why going with carry it that way for me is that you want to carry things for people, carry small things and soap, toothpaste, this, that, clothes or thing. The best thing to do if you you get plenty of trade, you buy most of it and you put it in barrel.
Put in a barrel and send it ahead.
You sit it. It reach there at least a month before you can go there. When you go, these are not perishable things.
Yeah.
You go there, whosoever you want to get something to.
And see, as when you get there, it's different. That when I go to Africa, Liberia this time, I can't carry kosu. I can't carry too many dress clothes. If you only shoes and sneakers, because when I went to Liberia, I was buying it. The purpose to wearing it there. As I buy, I wear it. I was doing it there.
Yeah, for me, if there's no too much occasion, they may say I'm going to carry 2 kosu and muri.
No, okay, kosu. I'm not. I don't wear kosu no more.
But dress shirt, dress t-shirt, sneakers, dusters, these are most things I will carry. But my way of doing things now this time around when I'm ready to go now, this side, the only thing I will carry on will be carrying my barrel. I want to do all the things and carry up.
Extend it ahead. Oh, because it helps you. Yeah,
my pants having a exclusive interview tomorrow.
Who?
My pants.
So Pewee, I know you guys are on your Liberian expedition experience. But I called Tomalin and Tomalin connected me to this conversation. I called him because I wanted to say something quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
I still I'll let you guys continue.
No, continue. Talk.
Go ahead. Come and finish.
I didn't like. I know Pewee did not start it. But I didn't like the way Tomalin George brought whatever work I did for tour personally, because he personally talked to me. He said, "Please do this for me." Based on that, and I sat right there. Eugene Namu was there when I was analyzing to them. I said, "This thing is in Lofa, in Grand Cru, in the Southeast, in Western, Liberia, all these things." Because I think they had I know somebody that say British or whatever. They have different pool stores, do pools for them. When I went to Liberia to run campaign for my brother, I was not a sedition or pool store. There was 12 who personally asked me, "I want your view on this. Can you analyze? Can you review it?" It was a report, not your data. He sent it to me on WhatsApp, not email, WhatsApp. I had to download it on my computer. And I did it, and I said, "Look, I asked series of questions based on the report." I said, "This report do not contain this information." So it makes it difficult for me to run a professional judgment whether the parameters that have been measured, they are within the probabilistic range of being truthful or being near the truth. So he said, "Okay, what we'll do, let's retest it. If they are saying in Nimba we are getting, I don't know, for 48% or whatever, you do your own, choose one country. We don't have money. We can only pay to do one country." I said, "Okay, I'm going to Nimba to run campaign for my brother. I will choose Nimba." That's how we chose Nimba. We did not. I chose Nimba. He didn't choose Nimba. You could have said, in fact, he was interested in Bonn. And I said, "I don't know Bonn County well. I know Nimba well. So I can do it I will choose Nimba to be that one county." When I did it, and I sent my report to him, CDC was netting around 33%, Unity Party 46%. I still remember the result. And Council Gongloe was around 9%. And the Zana coming 7%. All the other carriers 0%. And I got people that are known Some of them were my former students from Ledges. I took them from Ledges. The gadgets we used were latest gadgets, latest fee data collection gadgets. I took the guys from latest RT room, and I took them to NIMA, and we used latest sampling frame, which is the national sampling frame. In fact, I called Toy. I said, Toy, you are Minister of Finance and Chairman of latest board. Why you allow people to do pool for you that you did not take someone from latest technical unit to do that for you, to work with them? And he said, you know, one of the big non-political, blah, blah. I said, okay, but for me, I've done a lot of contract with Ledges before, but besides, I know the guys in the data room in Ledges, so I'm going to use them. So we are using Ledges gadgets, and we need money to pay for them, to pay those guys so they can take it out, saying you don't want to use your authority. So we have to pay Ledges for using their electronic, data collection power on the field, because it gives the geocode, everything, wherever that person is standing and doing it, you can track it on your computer. And that's what we did, which was very scientific. Even when the first round result came, so I said, wow, my man, if we had known, we would have contracted you, because everything you predicted is what is coming through here, what the poll shows. And people, even you talk about historical pool, I agree, people can look at trend, but there are a lot of stuff that can change and trend will be in question, okay? So I'm not going to go in there, but what I'm not happy about is all of you guys have a deep relationship with CDC, with even people in CDC, even up to today's date. To bring those behind the scene relationship and dealing publicly, and Tomalin likes to do that all of the time. I didn't like it.
No. We didn't. You went into details. We didn't say that.
I have to protect my reputation.
I said that when there was a time that they said that President we are leading, but I got 10-point lofa, and then you won't keep out to start going into details.
No, you accused me to say you heard that I did it. You said that.
Wow. No. I heard, but then you.
When you said it tonight.
Yeah, but
said, we can go back to the clip.
No, but after you start talking, you start breaking down. You say, now I said, but I heard that you did it. You were denying it.
Your second time. This is your second time bringing such conversation on closing argument.
The what? Come on now.
On the scene of a pool, on the military pool for 12. You are brother.
No, you don't want to call to any. I call to you. Don't call to any.
No.
Yeah, you call. I only said Lofa pool.
Because Tomalin, when you invited me on closing argument, I refused to appear. You said 12 said you should.
You see, you talking. You say you talking now. You going into detail now. You see, you keep on going into detail. You see,
Tomalin, when people push in, I spill out to defend myself.
I ain't seen that. I told you I said that. I'm not to text because when I share with you, when you get your feelings, you start to spill it out. That's what you do right now.
So when you give me information, do not try to defend my character too.
I will not defend your character.
That will not be protected.
No, but you don't have my respect. You don't. You don't want to talk. Don't say that thing.
The men allow. What happened? The men fight on the man.
No, the man saying that. He's saying that. We made a talk today. We boss our secret. Come on, you talking, my man? Because this, when they say you look fast. But we don't call them. We call them name. We just said. I just said that the Lofa data that came out. I said I couldn't have said that particular. Yeah, but we didn't call name. You went into details.
No, did you accuse me of being the one who did the pool?
No, I did it. I said you did a pool, but I didn't say you want to do the Lofa pool.
But my man, I can go there and capture the video and show to you how it started.
Yeah, but you
this is your second time.
No, you let the problem guy with you. But by the time you get pushed, then you ready to split out all the confidential things you might talk about it.
But they don't tell him confidential thing.
Yeah, the problem guy with the man. Then you want to say someone talking and say, man, they want confidential. You say, man, I'll keep your secret. I'll keep your secret. I will not talk. But then when you get pushed down, what you did tonight? Tell the talk.
Oh no, you don't. Tomalin, if you like, But I'm telling you.
No, but Kehleboe, we discuss on it.
For example, how much do I pay?
I never asked you. Let me ask that question.
No, but all of you, I think you will ask that question. So why do something for 12? You expect me to do? I review the data for you free. But when you say go to the opinion pool, I should not have taken my money and go pay leases or guys to go work. They pushed all I went in the fee. I could not have paid them my own money. What 12 gave me was $20,000.
You see, you talking now. You say, Kehleboe, you go too much talking. Let me frank.
No, but I'm discussing it.
No, don't do what you're doing. No, don't do what you're doing. Don't do that thing you're doing. It's not good.
I'll do it. You pay. In fact, it was not me who designed.
Amen. Kehleboe, stop it now. You see, Pewee, he talking, you spilling
I'm told Kehleboe will receive $60,000.
Very good. You're not. Yeah.
No, look, he says 60,000.
Oh, but you talking? We're talking about how much money they gave you. People, I
had a conversation before.
No, but wait, bring it on for. We talking.
No. But you keep bringing it up.
Kehleboe charge $60,000.
Kehleboe, you know what you're doing. Kehleboe making me scared. Kehleboe making me scared right now. Making me scared, Kehleboe.
60, but you got 45.
Let me tell you, 12 is alive, and I'll call 12
Look at that.
to tell you, Pewee, that you should tell you how much he gave me.
But Kehleboe call it.
We teach you now. You be saying all the things.
Hey, talking now. You going into
detail. Look at what Pewee. Who told you that then? Who told you?
I just want to pick him up.
Yeah, you configure me. Yeah, before you tell you don't configure me already. You don't do that, man.
You said they gave you 20,000.
I told you who gave me the money.
But Kehleboe, that you gave too much information. Oh, that'd be frank.
Oh, come on. I've given this information to you before.
Yeah, but have you seen bringing public? No. I give it to you. Yeah, but in confidence. I brought in public. You bring in public. Talking too much in public.
Yeah. So tonight, I'm telling you, I didn't like what you did.
What I did?
Okay.
No, but Kehleboe, what you did, you're not fair. You talk too much details. You give too much detail. When people ask a question today, you say you don't care. You don't answer the question. Then you come to them and you're talking now. You're not doing fair. I'll be frank. You made me scared. Yeah. No, do you whatever you want. I said, my man, you see the man.
I know that saying.
I'm scared. I'm even scared now because the man was like, we're going to talk on DPT. I'm scared right now.
You got to be mindful.
Yeah, wait, you're not scared.
No, I'm just telling you, I don't like what you did. Okay, if I do a professional work for someone, don't come in the public. I'll talk to you. Then you can say, oh, this person pay you this.
Oh, I never said MI pay you money. I said you did. I said the survey that came from Dopoh, and when they said that you were attached to it, I said I can't believe it because I know you good. And then I said I can't talk that numbers on the show because it made no sense. But then you come to now you talking you are giving information out that shouldn't be given to the public, but you go into details. It's not fair. Let me be frank. Wait, you're not correct. Yeah. And he said, they want to tell you something serious. I mean, he said, inconfident. He bring it out there. He said, when they push you talk. You made me scared. So am I pushing on the tips? They touch you, you just from everything up. Shucks. Yeah, my man.
Great Kehleboe Gongloe.
Yeah, man. He said, he pushed me out talk. Wait, not calling number, not calling names. Oh, yeah. What are you doing it for? Yeah, you see, that's the pushing on. You not talk. He talk how much money, talk the money. Oh. You have got good money, oh. I wish I had that kind of money, sir. Yeah, man. You see now he gone because you know what he did when I right now. He gone. Yeah,
he'll call back again.
Yeah, he did not right. The man are dead. The man are
he'll call back.
Hey, he argued like Judas tonight. He tell the post he not supposed to easy to run off. Come on now. The runner, everybody told us, sir, you not told, sir. And he said, you not supposed there.
No, you see, they put talking, and they say, we're going to put money. He said, he got 20,000.
Wait, but you see, when it worked, viral, he not been by he don't want to say one thing. He said one thing, yeah. That thing, he put to that thing, and he will say, I don't want to do that. Hey, there. Put talking. You see? Man, you want to call the figure and call the names and all yeah. You see? They put quality in. Make
quality man pay on there. I was a message as my divorce.
Yeah, my man. I saw we got time, but that it's in the airport. Is it the disrobe there?
They should. We have to take time to discuss that tomorrow. I just saw a video of that thing. The way I don't know the entirety of the matter. No one support anyone that will carry drugs. This father validated the president.
Man, it's wrong.
The president's statement last time was saying that, brother, when he said that DA agents should not see the bash as a means of validating the rights of the Liberian people. The president said that during the cabinet meeting.
I heard they disrobe 2 of them today. What necessary?
They should immediately disrobe them.
No, sir. She accused. Then she not even guilty. You accuse. She accused. And you slap your mind down on her face or what?
That entirety said maybe they planted the drugs when I get to them.
In fact, and again, not resisting such a fudging essay. But you put your hands on the guy for what? They slap you on for. Man, he's still heavy hand. They're gonna use man. Then the woman do that too. Slap me, my friend going too.
The both of them should be there with it.
Hey, wrong, man. You are wrong. You are wrong. You don't do that, people, man. I mean, on the guest sister said to put him on your slap somebody in the face. That so okay. What? Some poor bravo. So I can't do that one for Uncle Happy.
But that rest slap again. I'm supposed to get that girl.
I mean, it's man heavy, huge man of that.
Try I think somebody go try to do it in the country here or something like that. You see your trouble.
Yeah.
What am I? That get going there and say that pain and suffering.
Yeah.
So, because I'm small for you, yeah. How you slime up in that way? I get to go up for that slap or people care.
I see everybody taking side on the whole thing. I see the UP, the other party people there who not party again, they want opposing the bill now.
I'll join you tomorrow, man.
Yeah, bro.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the Papa is suffering. The Papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.